And hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial. So in this tutorial we'll be discussing HTML. We'll be going through the basics of HTML and at the end we'll do a little project. Let's start from the beginning. What exactly is HTML? HTML, or Hypertext Markup Language, is what is used when creating websites. HTML is the bare bones of a website. The text on the website, the input boxes, the images, the audio, all of that is put on the website with HTML. This brings us to why should you learn HTML? If you just want to design websites, like creating your own from scratch, then HTML is where you need to start. It is also what you need to know if you want to learn CSS, JavaScript, or PHP. So it's basically the starting point if you want to learn any of those. It is incredibly easy to learn. So even if you have no experience in programming or web development or even computers, you can still do HTML because HTML is so easy. It's not a programming language, it's a markup language. Meaning you don't really write programming code, you write more like a design code. HTML is supported by most, if not all, browsers. I can't really think of a browser that would not support HTML, since that would be the standard for any website. So no matter what you run, you can run HTML by just opening up your web browser, whether that be Firefox or Chrome. It is 100% free. Not just to learn, but to write as well. You can just open up your computer, you don't need internet access, you don't need to pay a fee, you can just start coding HTML. So it is completely free, which makes it even better because it's a money magnet. So you can start making money from something you do for free. And the best part is it runs on all operating systems, because all operating systems to some degree probably support going online or viewing a website. And HTML is just what you use to create websites. So if you have a browser, whether that be Edge, Internet Explorer, Firefox, you can view HTML. Now, what text editor or IDE should you use if you want to follow along? Well, since HTML is so simple, you can use whatever you want. It can be something basic like Notepad or Notepad++, which is great for beginners. Something more in the intermediate level, such as Sublime Text or Brackets. And in something to the more powerful level for those who are willing to walk the extra mile and learn how to use it, Vim and Visual Studio. However, if you have no idea which one to use, just use Notepad or Sublime Text. How difficult is the language actually to learn, and how long will it take to learn this language? HTML itself is considered one of the easiest languages to learn if you're interested in learning how to code, or just to design a website. Even if you have no experience whatsoever, it is relatively easy to learn. And you can probably learn HTML within a week, and if you really tried, probably even a day. And hello everyone, welcome to your very first HTML tutorial. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to set up your first HTML website. First, open up your file manager and navigate to about any folder you like. I have a nice trash folder where I like to throw all of my trash that I can easily delete and don't have to worry about recovering. You should preferably have a code folder where you can put all of your code and use it later on. Now here I can create a new folder and just call it my website. You can call it whatever you want, but this is where we'll be putting our HTML. Inside of this folder we need to create a new file. And this file can be called index.html. Now Windows users, you guys should watch out because you might not get an index.html when you save this. Because on Windows it will sometimes say index.html.txt. You should make sure that it doesn't say .txt because it has to be a .html to work. So if you see after you save it .txt, then this isn't right. You should just change that to be .html. I'll also show you another way to change that in case it is a .txt, but we'll get to that. Now, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code when coding HTML. You could use Sublime Text or Vim or whatever you prefer. I just prefer Visual Studio Code because it's a nice code editor to use. To open it up, you could just right click and say open with VS Code or Sublime Text or whatever you have. I can't do that here in Linux, so I will open up my terminal, and you can skip this part if you're not on Linux. And I'm just going to go to my trash folder, and I'm going to open up VS Code here. Now VS Code is open in this folder. You could also, if you wanted to, open up VS Code, then drag and drop your file into VS Code. That would also work. I just like to open up VS Code in the folder with that HTML file. Cool. Now this folder right here is inside of VS Code. It's right here. As you can see, there's index.html. If I were to create another file called books, or next that also works, .html, then it will pop up here because it's in the same folder, and I can click on it and go into that file. So I'm going to close this here because I don't need this open anymore. Then here I can just resize it a little bit so everyone can see, and maybe switch sides. I'm going to delete this file. Now VS Code will show you if you may have a .txt after your HTML. It will also not have this HTML5 logo here. If we were to rename this to .html.txt, then you'll notice it has like this little file thing here. You can just rename that then to .html. Like that. That is if you're on Windows. I believe Mac doesn't do that, but Linux doesn't do it at least. Now we need to put some text here to be able to open this inside of our browser. So I'm just going to put any sort of text in here just so we have text. Then we have multiple ways of opening this inside of our browser. One way you can do it is you can open up the folder with this HTML file and you can drag it into your browser. This could be Firefox, Chrome, I'm using Vivaldi, or whatever browser you want. You can just drag and drop it in there, and it should theoretically open it up. Let's maybe just put something else here, and let's try that. Okay, so I can't drag and drop into my browser. That means I'll have to right click, and you can do this on any other operating system as well. Say open with, and you can just choose a browser. In my case, it will say open with Vivaldi automatically. But you might have to say open with and choose where you want to open it up, be Firefox or Chrome, whichever browser you use. You might have to say open with other application. This does exist on Windows as well. But once you select the application you want to open it with, it will open up in your browser that you choose. And here we go. So we just have it here, and there we have it here. So that's one or two ways actually you can open it. Another way you can open it is if you're in VS Code, then you could go to your extensions tab, which would be this little block tab right here. And let's see here. Here is a nice extension called Live Server. This extension allows you to run HTML from VS Code live in your browser, meaning you don't have to refresh whenever you make a change. Because currently, if we were to just keep this open, if we were to make a change here and we save, then we have to click refresh to see that change. So now we have to click refresh again, and it will update. But with this live server extension, you can just go here, but you can actually close it from the browser here. Say right click and just say open with live server. And this will open it inside of our browser with a live server. Now what we can do is if we type something here and when we save, it will automatically reload the page for us. And it can't do it without the proper stuff, so I'm just quickly going to go here. And I'll explain all of this in a second. There we go. Now it should be able to live reload. And there we go. So now whenever we make a change, it will live reload that change. And just ignore all of this. Just random typing that happening. as you can see. So then we don't have to click refresh. You could also get HTML snippets, which makes it incredibly fast to code HTML. And you'll see me using it quite a lot here as well. Now that's a way you can open up HTML inside of your browser. And there are probably more ways, but I think these are enough. Now this right here is a basic HTML setup. This is how an HTML page looks on its bare bones. First we have our HTML tag. And a tag is whatever is contained within these brackets here, these bigger than and lesser than symbols. We also have these bigger than, lesser than symbols, but this time with a slash here at the front to say that this tag is closing, meaning this is the HTML tag and everything goes inside of the HTML tag. Then here we have the head tag, and I'll explain all of this in a second, and in here we have the body tag. You'll notice to have opening and closing tags. This is a closing tag, this is an opening tag. Now everything inside of the body tag is what the user will see on the website. So if I go here and say hello world, then now the user will see hello world. That is everything that's inside of this body tag, any piece of text. The head tag is things that the user won't necessarily see. We'll get more into the head tag in the future tutorials, but for right now you can just know this isn't things that's usually on the website itself. This is usually where you'd import stuff from outside of the website into the website, or doing some background things like giving data about the website to the browser. So when we search up something like I am cool, then if we scroll down, you'll notice here is like descriptions, and here is like a title. That is what goes inside of this head tag. It's not necessarily for the user to see when you go onto the website, but it does help when people are searching for your website. This is called metadata, but we'll get into that in a later tutorial. What we could do is we could give our web page a title by saying title. You'll notice it's an opening and closing tags, and we can say my website. Now you'll notice this tab here just changed from what it was to my website. If we were to remove this, it's back to just giving us the path to this HTML file. But if we put this here, then it says my website. So that's pretty cool. Now one thing you should take note of is that HTML is at its 5th version, meaning we are trying to learn HTML5. Currently we are using HTML4. I think most browsers would probably interpret this as HTML5, but some browsers may not. So we need to specify something to kind of get everything rolling. That is open bracket, an exclamation mark, doc, type, HTML. And this will just specify to the browser that we are using HTML5. I don't think this is required anymore, but it's still regularly used just in case. And this will also enable all HTML5 features inside of your website. Save it. You won't really see a difference because it doesn't really bring a difference. It just provides more features if the browser doesn't automatically see this as an HTML5 and sees it as HTML4. Nice. Now sometimes you'll have a lot of text, and this is the first tag I really want to teach you. I'm going to put some lorem here, and lorem is just some text in Latin that nobody really has to understand, but we usually use it just as a placeholder. As you can see here, here's lorem, and here's lorem. Now let's say I wanted to have a paragraph, so I'm going to go another lorem here. Now you'll notice, first of all, my IDE, which is this text editor right here, it doesn't actually allow this lorem to be on its own line, as you can see here. Now, do not want to translate. The reason for that is because HTML out of the box doesn't care about spaces. It will remove any extra space for you in most scenarios. We'll get to scenarios where it doesn't, but in most scenarios it will remove all of the space for you, except for these spaces here to separate words. So if we want paragraphs, we'll need to use the paragraph tag, which is a p tag. with an opening and closing bracket. You can then put your text in there to make it a paragraph. You can have as many paragraph tags as you want to create multiple paragraphs. So now we can move that in here. Now if we go here and I don't want to never translate Latin, but here we go. So now we have 2 paragraphs. And HTML knew we want 2 paragraphs because we put it in paragraphs tags, which is just an opening tag with a P inside of it and then a closing tag with a P inside of it. As I said, you can have as many P tags as you want, and you're also not limited to how much you want inside of those P tags. So if you want like a ton of text in one P tag, you can do it. So now there's one paragraph with a ton of text, while the rest don't have a lot of text. Now take note, you should not put paragraph tags within other paragraph tags, because paragraph tags themselves are mostly meant to contain text, not another paragraph. So whilst HTML won't really yell at you for doing this, it is very much recommended to rather do this and have your paragraph tags outside of each other. And also take note, only some tags are allowed to have more than one of them. For example, special tags are not allowed to have more than one. Like this doctype HTML, you could have more than one, but there's no point in having more than one because it just defines that we're using HTML5. This HTML tag, there's no point in having more HTML tags because if we are going to add another HTML tag here, like that, with the same content, it's just going to duplicate the stuff that's already there. The reason is because HTML here basically says this is the website. So if we're just going to put another HTML tag there, it's going to be like we're having 2 websites underneath each other, which we don't want because that will definitely not be good for the browser. And in the head tag especially, you do not really want multiple head tags. In certain scenarios it's okay, but in this scenario you don't want this. It's fine if you do it, but it's recommended not to have multiple head tags, because you should only have one head tag that describes everything in your website as you want it. Then the body tag, which displays things to the user, you might think this will need more than one tag, but yet again, this is basically this here. So if you have 2 body tags, you basically have 2 screens here. It will not really affect how the website looks, but it will just not be how it should be. So it's bad practice to have 2 body tags, but everything inside of the body tag can have multiple tags of itself. Like the P tag, there can be multiple P tags, you do not have to worry about that. You're not limited to how many paragraph tags you can have. Now sometimes you want to see your code inside of the website here. This is more for development purposes, and you'll mostly understand this as you go along with learning web development. But sometimes you want to see this here, this HTML. But you might not have your code here, or if you want to see how this code is being converted to HTML here. To do that, you can right click on the website, and you'll either have a developer's tools section or an inspect. But you'll see somewhere here, there should be an inspect option, and it's usually Ctrl-Shift-I. Once you click it, you'll see a bunch of things here. But the most important part is this elements one. We drag this a bit here, and like that. Then here is our website. As you can see in the body tag, we have our paragraph tags, and it's doing a nice job highlighting all of the paragraphs for us. So when we do this, we get our lorem. When we do this, we get our lorem, as you can see there. We can also go check the head tag and see what's inside of the head. You will most likely not see this. However, I'm seeing this because I'm running it from this live server. Same with this right here, the scroll to top. It's because of an extension I have, so you will most likely not see this. Same with this script right here. But yeah, this is a way you can see your HTML within the website. You can also modify this if you wanted to. This will not modify the file, so you don't have to worry. I can go here and say 2 times lorem. Now when I save that, it will go here and say 2 times lorem. But in the HTML file, it will still just say lorem. So you can mess around with it in here without it changing up a bunch of things it shouldn't. Then finally, the last thing I want to tell you all about in this tutorial is that casing in HTML doesn't matter. like this HTML here, you could go HTML. This is perfectly fine. This head here, you can go HT, or not HT, you can go head like that. It won't really care. This title here, title, because casing, at least with the tags, they don't matter. So we save this, well, if I were to save this without formatting it, then as you can see, it doesn't do anything unnecessary. However, it is highly recommended to keep everything lowercase. This is just to keep everything consistent. So rather not have capital case in your HTML except for text that you want to display to the user, and for this. Those are about the only two times you want to have capital case in your HTML that you have to know of. If we save this, then you'll notice my IDE automatically converts this from capital case to lowercase because it knows that we want lowercase to keep with good practice. And there we go. That is the basics of HTML. This tutorial might have been a little bit difficult or even just bigger than what you thought it might be. But it's just an intro. Don't be afraid with what you've learned here. If you forget about it within a minute, then it's perfectly fine because we'll be repeating everything we know here until it's basically smashed into our brains. Thank you for watching. I hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all again in the next HTML tutorial. A recap from the previous video. So all of the text you want people to see, like everything that goes here, should be inside of the body. And everything you don't really want people to see that should be done in the background should go right here inside of head. For example, this right here. I know someone who the other day actually tried to put in header tag in here, which is just an H1 tag. And they tried to go hello world. They couldn't understand why some of the things they tried to do didn't work, because later on we're getting into creating a local link and things like that. And you couldn't quite figure out why it didn't want to work, because when they click on the link, it should actually take them to this H1 right here. So you thought everything inside the head should be what is on top of the page. Do not make the same mistake, or this is a common mistake. So that is just something you should take note of. Today we'll be working with text. So currently we know how to create a paragraph. So we can just maybe add some lorem here. Perfect, creates a paragraph. But the thing is, if we want to create a new line, a new break line, then we can't really. We just have to create a new paragraph. But you don't always want this massive space here. Maybe you just want to go to the next line. But doing this doesn't always solve your problem, as you can see here. So a way around this is to, let's say we want to have a break line right here. We can just say BR. This tag right here doesn't need any closing tag. It doesn't need a tag like this. Whoops. As you can see, even VS Code doesn't want me to do it. But it doesn't need this. As you can see, it's even red underlined because it doesn't actually need it. This is what's called as a self-closing tag. It closes itself. And if you want to make it easier, you can actually just go like that. And I should change this back to a P. Anyhow. So save that. And now as you can see, it just went to the next line. Instead of creating a new paragraph, it just dropped down to the next line. People usually like to do this, so they can see the difference. So there's a break line there. And now they will know if they look here, the break line is the same as here. But this is optional, you don't have to put that slash there. It's just recommended because if you start with React or have to get out of the practice of doing this in some form, then it's going to be a nuisance because you never actually did it before, so now you have to do it. But it's just recommended that you put that closing tag there, just also to specify for yourself that, hey, this is self-closing, we don't have to worry about anything here. Anyhow, so this is a self-closing tag, and it's just to break the line. So if you just want to break any line here, you can just put more break lines here. You can even do it in the middle of a word, like I'm going to do right there, and like here, and then we can do that. Do it here, and if we refresh, as you can see, it breaks wherever we put a break line. Perfect. So I'm just quickly going to create a few p tags. with some text inside of it. So this right here, this is normal text. We can just say normal. Perfect. Save it, refresh, it will just say it's normal text. Right here, we want to make this text bold, so I'm going to say bold. And to make text bold, you can just say opening bracket, B, closing bracket. And this is not self-closing, so you have the italic word to close, as you can see here. So this word right here between the B, opening and closing B tags will be bold. Refresh, as you can see there, this is and in bold. So that just makes text bold by going B. You can also use another format, so by going strong, and you can say strong. Whoops, not string, but strong. Bold and strong are relatively the same thing. Usually I just use a B tag because I find it easier, but they do recommend that you use strong to put emphasis on something. So yeah, that's about it. I just like to use B because it's a lot less to type. But you can use strong if you want to. It's personal preference mostly, or I believe it is, but you can use both of them, they do the same thing. Then you can put an I here for italic. And we just take this and we can put it here and we can just say italic. Refresh, and now it's italic. It's a little bit sloping to the side. I believe it's relatively the same thing with EM. So if we go like that, then as you can see, it's relatively the same thing with EM. It's the same process with B and I and strong and EM. I'm not quite sure what EM stands for. It might be embedded text, but I have no idea. So you can also put deleted text, which is just strike through by going del and just deleted. Save that, refresh, and now we have deleted text. So it's just a strike through text. It doesn't just have to be one word. Before I forget, this can be multiple words as well. So actually put a strike through this entire paragraph, because why not? Whoops, that's my mistake there. Save it, refresh, and now the whole paragraph has been deleted. Take note that you shouldn't be doing something like this, for example, putting just an I here and not putting a paragraph there. Whilst there is probably nothing wrong with this, this is seen as bad practice, because let's say we want to make this bold and then we do the same thing, and now if we refresh, they're going to be next to each other instead of underneath each other. So yeah. You can also have multiple in one, before I also forget. So let's go here and put in I here, and we can say italic, and here we can put a B here and make it bold, and boom, you can have more than one in a line. So here I can say italic and bold. Even if you want to, we can put a delete here, so they'll, whoops, go away, and we go here, boom, as you can see there. So you can have multiple in one line. You're not restricted to having just one or just two. It's up to you. You can also nest them. So let's say we want to delete everything until the end of bold. So now this is nested. So if I just maybe resize this a bit, then here we can see a bit better. So this is the P tag, and then the deleted is around the italic and bold elements until the end. And if we refresh this, as you can see there, it is striking through even the italic and the bold. So you can put them inside of each other if you wanted to. So if I want to make this bold as well, it is possible. You don't have really a limit how much you want to put things inside of other things. So refresh this, and I have bold and italic while strike through at the same time. Cool, so that is one way you can do things. Let's just keep that there, just as an example, so you will always know. Then you can also have big and small text. So here I'm going to say big, and here we can say big, or we can just probably stay the same. And here we can say small, and you can say small. Save that, refresh, and now we get big and small text. Usually I don't think big is used anymore in HTML5. I believe it's been left in HTML4. These days, if you want to make something bigger, you either use a header or you use some styling. But it is there if you ever want to use it, but I believe because it is not highlighted, it probably has been deprecated. You can also get superscript and subscript text. So let's say 10 times, and here we can say sub for subscript, and let's go like 5 or something. I don't really do this math, so I can't really say if I'm doing it right. I believe this is actually chemistry, so let's make this sup for superscripted, and in here we can say, and also I believe like CL is an actual element, or CH, and here we can say sub, and then we can like put a 2 there or something. Now if we go here and we refresh, then as you can see here, 10 times 2 to the power of 5, so that's superscript text, and also CH and then a subscript 2 there. I believe that's how it works. I don't really do chemistry or math that much, but you know, it's there if you want to use it. So that's sub and superscript. And then we also have inserted text. So by going ins, take that example and we can paste it right here. And here we go. So that just kind of underlines it. But the same with I and em as with b and strong. We also have a u, which means underline. As you can see, they do exactly the same thing. They just have multiple because sometimes it depends on the practice you're using. In this case, I don't really use inst at all. I just use a u. I also don't use em at all. I just use an I, and I don't use strong at all. I just use b. I just stick with the easy ones. The ones you find easiest to remember is the ones you can use. It's up to you. It's your preference. Also, here's a fun fact. If you put a semicolon here and say times, times, and is it and? No, it's the other way around. If you put a semicolon on the back and you go here to the front and put an and there, then you'll get in the real time symbol. So look at that x right there, that's an x. This right here, that's a times. So that's just a fun fact if you ever wanted to know. We'll be getting to these later, but I just want to show you that it exists. In this tutorial, we'll be looking at HTML headings. So there are different types of headings for different types of scenarios, but they're fairly easy to remember. First, you have your H1 tag, which means basically your #1 heading on a website. This is your all website heading. For example, if this is a website about animals, then this will be animals. There we go. This H1 tag is bigger text than the usual P tag, which is normal sized text. It is to signify that this is the main title. It is a very big piece of text because this is what should taking most of our focus. The rest of the titles are very simple because they follow the same structure. You have your H2 for your second type of title, and here you could say something like dogs. You'll notice it's a little bit smaller than in H1. That is because this is more of a subheading than the heading. Then of course you can have like 2 H2s here, and we can go cats, like that. You should take note that usually you'd only want about 1 H1 on your page, and then maybe 2 H2s, and then 3 H3s, and then 4 H4s. All of these are titles, and it can go up until 6. So H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. We'll go through all of them. But you want to take note that you don't really want more than 1 H1 on your page, because that would be the main title. Having more than one H1 on your page could confuse a screen reader or just something scraping your website, meaning it looks at the HTML to get some idea of what your website is about. But that's usually a robot doing it. So if you have two H2s, the robot will see two main titles for your website. And then usually you can have like two H2s, or most people will probably stick with trying to have one H2, but you can probably have 2, 3, or 4 H2s. I'd say for every category, you can probably have an H2. So in this case, we have cat, dogs, and we can go H2, and here we could put a horse. And of course here you could put some text. So dog is an animal, like that, and then you could explain what a dog is. Then of course you can have an H3, and an H3 would be like a type of title inside of this dog's title or inside of the cat's title. It's kind of like a subcategory of that category. So here you could say feeding, and this will be how to feed this specific animal. And this is just an example. You can of course choose something else as a topic. This is just to kind of give an example of what we mean. And here we could say feed pellets. And of course you could change it up a bit, but it's just to give you an example. And as you can see, we have feeding, and under feeding we have feed pellets. And you could probably have something longer here to explain more about feeding, but in this scenario it doesn't matter too much. Then I'm not going to really use the rest in such an example because I kind of feel it limits us a little bit. Now we also have the H4, which is just the heading 4. So it is smaller than the H3. It will follow the same structure, you know. So you have the H1 as the main heading, H2 as the categories, H3 as the categories within those categories, H4 maybe as the categories within the H3 categories, and so on and so forth. You don't have to use them like this. That's just how I use them. But you could use them as actual just normal headings if that is what you want. But yeah, so we have our H4 and our H5. So heading 5, and we also have our H6 for heading 6. You'll notice they get smaller as they go. The main reason is just because, you know, the heading's importance changes. So the H6 will be smaller because it's the least important heading. Usually most people don't really go under H4, but it depends on your scenario. Sometimes you want an H6 there because it's recommended to have more H6s than you have H5s, and more H5s than you have H4s, and more H4s than you have H3s, and so on and so forth. But you don't have to worry too much about the size, because later you'll be able to change the size to whatever you want. To give you a taste of that, we can say style, and we can just say font size and for rem. And now you'll notice heading 6 is a big heading. And that is just the way you can change the font size. But we'll get to that in a later tutorial because that's part of the CSS course. So you don't have to worry about the font size. You can change that later. But those are the 6 headings you get in HTML. Now you'll also notice that when I work here, my page here will automatically update. Yours won't necessarily do that unless you have the live server extension installed in VS Code. To get that live server extension, you can open your extensions tab and you can just search for live server. This is completely optional. I just did it so I don't have to click on refresh the entire time. And I believe it's this one. Let's see. And yes. Should be this one. And you can just get this and you should be able to run a live server. And I believe it also supports PHP. So yeah, that's nice. If you want to do PHP, then you can. And then you can just right click once you have it and say, whoops, let's just bring that up. Open with live server. And here you can also have a PHP server, which is nice. Anyhow, so to give you an example, if I were to change this here, as soon as I save, it will automatically refresh here. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, we can start working with comments and attributes. So a comment is just a piece of code that will not be displayed to the user. So let's say I want to say here my description on, and then just blah blah blah. So I just want to say, this is just something you want to say to yourself. So when you go and reread your code to understand what you just did, you know what to do. But the problem is, let's say, and then we just add a description here. Let's just put some lorem here. Okay, now if we do this, then as you can see, we see my description on blah, blah, blah. We don't want that, because this should only be seen for us. So when we look through our code, we know what was going on here. So a way we can hide this is by going and opening bracket, an exclamation mark, and 2 dashes. And it actually auto-completed for me. So then there's another 2 dashes and a closing bracket. Now this right here is a comment. Whatever goes inside of this will not be read by the browser. So it will only see this instead of that. So this will basically be hidden. So that's a nice way to do it. And you can, of course, put more things in here. Let's say you decide, okay, you don't want this on your page anymore, but you might want to put it back later. So you just quickly throw it in a comment. And now if you reload your page, it's no longer there. And let's say you come back 3 days later and you're like, no, I actually do want this in my page. You can just put it back. And that's the nice thing about comments. Whatever goes inside of them cannot be read. And you can have as many comments as you want. And there you go. So that's comments. Fairly simple. It just allows you to make some notes. This is great if you're following a tutorial, because then you can make notes on your, maybe you make like files of notes inside of them. Then you can make notes using the comments. Okay, and now we can talk about attributes. So attributes is basically like an attribute of an element. So let's say I ask you to name your attributes. It's almost something like that. Now, to give an attribute to an element, let's say we go here to this p tag. Then we can say align, and here we can say center, for example. Now this will align the text center, as you can see here. We can also go right. And my H is at the wrong place there. And now it's right. The reason why my IDE, or code editor, whichever you want to call it, doesn't really give us highlighting or anything for this right here is because usually instead of adding attributes, you would add CSS. So it would be something like style is equal to, and it can be like text align, and you just do center. And that is an example of CSS. So now we don't need this align there anymore. The CSS will do it for us. But we're not at CSS yet, so we don't have to worry about that. This is also great. So let's say we want to put in horizontal line here. So in horizontal line is just an HR, and it's a self-closing tag, so you can just do that. So it's just like a break line tag, but this is just HR, and it will create a horizontal line, as you can see right there. You can have as many of them as you want, and it will just create a bunch of horizontal lines for you. So that's the horizontal line. A quick overview of that as well. And we can do something like width, because this is an attribute you can give it. And we can say, let's say we want it only to be half the width of the page. Do that, we say 50%, and now it's only half the width. If we say 25%, it's going to be 25% of the width. You can also use pixels, so let's say 25 pixels. And as you can see, that's about 25 pixels. So pixels is just another way of setting a size to something. But if you don't feel comfortable with it, you can just use 25% here instead of pixels. And you can also add another one to it. So we can say align. And you can make that, let's say, right. And this will align it to the right. Or let's say we want to align it to the left. As you can see there, now it's aligned to the left. So yeah, that is attributes. It allows you to just kind of modify what you have and just quickly give it some changes. Make your page look a little bit better by changing the attribute. So yeah, that's about all there is to it. So we just covered horizontal lines and we covered comments as well as attributes. But you'll notice if you go to a lot of websites, they have like all of these nice images that you can look at while scrolling through them. And this can be very helpful to keep users on your website because it keeps them engaged. It shows them, hey, there's something to look at, let's look at it. So let's get started. Now you'll notice I have a image here called myimage.jpg. Keep note of that. This can be any image file extension that is supported by the browser. So PNG, JPEG, I believe GIF is also supported, but most of the times you'll just use PNG or JPEG. And it's just an Asian girl standing in the field. Nothing too special about this image. I got it from Pixabay. And you'll also notice that it is here. So it is actually my directory. I'm not screwing with you. Now, here we have the ability to add an image. And it's as simple as creating an image tag, so img, and then self-closing it. Image tags are self-closing because they pass all their data in via attributes. For example, the source attribute takes in the image itself, so my image, and this can be any name as long as it ends with the correct extension. Take note, if this wasn't a JPEG, it might have been a PNG. Then you had to say PNG here instead of JPEG. Whatever this extension is, it's very important. All right. And yeah, if we save that, then as you can see here, there's the image. Beautiful. Although you don't have to worry about it being a little bit too big for this screen here, because we'll be working with that in a second. Now you'll notice, let's say you forgot to say that P there, so now it's just myimage.jg. You'll notice that we just get this little broken image symbol. Sometimes the user wants to know what that image is, and you cannot always predict whether this image will be passed in correctly or not. So we can just say alt for alternate text. This is basically an attribute that can be used to describe the image. So if the image on the website breaks, then this can be a way to tell the user what was there. So we can just say Asian girl standing in field. There we go. Save that, and you'll notice that here it says Asian girl standing in field instead of showing a broken image icon. So this just basically describes that this image had an Asian girl standing in the field. And if we were to put that P back there and were to save it and refresh, and then we would get our image again, but we will not see the text because that text only appears if the image doesn't load. So if the image loads incorrectly. Now you'll take note that this image is in the same folder as my index.html. There are multiple ways to get an image from a different location. Sometimes you will get that image from location, so let's say from Google, for example, and you can link to that image. That is completely possible. I'm not going to cover that though, because usually you'd want to host your images yourself, so you don't want to really upload it to a different source or just copy and paste the link to that image. So I'm just going to show how to do it locally and not online. But if you want to know how to do it online, then you can probably go Google it. There's probably a lot of answers. And I believe we schools will probably also have some sort of way around getting it from online. But usually it's just a copy and paste, and you paste the link into the source here. But I'm going to show you how to do that because I'd rather not. Let's say this image was in a different folder. So let's create a bunch of folders here. I'm going to create a source folder because let's just imagine there's a very big hierarchy of directories here, of folders, and inside of that source folder I'm going to create a folder called static. Instead of that static folder, I'm going to create a folder called images, and there we go. So now here we have a folder within a folder within a folder, and this image is now inside of that images folder. So we're going to move it there, as you can see there. To show you that this is actually what's happening, let's go here. As you can see, we have a source folder. Instead of that, we have a static folder. Instead of that, we have an images folder. And instead of that, we have a myimage.jpg. So now we have to redirect this image to that location. So to do that, we can just say /src /static /images and myimage.jpg. So you can just use your forward slashes here. So from the first folder, which is source, and it's in the same folder as this images, as if we go here to HTML, so we're going to source. So it's /source, that's what we're doing here, /source. Then we're going to static, which is inside of it, as you can see here, static. And then we're going into images, as you can see here, images, and then we select our image. So that's how you can get it if it's inside of a different folder. Okay. Now, sometimes you do want to resize this image because, as you can see, it's a little bit big for my screen. So I'll have to, resize it a little bit here. Now, to do that, you can give it another attribute with the height or the width. So let's go width, and we can make that equal to, let's say, 200 pixels. Save that, and now this image will only be the width of 200 pixels. We can increase this, let's say maybe 300 pixels, and now it will be a little bit longer. It also has a height attribute, which let's say make it 500 pixels. We save that. As you can see, now it is stretching 500 pixels. Usually you don't want to specify the width and the height. You'll do that with CSS. But since we don't know CSS, you usually only want to specify either the width or the height. You do not want to specify both of them because the stretching, it doesn't look very good. So what you can do is you can just specify the width, and it will basically scale itself to have the height and the width as it should be. So it will keep its original aspect. So 16 by 9, for example, will stay 16 by 9. But if we add in height, it can change from 16 by 20 or 16 by 5 or whatnot. But if you keep just the width or just the height, then it will scale them correctly. Now, sometimes you also want to add some styling to this image right here. So I'm going to maybe resize it just by another 100 pixels. So let's say we want to give it a border here around the image. That is pretty simple. Another attribute, which is border. And that border can be, let's say, 1 pixel, for example. You'll notice it now has a nice little border, maybe a bit difficult to see. So let's actually increase that border to, let's say, 5 pixels. As you can see, now there's a nice black border around the image. And yeah, these are just how to work with images. And that's about all there is for this video. So we learned how to get an image, so how to display that image inside of our web page here by using the source attribute. And then if that image cannot be loaded, we can use the alt attribute to put some text here to explain what is this image. And then we also have a width, which is just specifying the width of this. We can also set the height if you want to. And then we can also set the border, just to give some nice black borders around the edges. So a link is represented by an A tag, which stands for an anchor tag. And that's why it's an A, because it's anchoring to somewhere. And in here, inside of the two A tags, you can see like the name of wherever this takes you. For example, if I want to go to Google, I can say Google. Then here because currently it won't do anything. It will just be some text. Now to send it somewhere, you can say href, which just means hyperreference or hypertext reference, something like that. But basically, whatever goes in here is where your page would redirect to. This can be one of your own pages, which we'll be getting into, and it can also be a page outside of the website, which we'll be starting with. For example, let's say we wanted to go to DuckDuckGo. So if I want to go to DuckDuckGo, let me just Google it here, duckduckgo.com. Now we're just going to okay, because I'm on Firefox and it has that as my default, I don't think I can. But it's just a simple HTTPS. Take note, the HTTPS is a lot of times is important, unless it's your own page. But for most of the time, you want to include that HTTP or HTTPS. You don't need to know what it means, you just need to include it. And in www.duck, duckgo.com. This could of course also be Google, which we'll see in it. Oh yeah, it's actually Google here, so my bad, let's make it Google. There, so now it's just https www.google.com. Now if I were to click on this, it will take me to Google. Now that's nice. So this is how to link to a page outside of your web page. Now one thing you will notice is when you click on that link, you'll notice that it uses this page, but a lot of times you don't really want that. You want people to stay on your page for as long as possible. And you shouldn't do what I'm going to show you everywhere, but you should use it most of the time, especially if it's going to a page that is not part of your website. But you should set target to _blank. And this just means open this page up on a new blank tab. That's what this target means. So if we were to click here now, then it will open up on a new tab and keep our page open here. And most of the time you actually do want to do this. You want to open it up on a new tab so the user can always just click back if they want to go back. But take note, you shouldn't just use _blank everywhere. Let's say you have a page navigation. Like, you know, on many websites you have like a number here that's like page 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, let's say you want to go to page 5. If you click on page 5, you want it to open up on the same tab. But if you click on a link that says support us maybe, then you might want to open that up on a new tab. It's just, this is just kind of depends, but you'll notice that if you have too many _blank tabs, it might become annoying for the user because it constantly opens up new tabs, and you don't always want that. But if you don't use it, it will also be annoying to the user because let's say they want to stay on your page, but then when they click on a link, they go outside of the page, because most people don't know you can click the middle mouse button to open up on a new page. Most people don't know that. So they will just click with their normal mouse button and it will open up on the same page. But just to show you that it's actually true, let me just remove this _blank here. So if I were to click on this with my normal button, my right click, or I mean my left click, my bad, as you can see it opens up on a new page. But if I middle click, it opens up on a new tab. If I middle click that tab, at least in Firefox, it closes that tab. If I click with my right and left mouse buttons, it also opens up in a new tab. But most people don't know this, so they will try and open it up and then boom, now they're going off the website and they never wanted to. Okay, so that is probably enough of that. Now sometimes you also want to specify what's going on here, where are we going to go, because this might not always be very explaining. So let's just say here, so let's put this maybe in a p tag, and we can just bring this here. You can click, and then as you can see there, we can say here. Problem is, the user doesn't know what here means. What's here? Because most people don't know that link appears there at the bottom. Most people don't actually know that either. So what you can do is you can go here and say title as an attribute that when they hover over this, there will be a title that says where you're going. So we can maybe say go to google.com or something like that. Just something to explain it. So if I hover over it, it says go to google.com. Click on it, and now we'll go to google.com. So that's pretty neat. Now, sometimes you want to link to a same or to a page on your website. Now you can also add your link here, so www.yourwebsite.com. The problem here is you can't actually test it out then, because if you're hosting it on your own page here, or maybe let's say this link changes, then you have to go and change it and modify it, and you'll have to test it by uploading the page and seeing if it works. You don't want to do that. So another way you can do it, so let's actually create a new page here. Let's go here, new file, and we'll call this menu or something.html. Now this page right here, will just ignore most of this because most of this is just some templating I create for myself. I'm just going to say here in the title, menu. Okay. And I can probably also remove all of these. Now here, I can specify something like, this is the menu page. Now, usually if I want to go here, I have to go to the link here and I have to say menu. or I have to open it up in the browser. Now let's not save that link. Now if we click there, it takes us to the menu page. Then let's say we want to have maybe a link that takes you to the home page. So we can say go, or let's say home, and this will navigate you back to your home page. And here we can say href is equal to, and here it actually pops up, and we can say index.html. So you just put in the file name and .html. If you do remember the previous video where I did talk about images, navigating to the file is exactly the same as with an image. So if this is in a different folder, you'll have to use .. and / to actually get there. And now if I were to click on this link, it will take me to the home page. So let's just wait for it and click on home. And now I'm back on the home page. And of course here, I can also specify, let's say go to a page on our website here. So I can say menu .html. Take note, you need to specify that it's .html, otherwise it might not notice. And here we can say go to next page. Okay, click on that, and now we're going to our menu page. Click on this home here. Now we're going back to the home page. Very confusing, but that's how you can navigate on your own file structure. And also if you upload this, it will actually work, so you don't have to worry about it not working, because it will search for this file name in your website. Anyhow, and one more link that we want to know about is, let's say we have an H1 here, and it's like, or navigate or something, and underneath it we have a bunch of A tags, and let's say this one goes to, or let's have just one A tag for now. And I'm just going to put a hashtag here. That hashtag means it's a dead link. It's not going to take you anywhere. It's just going to stick at one place here. So if you click on that link, it won't break the website. Just taking that as a note. That's what that hashtag means. If you click on the link, don't break the website. Anyhow, then here we can say dogs, for example. And it may be the website is a website about, let's say, animals. So we can say cats. And then underneath it, we can create a p tag. And I'm going to put some lorem here, like a lot of it. Lorem times 10. Oh my gosh. Times 10. There we go. Save that. And now we'll have this. Now if I were to go here, I can specify an h2 that contains dogs. And then also a p tag. And this p tag also contains some basic lorem. Now, we have dogs here. But you don't always want the users to scroll down to where they want to go. You sometimes want to allow them to navigate the page by just looking maybe at the navigation bar up here. And take note, usually the navigate won't be an H1. This is just as an example. So a way you can do it, so if they click on this dogs link, you want them to go here. Actually, I'm going to add some more lorem here just to give a better example as well. Lorem times 3. And then I'm also going to add another h2 tag here. And I'm going to say parrots, or let's go birds. And then we can create another p tag of more lorem. Lorem times 4. Okay, there we go. Now we have more than enough content here. Now, if we want to go to dogs, one thing you can do is we can go here to the H2 or anywhere in any of these tags where you want to navigate to. And I can say ID is equal to, and this has to be a special value. No other element on this web page may have this ID. We'll talk more about this once we get to CSS, but no other element may have this ID. So here we can maybe say dog title, copy that. And now if we go up here, we can say href to hashtag dog title. Now if we were to click on that, it navigates us to this one right here, as you can see there. And if we look at the link here, it changed to h.html and then hashtag dog title. So this basically is an easy way to navigate yourself somewhere. You can even maybe go birds. And we can say here bird title. Then down here, just to give you an example, we can create a B tag. You don't usually want to do it as I'm doing it right now, but it is as an example for the video. Now this B tag, I'm going to give it an ID and call it bird title. I'm just going to add some more lorem here to add some more spacing. So lorem times 10, and there we go. Now we have a nice big web page. So now if I say birds, as you can see, it navigates me to this bold we have right here, because I added an ID here called bird title, and in here at the top I used an anchor tag to navigate to that ID. So as you can see with this hashtag. And this is one reason why IDs should always be special per element. So if you want to put an ID here, it shouldn't be the same ID you're going to put somewhere else. And this is nice because now let's say I want to go to dogs, simple, just click on dogs. When I go to birds, just click on birds, and there we go. So today we will be talking about span and div. These two are basically the same, but they work with different elements. For example, or let's actually start with what they are before we get to examples. So div and span are both basically just tags to contain something else. It is just a basic container. It just kind of splits your website into multiple parts. For example, we can have a div here, div, and instead of this div, we can maybe have like an h1, and here we can say my header, and underneath that we can have a p tag with my header text, right? And in here we can have another div, and in this one we can say h2, my section, and here we can have a p tag with a bunch of lorem, on it. So let's go 10. There we go. So now we have this, my header and my section. You'll notice nothing looks different. That is because div doesn't do anything. Div actually only, let me just format this, only gives you a little container to work with. Meaning that these two are on the same page, but they're kind of in their own little separate pages. I'm going to use some CSS here, but you don't need to know too much about CSS. We'll get to that. So I'm going to say style is equal to, that should be style, is equal to border 1px solid black. This just means put a border around this that is black, and it should have a width of 1 pixel. As you can see, this div contains this right here, meaning any styling that we give to this div here will stay within this div, meaning you can style different divisions of your page differently thanks to div. So instead of just styling the body and then styling everything inside of the body accordingly, you can now style something in this div differently from what you would style it here. For example, here we can also say style, and here we can maybe say font size, and here usually it's about 1 rem, which is 1 rem, that's what we usually have, or 16 pixels. Let's stay with that. So usually it's about 16 pixels per, that's what a font is usually. So let's make this nice and small. Let's make it 10 pixels. You'll notice that this changed, right? But not this. This stayed the same. Here we can even go and say font size, and this one we can make extra large. So let's say instead of 16, this would be 20 pixels. And now we have bigger text here. But this doesn't affect this. That's the difference. Div splits these two apart. So this is its own little div section, and you can even collapse it here. And then you can work underneath it. And you can have as many divs as you want. And this is a little thing. And inside of divs, you can also add another divs. So here we can say, here we can have another div. And this div will inherit any styling properties that this div gives it. And here we can maybe say, I am Steve. We can put this inside of a p tag, no problem. And we just put this at the end, save, and now we have this. And it kind of gets whatever is here. So as you can see, it gets that font size, not the border, right? The border is only around this div, while the font size gets inherited. And in here, of course, we can do things like style is equal to color red. Now this will just change the text color to red, as you can see there. Okay, now that's enough CSS and stuff, because we still have to get to CSS and whatnot. But the main point here is divs allow you to split your website into multiple little boxes, and in these boxes can contain their own elements and stuff like that. Div is basically like a version of the body tag. That's basically what div is. Now let's talk about span. Now spans, just like divs, kind of contains something. For let's example say here we have a piece of text. If we have it here and we have a lorem. So this is our piece of text here, right? Now the problem with this piece of text is, let's say we want to change the color of this right here. How will we go about that? Yes, we can maybe add an I tag here, but that will make it italic. So if we want to change the color, but we use an I tag, so you go like this and say style is equal to color red, just some basic CSS just to change color red. As you can see, it becomes italic. Okay, so let's change it to B to make it bold and change the color. But that will make it bold. So you're still with the same problem. Let's make it U. And you should turn it to U. There, auto renaming. But now it will be underlined. But we just want to change the color. Why is it such a big problem? Well, that's where the span tag comes in. Here we can say span. And this span tag basically means put this little piece of text here in its own little div. So span is like a little version of div, where span gets used with pieces of text, like small pieces of text, and div gets used with massive blocks of code. Because you won't really want to put a div inside of a p tag. It's kind of weird. So you'd rather use a span. And this can also be very nice when you work with programming like JavaScript and you want to maybe put some text here. For example, I am, and you want to put like a name here. Well, a way to tell JavaScript a name should come here is by saying span, and then just leave the span empty and go ID is equal to name. Now we still have to talk about a lot of this, like ID, we still have to talk about it, you don't have to worry about it. But what we can now do is we can use JavaScript to target this ID with name, and then put some text inside of here. That is where span can be really useful. It's kind of out of the scope of this video, so I'm not going to cover that, like using JavaScript, because JavaScript is something else entirely. But you kind of get the point. So div and span is kind of like containers for things. So where div contains massive blocks of code, and this can even include span, and where span includes like pieces of text or very small blocks of code. So yeah. So basically we have the basic code tag. So we just do that. We have a code tag. And this will allow us to insert some code that the user can later see. And this code can be like actual programming code or something in that sense. For example, let's say let x equals 10, and this is valid JavaScript code. As you can see, it's let x equals 10. We can even maybe put a p tag here and say, look at this cool JS code. You see there, and it looks a little bit different. And let's go here and say let y equals 5. And as you can see there, it says let y equals 5. Take note, it does put it all on the same line. This is a feature that actually comes with code. If you want to break it up, you'll have to use either the pre tag or the br tag. And you can see right there, that will also break it up. Now you'll notice that I said you can either use the br tag or the pre tag. Now, the pre tag is a little bit different than the br tag. It basically covers the entire block of code you want to pre. For example, if we do this, then that will do. Basically what it does, it pre-formats the code for us. So how the code is formatted within this pre-tag is kind of how it's going to be the whole time. Meaning this code is going to actually look exactly like this on the page. So if I save this, it's going to be tabbed in and everything. The change here is we don't have to use the BR tag to split these two up. But what we do have to do now is this. And that will keep it like that. If you don't like this massive space here at the top, then you need to do this. And here at the bottom as well, you might want to do it too. And you also have to do this, just like that. It looks pretty ugly, but that will also remove any extra spaces. And of course, you want to add another thing here, for example, console.log x plus y. Still 100% valid JavaScript code. As you can see here, it works. If you want to add an extra space there, it works. This is a great way to showcase code on your website because now you can just do the code normally without having to worry. If you actually have to indent something, for example, let's say you do this, which usually means you'd have to indent, and you can say, so you can see 100% it keeps the formatting, which is great. So that's the nice thing about using pre with code. So you can either use this or you can use the BR tag and some very nasty workarounds in order to get spaces and tabs. So yeah, that's how to show basic code on the website. Of course, we're not finished yet. There's a lot of other things we can do. Sometimes you don't just necessarily want to show code. You might want to show a keyboard code. For example, a keyboard like input the user can do. For example, let's go here and say to save this file, press Ctrl plus S. And just to make it look a bit easier to read, we can split it up like that. And we can start this with a capital C. Okay, there we go. To save this file, press Ctrl plus S. The thing is, the user can't really recognize that this is a number. Neither can, or that this is a keyboard input. Neither can the computer. Or while just looking at it, you know, a normal person can read and they can figure it out. But a computer, they're going to read and they're not going to know anything. And a person as well, if they're just going to scroll quickly through your page, they're not going to know either. What you can do then is you can use the KBD, basically the keyboard tag. And you just wrap it inside the keyboard tag, and now it will change looks as well. So that will indicate to the user, hey, this is probably some sort of key press you have to do. So if they're just going to scroll quickly through your web page, they can notice this. And then for a computer, since it's using the KBD tag, it will be like, oh, so there's a keyboard command or keyboard shortcut or whatnot you have to use here. So if someone uses a computer to read for them, they can be like, keyboard shortcut, Ctrl S. Instead of just saying press Ctrl S, they can use press keyboard shortcut, Ctrl S, or something like that. So we have this, right? So it just gives us basically this. Now, what if we wanted to show the user the output they'll be getting as well? Well, that would be fairly simple. What we can do is we can just go here and say P, the program output, right? And of course you can do something like that to represent the terminal. You can do that, and here we can say 15 because, you know, 10 plus 5, that's 15. And now you'll see this. But to the user and yet again the computer, this will just be like, what's that supposed to mean? So what we can do is we can say samp for sample, for kind of like sample code in a sense. And then of course we can do that, or it would be actually better to go and I believe this would be GT instead of that. Anyhow, we can do that, and now we'll see this. It's a little bit different formatting, but it also kind of shows that this is an output or something of that sense. Or you can also maybe go here and say, and here we can say sum, and that will be the actual output. So yeah, that's how to kind of show a sample of the output they'll be getting. Now, in programming, you have a thing called variables. This right here, that is a variable. A variable just basically contains something. I'm not going to explain too much about what a variable does, because if you don't really know what it does yet, you don't have to worry too much about it. Because, you're probably not going to use this feature a lot if you don't know what a variable is yet. But basically, this is a variable. That X, that's a variable. Now, you can also reference a variable or talk about a variable in code. For example, the variable. And here we can specify a variable. For example, X is 10. If you do this and save, you'll notice it says the variable X is 10. Yet again, same thing as before. The computer won't know a difference. We won't know a difference. But what we can do is we can say var. And the var one allows us to specify that this is a variable. Do that, and as you can see, there's X. This variable is also great for if you want to do something like mathish, because as you can see, it does make it look a little bit mathish there as well. So this could be like a variable in math. So we did basically showing how to do keyboard things, how to do code, pre, samples, and var. And that's the basic of working with code in a website. Usually if you work with code, this is the most you'll use. There's probably more things you can use, but this is probably the most common of them all. You won't really see other ones floating around very often. Because sometimes you just need to have a symbol in your code, but it's a little bit difficult getting it in there. For example, let's say we want to have the greater than sign symbol in our code to maybe tell someone how to code in HTML. For example, we say code, the body tag looks like this. And now here we can say body, and there we go. Now you'll notice we can't see anything, and that's a problem. So that is where special characters comes in, or HTML symbols. By using an ampersand, this means escape. We can then use, for example, GT to say greater than, or LT to say less than. So now, if we were to save, you'll see we have a less than symbol here. Same here, if we were to say and LT, semicolon, let's take note, it's and, then it's the text, and then it's a semicolon. That's a code. Then you'll notice we finally have two tags without a problem. So that is where symbols comes in very useful. So I'm going to teach you some of the more basic symbols and common symbols you might use. Okay, so we can start by just declaring a p tag, and we can do a few here. Now there's three types of symbols. First is the easy one I love using, where you just say and, a word, so euro for example, euro is spelled like that, and then semicolon. This one is pretty simple, it gives you an euro and you can see it's an euro. The next one is one that's a bit more common than the last one, but also a bit more difficult to read, so coworkers might be like, what the heck is that? By saying and hashtag 8364 semicolon, this will also give you an error symbol, but it uses, I believe, ASCII values to get that. So yeah, you can use this. It would be the ASCII value, if I'm not mistaken, it would be. And then the last one is probably the most uncommon one you'll see, and it is an and symbol, hashtag x20ac. This would be hexadecimal. I can't read hexadecimal. I can barely read ASCII, so to me it always makes sense to rather use the text, and that's why I always encourage other people to use text instead of ASCII or hexadecimal, because these two are just confusing and you have to go search up what it is if you can't go and see what it is. So yeah, those are the three methods to get it, and I'm going to show you a bunch of ways how you can get these in your code, a bunch of symbols that you might want to use. However, I'm only going to show you the text versions because I want to encourage you to only use the text version if possible. So if you want to use the other, you'll have to search up what you have to use those others. But I'm going to use the text. So there's a bunch of characters you might be interested in. For example, the for all. That's like this upside down A. Another one you might be interested in is exist. You see right there. It's like a backwards E. I have no idea what that means. Then you have the NABLA, which is like an upside down delta. I have no idea what that means, but it looks very interesting. There's a bunch of these. I'm not going to cover all of them because there's a full box of them, but this is all math things, and I don't know a lot of math, so to me it's a little bit confusing. If you know things like alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, and zeta, or if I'm pronouncing that last one right, then these will be kind of useful. For example, gamma. That will give you gamma. Delta. That will give you delta. Now here is some of the more interesting ones. For example, copy. If you want to copyright something, then there's like a copy. For example, 2002, for example, copy at 2002. That's pretty interesting, right? What about if something is registered? That can be reg. And as you can see, it's like a little R in a circle. And what if you want to trademark something? For example, Steve's teacher, and we can just say TM. Is it TM? No, it's trade. There we go. Steve's teacher trademarked. And in some of the things I like to use most on my websites is like little arrows showing up, down, left, right. I love using that in tutorials, in websites. I love it. So what we can do is we can use LR and let's just remove these, and we can throw all of them in here at once. So I'm just going to copy this 4 times, and I'm just going to space them out via spaces so you can notice the difference. Next one would be, instead of LR, it would be UR. So it would be left, up, so left arrow, up arrow, down arrow, and right arrow. As you can see there, left, up, down, right. And then let's say you want to add like a little heart. You want to make a website for your loved one, and you want to like put a little heart on the website. You can just do hearts. And there you go, little heart. And yeah, that's the basics of some of the most commonly used characters you'll see or use on your website. So this tutorial will be talking about lists, although I did want to show you something cool. You can create your own progress bar in HTML by just saying progress, give it a minimum value, a maximum value, and then where the progress bar should be. You can almost think of this as a percentage, because 0 or 35 of 100 is 35%. This is a percentage, just take note, but in a sense you can think of it like that. So if I were to make this 50, then as you can see now it's 50. And we can also increase this to, let's say, be 1,000, and it starts at 90. Now, let's say we make this 190. Then as you see, it will be there because it starts at 90. We made it 190. So yeah, that's something interesting you might want to take note of. Not really very big topics, so I'm not going to cover it too much. So, in this video, we're going to be talking about lists. There are 3 types of lists I'm going to be talking about: the ordered list, the unordered list, and the details list. Let's start with unordered lists. They are the most simple of the bunch. UL, meaning unordered list. Now this basically contains a list. So if we were to say LI, inside of this, which means unordered list, and then list item, that's what that means. L for list and then I for items. Then here we can say, for example, what's my favorite candy? And we could say lollipop. And if we save, we get one list item with a little dot there. Then here we could do something, and let's say add another candy, I don't really eat sweets, so this is difficult. Cookies. And you see there, I do love my cookies, so let's move them up just because. Anyhow, so yeah, this is just a basic list. You can have as many of them as you want, and as you can see, they'll add the lists underneath each other with these little there. Now, a nice thing about unordered lists are that you can kind of style them. For example, this is more something you'll notice in CSS, but you can do this if you wanted to. By going style is equal to, and here we can say list style type. And then let's say we say disk. Disk is of course what we see here. That's a little circle. That's a disk. Then we can say circle, which is basically the same, but it's not filled. So it's a circle, but it's an empty circle. So it's white on the inside and with a black stroke here around it. We also have square, and this will just make it a square. So it's up to you what you think looks the best and feels the best. But take note, you can also have lists within lists. Before I forget to mention that. Let's say we have a list here. Now inside of this list we'll have a UL, and inside of this list we have another list item. And here we can maybe specify our favorite foods. Pizza. And bread, I guess. As you can see, we have a list inside of a list. Let's just remove this, so there. As you can see, now it's this list, and then it starts with something extra. You can also specify something. For example, here you can say foods, and now it looks like that, which I think is pretty neat. Okay, now that's pretty cool. Now let's talk about ordered lists. Now they're very similar to unordered lists, with the only difference really being that they have been numbered. So ordered list, OL for ordered list, and then the same with a normal list, we have an LI tag. And here we can say steps you should do when installing Linux. So we start out by Googling the distro. So Google distro. Okay, then we download the OS, and then after we download the OS, we install it. So install. Boom. So first, Google the distro. Second, download the operating system. And in three, install the operating system. Simple as that. Now with this you can also have like lists within lists. For example, here we can say more steps, and in whoa, and in here we can just create an ordered list, and here we can specify whatever, and you see now there's more steps. You can also make this an unordered list, so you can specify unordered lists and ordered lists within unordered and ordered lists. So if this was unordered, you could make this an ordered list. So it's up to you what you do. But yeah. So you can have an unordered list inside of an ordered list, and you can have an ordered list inside of an unordered list. We can also specify the types here. So instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, we can do something such as type. So here if we say 1, which is the default, it basically just counts. I want a reword to make this 2. Will it start from 2? Nope. A number basically just means it will use a number here. Then we also have something like A for uppercase letters. So A, B, C. So this has to be an uppercase A, because a lowercase a will specify lowercase letters. We also have L. We also have capital I mean, for Roman numerals. So of course, the more you add here, the more this will go Roman, you know. And then of course we have a lowercase I, which will just specify lowercase Roman numerals. If you were to specify the number, so let's say if we were to remove this type here, then we get that, you might want to start from a specific number. So then we can say start, and we can make that, let's say 60. That starts at 60. So that's ordered lists. This is basically used kind of to describe something. So DL for description list. And we can say DT, this could be like the name we want to specify here. So JavaScript. And then let's say DD. DD will basically describe it. So DT is, so the description term, that's what the T is for, term. DD is the description. So in case, a description list, description term, and then description. And in here we can specify a cool programming language. And now we have this, JavaScript, a cool programming language. And of course we can have more here. So let's just go like this. And see, we can have more. Then here we can maybe say something like HTML. Create web page. There you go. As simple as that. Now there is an alternative to this. So let's say you might be giving yourself some flashcards. So instead of having this right here, you might want to hide this description here. Well, to do that, you have something called a details tag. Then here we can have a summary, which is basically the same as this DT here. So let's say JavaScript. And then you have a P tag, which will basically be the same as this DD tag here. So I'm going to copy that, paste that there. Now this isn't necessarily a list, so you'll have to, if you want more, you'll have to copy and paste this details. And in here you could specify, let's say HTML, and then yet again, design web page. Boom. Now we have this. If we click on that little play button, we can see a cool programming language. Click it again and it will be hidden. Same with HTML. So it's very similar to the description list. Difference is this isn't a list, but it was so similar to a description list, I decided, what the heck, why not explain it as well. Now tables is basically a very easy way to get things into rows and columns. So it starts by creating a table tag, and then you have a TR, which means table row. So for every row, you will use a TR tag. And then inside of this, you can have multiple TD tags for table data. For example, let's say Monday. And then we go underneath it and say, so that day you made $44, right? And then in the next row, we can do this. And we're going to do every day of the week because it's just a very tedious process. And in here, we can say Wednesday. And we can just make that minus one, otherwise it's just going to be a very long typing. And in here, we can say you make $10. Now, if you save it, you'll notice we have rows and columns where these, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, is all underneath each other. And then here we have values. So basically, this is a row. So every TR, that's a row. So that's this right here. Then this is what comes first, and this is what comes second. And of course, the more you add, the more there will be. So in this case, everyone that's first will be underneath each other, and everyone that's last will be underneath each other. They do kind of go underneath each other like that. So if one is longer than the rest, then the entire table will become longer, or that entire column will become longer to be able to support all of these being in a nice column right here. So it's not like this is here and then the $100 is here and then the $10 is also here. No, they will all be like this, neatly in columns. And of course you can add more. So if we add another one there, you'll see we get another $44. So yeah, and they don't have to be equal, you know, one can have more than the other, but usually it's recommended to keep them equal as much as possible. But, you know, if your program or your website doesn't require it, then there's no reason to have them equal then. So yeah, that's the most basic version of a table you can get. You can, however, also get, and let's create another table row here, a TH tag for table header. Now this is kind of like a title for a column in a table. So here we can say day of week. And we can create another one. money made. Money. As you can see, we have day of week, which is right here, and then money made, which is here. And these here, they don't have any titles, so they don't have anything here. They're just kind of like there, unless we add something there. So let's actually just make this like that, just so it looks a bit better. So day, money, and then here we can maybe say tax, because tax is very high. Now you'll see something like this. So it's just a kind of a nice way to create tables and rows, or rows and columns. We also have a caption option, so if you want to give your table a caption, it is possible. So caption, and here we can say money made weekly. Now you have a caption here that says money made weekly, and then here you have all your table data. And we can even add a few more extra here, so you can see it does stay kind of nicely in line as it should. Like as you see, it always kind of stays in the center. And that's what the caption does, it stays in the center for the table. Okay, so I'm going to delete a few of these tags because it's very long. And then you have 3 more tags I want to talk about. The table head tag, the table body tag, and the table foot tag. These are to allow you to kind of be able to differentiate between the different parts of your table. For example, T-head would be the table head tag. That means we will want to move that TR into it, because this is the header. If we save this, nothing's going to change. But you will know everything inside of here is part of the header, this right here. You'll know that. You also have a T body tag, and you'll know everything inside of here is part of the body. So let's move that there. As you can see, nothing changed, but you know this is the entire body. And if you want to hide the entire body, you can just do that if your IDE supports that. You can fold that entire block there, which doesn't change the code, it just hides whatever inside here. And then you have your T footer, or just foot. And this means it's the end of the table. So here it can be like, we can be like TR, and then TD, and then we can say weekly payout or something. And in here we can say how much we made. So in this case, we made about 44,110. I'm not going to declare the tax. So that's 154. But as you can see, it doesn't change anything on the table. However, it is there to make it easier for you and probably screen readers as well to kind of differentiate between parts of a table. So you know this is going to be the head of the table. It's this part right here. This is going to be the body. So it's this part right here. This is going to be the footer. So it's going to be this part right here. You can of course use a little bit of CSS to make it look better. For example, let's say style and then width 100%, which just means stretch the amount of width possible, you know. So as you can see, it stretches 100% now. And then of course, if you were to make it 50%, now it will only stretch 50% of the website with the web page. So you can use styling to make it better. And then for example, border 1px solid black. And this will give you a nice border that's 1 pixel solid and black, as you can see there. Of course, we're not going to jump too deep into this because this is an HTML course, not a CSS course. So I'm not going to continue too deeply inside of this. So next up we can look at col, span, and a few others. So let's remove the styling here because why do we need it right now? As you can see there, styling is gone. Now let's say we wanted this weekly payout to be 2 columns in width instead of 1, because currently it just looks kind of weird if it's like this. So let's actually make it that long. So here we can say col span, and this means column span. And here we can say, let's say 2. As you can see, now it spans 2 columns. But as you can see, there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. So let's make it span 4 columns and let this be at the 5th column. Now you can see there's a total. So we could even, if we wanted to, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and if we had a 5th one here, we can even say something like total. As you can see, now the totals will be displayed here. And that's another way you can just make the entire table look 10 times better. You can also do the same with a row. For example, let's say we wanted to make go here, and we wanted to make Wednesday span 2 rows. So we can say row span 2. And I believe that should not have an R in front of it. And that's my bad. That should not be on the row there. It should actually be on the data point here. And you go like that. Now, once you have this, you can of course go like this and add another TR. And now that TR is there, you'll see something like this, where there are 2 columns with 1 here. Of course, I don't think this has to be on a TH. And you see it does work on a TD, but it also makes sense to put it on a TH. But you can put it on a TD as well, and it will still span 2 rows, as you can see here. So both of these are actually part of this row right here. So this is 1 row. And we can see that by going here and saying style is equal to border 1px solid black. And that, as you can see, it spans 2 whole rows. So yeah, that is the absolute basics on tables. We have covered a lot here. For example, the T head, which is optional, you don't have to do it. The caption, yet again, optional, you don't have to use it. The table headers, optional, don't have to use it, but it is recommended to use it. Table rows, which just allows you to create rows that goes from left to right. And then table data, which allows you to create columns that allows you to fill those rows. So first we have the header. Not to be confused with the head. The head and the header are 2 completely different things. The header tag means it's basically the top of the web page. It's the title. It's the website. Basically the H1 of the website will go in here and be like so this is a topic about fishing in the north. I don't know how to spell hemisphere, so I'm just going to say north. So basically it's the page title, and maybe let's say a P tag underneath it saying some extra info about the title. There we go. It doesn't do anything special. This is more for machines. We as humans don't really care too much about this, but it's great for machines because now if you get like a reader or something to read this, they will know, okay, so this right here, that is the header. That's the head section of the website. It will contain the main title, and it will contain the branding maybe, and the logo, and things like that. Then, usually, underneath it, you will have a nav. The nav is used as a navigation bar. So, here we can do something such as an unordered list and say home, and maybe, I don't know, store. And let's see, one more could be a good idea. Share and donate. Like this could be the navigation to the rest of your website. Now this can usually be multiple ways of implementing navigation. For in this scenario, it's more about the navigation tag itself. When you go to a website, you'll notice they have a navigation. For example, if I go to Odyssey, then here, if we were to just full screen this, here is their nav. It's their navigation. Here is their header. It contains their logo. And in this case, their search bar, notifications, your coins, everything. That's what's happening here. Same with if you maybe search up something such as Afrikaans rugby players. Here we go. Wikipedia. This is actually just where I wanted to go. I didn't know what to Google. And in here, you'll notice here is kind of like their navigation. You have your main page, your content. This would be their nav. This right here. As for their header, that could possibly be this part right here. I feel when I start teaching you PHP or some sort of language that allows you to create dynamic websites, you'll understand this more. But just for now, just note that basically this would be the header, this would be the nav because this is the navigation. Same here, this would be the header because it's on the top of the website, and this would be the navigation because it allows you to go places. And that's what's going on here. Okay, next up we have the article section. Now this would be like the main page section. It will contain all of the things in the article and whatnot. And then that's it, this is the main part. Then inside of it, you'll have a bunch of sections. This is to split all of the sections of the article apart from each other. Because here we can say, some time ago, but nobody really cares, right? And then on the next part, this would be like the next paragraph almost, or more like the next section. It's a bit more than just a paragraph. So yeah, let's go like that. And here we can go create another p tag, because they can have multiple p tags. It isn't really limited to one or something like that. You can have a bunch of them. So it's just basically an article tag, but it contains a section inside of it. And every section contains all of the content relevant to that section of the website. For example, let's say the first section explains what is phishing in 5 paragraphs. Then those 5 paragraphs will be about what is phishing. Then the next section will contain 2 paragraphs about what feeders to use to catch the fish. That's this. You can think of a section almost as a div. It doesn't serve the entirely same purpose as a div, because a div is more wide. It has a bigger range of things you can do, while a section is more for just text. It's just basically for text. Now this article right here, it can also be replaced with main, because it's the main content of the website. So it can either be article or main. It doesn't really matter. It's just kind of that you use this to show someone, or to show the robot reading this, that this is the main section of your website. The main content will go inside of here. And then here you could just replace that with maybe a div instead of a section, or you can keep it a section. It doesn't matter, as long as the main content goes in main or article. And yet again, I'm just going to repeat myself here, because you don't have to have a header. You don't have to have a nav. You don't have to have an article or a main tag in your website. You don't need these, although it is good practice to have them, because once a robot wants to read your website, they can easily see this is the main section, this is the main article, this is the ads, this is the navigation, this is the header, this is the footer. So these are optional. You don't need them, but it's good practice to include them. And then yet again, if we were to go to Odyssey to show you an example of where it gets used, this would be the main tag right here, because it contains the main content of the website. Future Steve here. So I just want to also tell you something, because I forgot to mention this. But if this is the main tag, right, this whole page is basically the main tag, then this part right here, before this view more and below this we have big plans for 2022, these right here, that would be a section. Then this pop culture would be its own section until view more, so this would be its section. Education would be a section. So it's a way to split up your web page. That's just something you want to take note of. Now back to the video. And in here, this would be the article or the main tag, because it contains the main stuff of the website. And this would also be a nav tag. This might even be an aside tag, which we'll get to in a second. And then yet again here would be main, and in fact, I think this could even be considered part of the header, because it's not part of the main content. Or if you use an article, this could just be part of a section. Anyhow, you didn't have to worry too much about structuring this out or whatnot. Just know that you can use these tags to basically make your website more beautiful for robots. Then you have an aside tag. Now, the aside tag is basically for extra information, like related links, or for example, this right here. this can be the aside tag because it has related links. It's not navigation to the rest of the website. Like this would take you to another place in the website. So there you see we are now at the same web page, but just at a different location. This right here will take you off of the web page to something else. So this would be the aside. Here, I don't know, do we have an aside? We might have an aside, but I have no idea. Most of this just seems to me, yeah, I don't know if we have an aside here. But yeah, so, whoa, my bad. So yeah, the aside is just for extra links. It's basically like a second nav. This can also contain like extra content that is related or extra information. You know, you could also maybe put like an ad in there or something whatnot. This is just a side. It's like something extra on the page. People usually don't need to see it. It's optional for them to see it, but it is on the page if they want to see it. So here you can maybe put something like best fish to try and catch is the ball python. There we go. So there we go. As you can see, it doesn't really change anything in terms of styling or whatnot, but it's just on the side. And then last but not least, we have the footer, and arguably the most important part of the web page, the one you'll probably be using the most. This is for information like copyright, privacy policies, terms of use, maybe like related links to this article as well. Anything that you might want to put at the end of your web page can go here. So we could maybe say create an unordered list with links inside of them. So here we go, and then we can say home and I don't know, share. So almost the same as that. And then here we can go more about us. There we go, more about us. And then afterwards we can go and create a p tag. We can say and copy, and here we can say 2022. And there you go. Now we have a footer. It's for the end of the web page. It is to share more things. It is kind of to close off. You'll notice this the most when you go to a website is the footer. And here, for example, I believe if we were to go to the whole end of the website, there we go. This is considered the footer of the web page. Privacy policy, about Wikipedia, disclaimers. Here is the copyright things that you might want to know about, the cookies, the developers, whatnot. And I don't know, Odyssey may have, but I can't confirm it. Let's go look here. And yes, they do. Here is their footer. Community guidelines for you can ask questions, support, terms, privacy policy. It's at the whole end of the website. Usually it's at the bottom. Not always, because some websites has an infinite scrolling feature where basically you can scroll and scroll and scroll forever and they'll just provide you with more content. Websites such as YouTube or Kitsu has this. Like if you go to the YouTube homepage, you can basically scroll down forever. You won't just find the end. So they don't have a footer at the bottom of their webpage. Same with Kitsu. They basically have an infinite scroll. So it's very difficult to actually get to the end. So yeah, that is the footer. And these are just the ones I wanted to talk about today because it contains some useful things you might want to know more about. So the header, basically anything that's on the top of the web page. The nav for the navigation on the web page. The main or article. This is for the main content of the web page. Div or section is to split your content into multiple items, multiple parts. Aside, things that can go on the side of the web page. It's not required to be on the web page, but it is on the side if you want to read that extra information. The footer, what's on the bottom of the web page, including like copyright stuff mostly and links for the developers and whatnot. Not all web pages need this structure though. You should just take that as note. Some websites just don't need it. it depends on what your website is and what your website's needs are. If you're on a website, you literally need a header and then directly underneath it a navigation, and then on the side an article, and on this side and a side, you then do it. But if your website doesn't need it, most thing you need to know is just that these tags exist. If you can use them, then do. Instead of just making this a div at the end of your website, make it a footer. Because then a screen reader will know, okay, I don't have to read this last part because it's the footer. It's just a bunch of links and unnecessary information. Same with aside. Aside might be an optional to read. Main is what we're mostly interested in, so let's read that. That is the basics. So this tutorial will be a little bit difficult to make because usually when we talk about classes and IDs, we usually talk about them inside of CSS. But we don't really know CSS. We know some basics like changing the font color, but that's about it. We don't really know a lot about it because this is an HTML course. So I'm going to leave a lot of this to be covered inside of the CSS and inside of the Bootstrap course. So for right now, I'm just going to cover the basics of when you should use them, and I'll also give a little bit of a CSS example here as well. So first, what is a class? Let's create maybe a paragraph tag here and just give it some lorem. Now here I'm going to say class is equal to important text. Now, it doesn't do anything to your code or to what the user sees. Although if you were to right click and just say inspect, you will see it has a class of important text. So it does something in the code, but it doesn't do anything for the user. The user can't see it, it doesn't do anything. And multiple p tags can have the same class. That is completely possible, even if the p tags contain different content. So why would we want to use a class? Well, sometimes you want to apply styling to a specific element, and this styling might be used on another element as well. That's why I say this is a lot to do with CSS. So let me actually create a p tag here and a p tag here, and these two p tags will not contain any classes. Like that. So we have 5 p tags. 2 or 3 with classes and then 2 without classes. Now I'm going to quickly add some styling here by saying style. And I'm going to use the basics that we already know. So if I were to say p, and in brackets I would just say color, and I'll say red. And this will make all of the p tags red. Because we're saying take the p tag, so here the p tag, and make the color of it red, and this will change the text color. We save it, and then the text color is red. But sometimes you don't want this to happen on every single p tag. And take note, you can use classes on more than just p tags. I'm just kind of giving an example with it. But let's say you only want this to happen whenever it has this important text class. Well then, instead of saying p, you can say dot important text. When you say save, then as you can see, only the p tags with important text as a class has red text. So that is why we use classes. It's for if you want to apply styling to more than one item. So this is a very big thing in the CSS, so we won't go too deep in it, but just know you can use classes on any element and it will apply styling that has been applied with CSS to whichever element that is. So I could even put this important text class, I could put it on this h1 even though it's not a p tag. Save it, and now the h1 is also red. You can also add multiple classes by adding a space and then, for example, big let me just make that a B. And then if you go here and say dot big, then here you can say font size, which will change the font size. And let's say 99 px for pixels. Now you'll have a big text wherever it has this big. If I were to remove that big and put it here, then now this will be big. So that's classes. We're not going to dive any deeper because this isn't the CSS course. Cool. Now let me remove all of these p tags. Now next up we have the ID attribute. Now the ID attribute is very, very similar to the class attribute. They are basically the same. However, the difference is there can only be one ID that's being used. For example, if I were to say on this H1, my ID, and then I were to have another H1, I am not allowed to use that same ID. I will have to say my ID1 or my ID2. Same for if I had a P tag and not an H1 tag, so P. Then I'll have to say ID3 or change this to something else, like para for paragraph. So that's the main difference. They do the same thing. However, with an ID, you can only assign that ID to one thing. And once it has been assigned, you're not allowed to assign it to something else. If you want to do styling with an ID, you can use an hashtag instead of a dot. And you can say my ID. And in here you can say color. And let's make it purple. Now, as you can see, the color is purple. If we were to remove this too from that my ID, you'll notice it still works on both the tags. However, you should not do this. An ID is specifically created to only work with one item, and that item alone. You do not want to have multiple tags with the same ID. So always try and keep your IDs different. And that's the basics. That is what an ID is, that's what a class is, and that's what you use them for. And yeah, that's it. So in this tutorial, we'll be covering SVGs, or in other words, Scalable Vector Graphics. I'm not going to cover everything, and I'm not going to cover it in depth. Mainly because I feel SVGs is a topic entirely on its own. So I'm only going to cover the basics, such as drawing a circle and drawing a rectangle, and then I think that's where I'm going to leave it. But if you want to learn more, you can either go to WeSchools or you can Google it and you can find for yourself what else you can do. What is an SVG? A scalable vector graphic. So you have normal things like an image. I can actually see if I can open up some sort of image for you. Lucky for you, I always keep an image on hand. If I were to go here and zoom in to this, let's say this 13 right here, you'll notice the more I zoom in, the uglier it gets. And that is because with PNGs, JPEGs, all of these image formats, it uses pixels. And pixels, whilst they are pretty nice, they're not very accurate on the end of the day. Or they can't be very high quality, because the higher quality it is, the higher quality or the higher the image size should be. So for example, instead of being 1 megabyte, if you want to be able to zoom in a lot, then it's going to have to be 13 megabytes as an example. But with an SVG, you can use math to draw things for you. So you can zoom in as much as you want without ever losing quality. An example I want to show you before I get started with it is here. This is code by Deny from Solo Learn. He actually gave me permission to use this in a different video, but now you can't search up people's usernames anymore, so I don't know how to find it. But this is Deny on Solo Learn's code. And let's just add some styling, and you didn't have to code along here, it's just to show you an example. Now, I know a lot of my viewers likes anime. So one cool thing here is we can have an SVG anime eye. This is entirely done with CSS and SVG. If we zoom in, we can zoom in as much as we want, but we'll never actually get to the point where it can be considered low quality. So as you can see, the more I zoom in, the more it's fine. I can't actually zoom in any more than this, but as you can see, you don't really lose any quality, and that's because it uses math. It uses math to figure out what all of these are. So yeah. Now that's just an example. We're not going to code something that complex because it will take a while, but if you want to code along, I do have a video where I do code this out by hand. So yeah, if you want to follow along, then you can go watch that video. Anyhow, so that's just an example. Now let's do some basics of it. Now you can do that easily by saying SVG, and this should be in its own little thing. And inside of this SVG, you can specify what type of item you want, what type of shape. For example, a circle. And I actually have to... There we go. Now they're actually self-closing, so we can do that. Now this will allow you to draw a circle. Now you can set the radius, and let's make the radius something like 40. As you can see, we get a weird-ish circle there, but we can move that because there is a real circle there. It's just that the center of the circle is at the top of our web page. So we can move it by saying CX, so the circle X or the center X, whichever you prefer. And let's go 100. As you can see, now it has been moved here. Because remember, this is X and this is Y. Now we can also go CY for circle Y. And we can change that to 100. And that will move it up and down, as you can see here. So X moves it from left to right. Y moves it from up to down. And there's our circle. We can change things such as the circle color by saying fill, and let's make it green. Now we have a green circle. We can give it a little bit of a stroke, so stroke, and let's make the stroke color equal to, I don't know, pink. That sounds cool. Now you can't really see it, but if you were to say stroke width and make that equal to, let's say 4, then you'll see a little pink outline. That's a bit difficult to see, so let's go red. There we go. So now it has a red outline. And you can change it to fit your preference. So yeah, that's the basics of drawing a circle with SVG. So as you can see, it's not that difficult. If you are willing to spend enough time in something like this, you could code some really cool SVGs. The same with a rectangle. We can code a rect. So let's go here and say, instead of circle, we can go rect. And in here, we can of course also say the width and the height. Because remember, unlike with a circle where the radius determines everything, with a rectangle, the width and the height determines it. So width 400, height 200, and you'll get a black square. You can of course change the color by going fill, and let's go blue. And there you go, it's blue. And you can do the stroking again if you want and whatnot. You can also limit the SVG sizes. So let's say you want to limit yourself to a specific size on the page. You can do something like width is equal to, and I think these are also pixels. Don't know what the measurements are, but I believe these are also pixels. So this should be about 200 pixels or something. So let's say we make it the width 200 and we make the height equal to 400. That's perfectly fine. As you can see, this can only go up until 200 and width before it gets cut off. But the height can go up until 400. So let's make that 300 and let's make this 150 like that. As you can see, now it works nicely. However, if we were to change this to 200 instead of 400, as you can see, it will get cut off again. So you can use this to also set a specific size for your SVG. Cool. So what is a form? A form is basically what you use to send data somewhere. So let's say I have an whole application, like a whole YouTube website. Now, let's say I upload my video. Now, I need to upload my video into a form. Or let's actually make it even easier. Let's go here and search twitter.com. So when I see this right here, that's a form that takes a text input. If I go here and say hello world, then this will actually be able to be confirmed as a form. I can add an image to the form. I can add a GIF, a smiley, basically anything. This is a very customized form, as you'll see as we go on. It's very customized. But when I say tweet, it sends this data to somewhere where we don't have to worry about now. It's called the backend. But we don't have to worry about the backend just yet. We'll get to that later. So it sends this to the backend. The backend stores it inside of the database. The database then later sends this data back to us. So if I say tweet, this was sent and to the database. And now it's being displayed to me from the database. And that's the form. Once we say tweet, it sends it to the backend. That is basically what a form does. It's very basic. And we're not going to do anything with databases or the backend in this tutorial. So don't worry about it. Those things are a bit complex for our current skill level. So first we have a form. Now we're not going to talk about the action just yet. But this is a form. Once we have this and we save, we're not going to see anything. But we can put things inside of it. For example, a select. So here we have two things that are given to us. We have a name and we have an ID. We can actually say friends and friends in both of them. It doesn't matter that they're the same. Now this names right here is something you're mostly going to be working with once you get to the backend. This name allows you to kind of link the data with each other. So when you say I want the data of friends, this name right here, not the ID but the name, then it will send all of the data inside of the select to you. So you didn't really have to worry about this right now. So for right now, I'm going to actually just delete that because we didn't need it. We'll be needing that once we get to the backend. But you can still add it to your forms and stuff. It works perfectly fine. Now this ID we'll be using a bit later. If you haven't seen my video on IDs, I highly recommend you do. So yeah. Then in here, this select statement takes something that's called an option. Now this option contains a bunch of values for us. So here I can say Jack, and then what the user sees, we can say is Jack, my friend. So when we send the data to the backend, this is the data that's going to be sent back, this value. This here is what the user will see. So we won't receive this in the backend. We will receive this value here. So it's very important to take note what the value is, because the value is what we'll see once we want to work with this data in the backend. However, this is what the user will see. They won't see this. Now we can do this. If we save this, we'll see a little thing like this. Jack, my friend. If we click on it, we have options to choose from. Let's actually zoom in a bit here. There we go. We have options to choose from. So we have Jack, my friend, Nick, my friend, or Sally, my friend. And then we can select which one we want. So this is what the select does. It allows us to create a form thing like this, where you can select from a drop-down item. Now, let's say you want to make Nick the default one by default. So the selected one by default. You can then just say selected. If you do that and save it, you'll see Nick is now by default selected. If I refresh, it's going to be Nick. If I were to remove this, it will just take the first one in the list, and that's Jack. So you can use selected to say which one should be selected by default. You can also do something such as here with select. You can say size is equal to, and let's say 2. Now if we do this, you can actually see there's a little scrolling now. So it's no longer a drop down, but a scroll down. And then the size you set here is how many values it will show at once. In this case, if we say 3, it will show 3 at once. If we say 1, it's going to be a drop down. If we say 2, it's going to show 2. The more values we add here, of course, if we go like this, and we make this 4, then now, as you can see, it does show everything, but only 4 at a time. So you can use the size to say how much a specific person can see. Now, let's say you want the person to be able to select multiple at a time. So let's actually bring size back here. We make it 2. And we say multiple, just like that. Now, when you say this, the user is allowed to select more than one. So we go here and there. But if you say control, so if you hold control and you click somewhere, it allows you to select more. Let's actually change the size back because I think it will be easier to see it like this. Yes. So now you can select multiple. If you hold control, so take note, you do have to hold control, otherwise you can't select multiples. So just take note, some users might not know that you have to hold control or shift to select more than one. So you might have to make a little note there for the user themselves, or you have to use something else. Now let's actually go here and let's create a text area. We don't need a name for now, we can just remove that. The ID we can say is description. The column, that can be 30, the row can be 10, no problem. And in here is what the default text will be. So let's leave that empty for now. Now like this, it's just a basic text box. And the reason why it's so weird is because we actually had a space here and it's going to take that space literally. Now it's going to be normal. So now if we start here, it's going to take it in. So it's just a piece of text. This here, that's considered a text box. So like that, this would be a text box. So just take note. Now this right here, this can be used for something like a big chunk of text. So let's say you have a description, or you have something that's going to take more than one line of text to do. Then this will be the way to go. So not if you want to use not if you want to get like the user's name, or the user's age, or the user's password. This is not what it's for. It is mostly for descriptive stuff. So when someone maybe wants to post a post, unless that post is 1 sentence long, this would be the best way to go. And of course here we can say default disk, and then that will be all our default text, which we can also change. This rows and columns here just basically say how long it should be and how wide it should be. So we make columns 10, it's going to be 10 columns long. And we have rows, that is how long it would be. So here we can say 9 for example, or let's make it 1. Now as you can see, it's basically very small and you can't really see much. But you can also transform it with this little box thing here. So if we go like that, you can do it manually as well. That right there is very small, but you can use that to also resize it. So the user also has the option to resize it if it's too small for them. Next up, or actually there's one thing I want to show you before we continue to the next one. I want to show you a label. Now label is very nice because here we can basically say what something is, and when they click on the label, it will actually select that thing. For example, let's go here and say description. And in here we can say enter disk. Now here it is, and let's just actually make this look a bit better again by going like this maybe. There we go. So enter description. Once you click on it, it will automatically focus on this. So currently, if we type, we're not going to get anything. But if we click on this, we can start typing. So that's the nice thing about a label. Now this 4 right here, that's linked to the ID. That's why I didn't want to remove the ID earlier, because if we want to use label, then we'll need an ID to put its 4 to. So this is going to be linked to the ID. If the ID changes, then this will no longer work. Cool. Now we also have a button. So button. And here it can be like click me. Now take note, in a form, there are 2 types of buttons you can get. You can get the submit button, and you can get the button. Both of those two do two entirely different things. The button allows you to click it and it will not submit the form, but the submit button will submit the form. This right here, this is by default a submit button. So let's go here and we will make this one the submit and this one the button. So we can just say type is equal to button. So this button can be clicked without actually submitting the form. This button, if it's clicked, is going to submit the form. So let's go here and say submit. And what I mean by submit is it will send the data to the backend. I'll actually give you all a little bit of a real life example of where this submit button would actually be useful. But right now, let's focus on this. Now, currently if we click the buttons, only the submit button will do something and we'll just refresh the page. And in here with the click me, there's a normal button. You can actually make the button do things. Now, usually I don't really cover things outside of the topic that we're doing. But because I think this isn't a bad idea, I'm going to show you all what this button can do. So we can say on click. So when someone clicks the button, so it's on the user click event. So if we click it, it's going to do an on click because we're clicking it. So when it gets clicked. And in here we can say alert and in quotes. Now, if you used double quotes here, then you'll have to use single quotes here. If you used single quotes here, then you'll have to use double quotes here. Because if you use double quotes here, it's going to break out of the quoting system we have. Or if you just want to be safe, just use these quotes right here. They're right next to the one on a normal UA2T keyboard. Now I'm going to use single quotes, and here you can say clicked. Now this right here is JavaScript. We're not going to go too deep in it because it's JavaScript. We're doing HTML. But basically we're saying once we click the button, alert the user that was clicked. Now if we click it, it's going to throw an alert that says clicked. And right now you have written your very first JavaScript as well. Now something that can also be pretty cool is the field set. So field set, and take note, you don't have to remember everything I'm teaching in this tutorial because I'm going to teach you a lot of things in this tutorial. So here we can then add a legend, and this legend can be something like tell us about yourself. And then we can have if you want, you can have a label, and here we can say name, and then name, and then maybe another label that says age, and then age. Cool. Now currently this is how it will look. Tell us about yourself, then with a little square around it. That's the field set. So this square, that's the field set, and the text here, that's the legend. Now we can of course put things here such as an input, which we will be getting into a bit more later. But yeah, so there's an input, and we can also put a BR tag here to break the line like that. And now we already have a kind of cool form. Now what I want to do is I want to talk about the input. So there's a lot of things you can do with input. So let's get through them. So we have an input, and by default it's of type text. Now this right here is like a minified version of a text area. This is what you use if you want to get passwords, emails, names, and maybe like a search query. This is what you'd use. For a text area, you'd use descriptions and anything that will need more than one line, basically. So here we can say Steve to say my name. Now you can have different types of input. In this case, it's a type of text. But let's actually create a few. So the type password. So let's actually keep one for text and then one for password. I would like that. Then the password. Now the difference between these two are, and I should just probably put a BR here, is that this top one, the text, will display the text. The bottom one will not. It will just be a bunch of dots. You can actually customize what type of dots these are. So that's pretty interesting if you might want to. But you'll, I think, need a bit of CSS for that. Anyhow, then we also have another type of input, which is of type submit. So you have the choice between a button, which can have two parts, either a button or a submit button. The input type submit only has one thing it can do. It can submit. It's a button with the purpose of submitting data. And let's say we have a few inputs here. Let's say text and also text. And then we're going to give them both values. And the value is basically just what's going to be inside of the input. It's almost like a default value. You can change this. And here we can say 24, and here we can say Nick. So now we have two inputs, one that says Nick and one that says 24. You can change them, no problem. This is just the default value, so if we refresh, it's going to give us those as default. Now we can have an input of type reset, and this will basically reset our things to default. So if we go here, we say reset, it's going to reset everything to default. I feel a lot of people don't know about this, but it's a really useful button to have because it resets all of our input back to its default. Next up, I want to talk about the radio input type. So here we can have a type of radio, and we can give it an ID, and let's say Jack, and we do need to give it anything else. Here we can just say Jack as well. So if we say this, we get 3 little dots. Now currently, you can't really understand what those dots mean. So here we can add a label for, and here we can say Jack, and here you can say Jack. So let's add a bunch of labels. Boom, like that. Now this one will contain Nick, and this one will contain Maggie. Now Nick here will be for Nick. So let's go here, ID, Nick, and this right here, Maggie. And we also want to split them up, so they're not all on the one line. So we can say BR. Now you'll notice we have a radio button group. So what's a radio button group, you may ask? Well, you basically have a few things you can choose from, almost like a drop-down, but you can only select one of them. So if I select Maggie, I can't select, oh wait, problem here is you can't actually select all 3 of them. So what you'll have to do is you'll have to give them all the same name. So here you can say name is equal to best friend, because only one of them will be submitted to the backend. So they can all have the same name since only one will be submitted to the backend. Now, if you select one, you can only select one of them. So, but yeah, so that's a radio button group. You can only select one of them. You can't select more than one. On the contrary, you can have something that's even cooler. You can have a checkbox, and actually say best friend and not best friend, but that's fine. We can now change the name to be something different, because currently with a checkbox you can submit more than one thing. Now if we save it, we'll have squares. Now basically a checkbox is like a radio button. However, you can send more than one. So you can select more than one thing that you want to send in. So that's the difference. A radio button, you can only select one of them. A checkbox, you can select as many as you want. And you can also unselect them. Something you can't do with a radio button. So if you have selected a radio button, you have to select a different radio button in order to unselect the previous. So if I were to just change this back to radio button, once I've selected that, I can't unselect it. So if I select this one, this will be unselected, but now this one will be selected. You can also make like this one is selected by default by saying checked, and I will make sure one of them is selected by default, so they have to select one anyways then. So by saying checked, you can say which one is selected by default. Now you can do the same with checkboxes. So if we go here to checkbox again, and we just make this 1, or yeah, I guess 2 will work, 1 and then 3. Then now we have our checkboxes, and there we go. Now we have our checkboxes. And as you can see, this one is checked by default because we have the checked right here. So in the middle, the checked is right there. We can add the check on more things. So now 2 will be checked by default, and then the user will have to uncheck them if they don't want them. So yeah, that's the difference between a checkbox and a radio button. Now, inputs can be a little less boring as well. For example, let's just keep one input here. We can remove checked, as well as the name, as well as the value, as well as the ID. Okay, now here we can do something like color. Now it's a color input. Currently it's just the black box, but if we click on it, we are able to select colors and get an RGB value back. I think, yes, we can even change it to something else. For example, hexadecimal, RGB, and HSL. So this is pretty neat if you want to use something like this. You can also get a date with an input. So here it just says day, day, month, month, year. If we click on it, we can select a date. So that's pretty cool. So now it will fill that date for us, and it will be able to be sent to the backend. You also have an input type of email. For example, if we say here type and we make it email, If we save it, we can enter an email in here. Now, currently you won't really see anything happen, but if we were to add an input here of type submit, and we were to save this and then enter some random thing in here, say submit, it will tell us to please include an @ symbol inside of our email address. So this also does some extra things for us. Now, what if you want them to actually enter their email? They have to be forced to enter their email. You can say required. You can do this with any input type, not just email. You can do it with name, with password, with basically anything, file, anything. And this means if they try to submit without filling in this field, it will tell them it's required. If they try and fake it, then it will also say, hey, this needs an @ symbol. And then if you do that, and now we'll actually submit it. So take note, you can use this required basically anywhere. I can change this to, let's say, text, and now this text will be required. If I submit, then it says I should fill it in. This can be password, this can be anything. So this required just basically means the user has to fill it in, otherwise they're not allowed to go. And you can have it on as many things as you want, and some might even not need it. So if you go like this, you'll see this one needs it, this one needs it, this one needs it, but this one does not need it. So if I say submit, it's going to submit it. Next up is the file type. Now the file type is a little bit tricky because oftentimes if you really want to send the file to the backend, you have to actually do a little bit of a workaround, which we're not going to do right now because I'd rather not. Now here you can just say file. Now if you say that, someone can choose a file, and let's say choose file, and here we go, there's my file I want to choose. And why is everything so big? Open it, and as you can see now, it will also be there with a little text saying which one we selected, and we can also submit that file. You can also get an input type of number. So if we go here, then this can be a number, and we can actually increment it here. You can't put text in here, but you can put numbers in here. You can also give it a minimum and a maximum. For example, here we can say 10. So if we try and enter anything below 10, like 2, it's not going to be able to take it because 10 is the minimum. If we were to give it a maximum, then we can't enter anything, let's say above 100. So here, and it actually resized to what we might want. So now we can't put anything underneath 10 because that will be too low. And we can't put anything above 100 because that will be too high. These little buttons can also not go higher than what they are set, and they can't go lower than what they are set. So we give it up until 10. It can't go lower. But if it's in between the max and minimum, it can go. You can do a similar thing with text type of input. So here you can say a min length, and let's make it 10. I never really needs quotation marks. And you can also do a max length, and let's make it 20. Now, if we try and enter something here and we submit, it cannot because we need at least 10 characters. That's the minimum we gave it. Now, if we enter too much in here, actually that should be max length and not min. That's why it did that. So max, there we go. Now, if we enter too much in here, it won't even accept more than what we enter. So 20 is literally the max. We can't go more than that. So yeah, as long as it's a bit more than 10 characters and less than 20 characters, you can submit the data. You also have an input type of type range, which has a minimum and a maximum value. So let's make minimum equal to 0 and max equal to 100. And now, there we go. So this is basically the minimum and the maximum. You can also give it a default value to start at. So value can be like 75. And now it will by default be here. So that is 75th value. This would be 0. This would be 100. This would be about 50. So let's put a value attribute here, and let's say I am cool, right? So that will just put some text in here. And let's say we don't want the user to be able to edit the text in here. So currently I can edit it without a problem. Now I can just say read only. This will make sure that the user cannot actually edit anything in here. So I can try and edit as much as I want, but this is read only, so I'm not allowed to. We can also disable an input, so we can say disable. It's similar to read only, but it's more intense with the fact that it's literally disabled. You cannot do anything with this. It's completely turned off, you could say. You basically turned off the component. You can also change the size and make it something like, let's say 4, and that will make it shorter. And let's make it 10, and we'll make it nice and long. Let's make it 100, make it very nice and long. You can see here. So you can use the size to also set how long an input should be. And we've already covered things such as max length and max and min length. So if you haven't heard of those or you don't know what they are, I do recommend you go watch the previous tutorial, even though it's a pretty long one. You also have a pattern attribute. And this pattern attribute will just basically tell the user how they are allowed to insert their stuff here. So if I do this, and let's actually remove this value because that might cause problems. So if I do this, this pattern is called regex. You don't need to know regex, you don't need to care about the pattern attribute. This is for future reference. But anyway, so I can put anything in here. If I try and say submit, it says the format is incorrect. That is because this is only allowed to be 3 characters long, and it is not allowed to have numbers. So if I say DSDWD, that's allowed. If I say SDSD, that's not allowed because it's more than 3 characters. If I say 123, it's not allowed. So yeah, that's about what regex does. It allows you to set a pattern, and if that pattern is matched, then it's allowed to be input. If it's not matched, then it's not allowed to be input. Some pattern you might find useful is something like a phone number pattern, and this is copied directly from WeSchools because I can't do regex to save my life. Now, you might not understand this, I don't understand this, but basically, if you're just going to do that, it's not going to allow it. You need to put in some sort of a valid phone number. For example, 123-999 dash, or that should just be 2 dash, like that. So that would be considered a valid phone number in some locations. Not in South Africa, but it would be considered a valid phone number in some places. Next up, we also have the step attribute. Now, the step attribute says with how much something should step. So here I can just go say number. And now if we go like this, it will step by 3 every time. So if I go here and make that 11, now it will step by 3 yet again. So the step just basically says how much it should step by. So should it go by 3, should it go by 1? By default, it's usually 1. But you can change it to anything from -100 to +40. Now, when we refresh the page, you'll notice if we start typing, it doesn't do anything. Now, we can make it so when we start typing, it automatically starts typing in here on page refresh or page load. I'm going to change this back to text. And that is by doing the autofocus attribute. Now, the autofocus attribute basically means once I refresh, I can start typing, and this will be what's autofocused. You can only have one autofocus attribute in your form, because if you're going to have multiple autofocus attributes on your inputs, so let's say like this, it won't know which one to autofocus on, so it will take the first one it sees. So if we go like this, it's not going to autofocus on this one because you can't focus on 2 at the same time. And I think that's good enough for the input. Next up, we can go to the form. So, first one I want to talk about is the action attribute. Now, this is something we didn't really cover in previous video, we just removed it. Now, basically, this action attribute says where the form is going to go to. So, to which page. So, I can say /index. So, let's say this is the login page. So, this is /index, and I will go to the index page, and we can just select .php or something. Now, if we were to just submit this, it's going to say it cannot get index.php because index.php doesn't exist. Currently, I don't really know how to show this to you without actually showing you some real backend. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to show you some real backend, but don't worry, I will make sure it's not too complicated. Now here I have another VS Code open. Now this is Python and it's using Flask, so you don't have to worry too much about everything you're seeing here. So let's just go to login. Now this is the login page. Now as you can see, here we have a form. And the form's action is going to go to /login. And we can actually see this. So if we go here, just move this to the side. We go here. We can actually go to this location. So let me just open link. So if I were to now go to sign in, we have a login option here. I can try and log in user with my password if that's a valid password. No, it's not. Okay. Here we can then do Jack and a valid password, and there we go. Now what's happened here? Basically, this form sent us to the /login page. Or no, this is the, if we want to sign up. This is if we want to log in. It's ginger, it's a little confusing. But basically, if it's the sign up page, then take us to the login form. If it's not the sign up page, take us to the home page. Now, if you're using PHP, you won't just have it as simple as that, unless you customize your system to be like that. But anyhow, so this will take us to index. Now, index is just a normal page. But in the back end, something that you might find interesting, you don't have to understand any of this. Just take note. This is just for fun sake. Now, in the back end, we have a page for, so here's the login page. And then here, let's see here. Here is the index page. Now, basically, if we receive a request from the front end, then we check the username and we check the password. We get that from the front end, from the form. So if I were to go here, and I were to just open up my templates again, and I were to go down here, then we have our login, and then here we take in a username of type uname. So here ID is uname and name is uname, but name is what we use here. So if we go here, you'll see we need uname, and it's using that name, not the ID, but the name, and then pwd for password. So it sent a post request, which is just a secure way of sending data to the home page, and the home page basically logged the user in. I'm not going to cover too much of this because it is backend, and we don't know anything about backend yet. It's just something so that we know about it. Cool. So that is what this action does. It sends you to a specific page. Currently, we won't use it too much, but it's good to know about this for future reference. Now you can also specify a target. For example, you can say target, and if you say _blank, this is by default, and it will take us to a new page. So we say submit. As you can see, it's asking a pop-up, which will take us to a new page. Actually, this isn't default. I think by default it's self. It just uses this page. Yes. So by default it's probably self. And yeah, so you can mostly use those two to either open up a new tab when you want to log them in, or just to open up this tab, or use this tab to log them in. It's optional, it's up to you. You also have your method, and with this you can specify the method this form is going to use. By default, I believe it's get, so get. And with get, basically all of the data you're sending will be done here. So in the URL, after this question mark, all of the data will be stored there. So get is if you want to do something that is not secure, but you just want to send data and you want to make sure that if someone else wants to use that URL, they can. Post, on the other hand, is more secure, and it doesn't use this URL up here to send the data. It sends it via a secure networking method. However, that means if someone wants to go to the exact same page as your user, they can't have all of the same data because it's not a get method. So post is if you want to do things with passwords in it or secure details of users in it. Get is if you want to send just general data that if it gets leaked, it's not going to really cause harm to anyone. You don't have to worry about this until you get to backend, so just ignore it if you want to. Well, there are a lot of types of video formats such as MPEG, also known as MP4, I think, or I think that would be MPEG-4. Anyhow, so MPEG, AVI, WMV, MOV, Flash, OGG, all of these. So whilst there are like a ton of these video format types, officially supported types are only MP4, WebM, and OGG. So you want to try and keep all of your video content in those three formats. So either MP4 or WebM or OGG. Same with music. There's a lot of types of audio formats you can get, like WMA and AAC, WAV, OGG, MP3. But HTML only has official support for MP3, WAV or WAV, and OGG audio files. Now, if you want to follow along, I'm not really going to post my videos and music and stuff I have online. Not really necessary. But I can recommend you to go to Pixabay if you want to get some free music and free videos. So here you can search for music. I'm using this Everything Feels New song. And then you can also go to videos if you want, and you can find yourself a video. I think I am using this one, the Sand and Beach one. Now let's first start with displaying a video. So we have a video tag because it's already supported. You can put your source in here directly, but usually it's not recommended to do that anymore because you can make it so much more powerful if you don't do that. Now the reason why you don't want to put the source inside of the video tag is because you have a dedicated source tag. Now I'm not going to go too deep into this, but basically you have a source tag and you can link the source to your video. So here you can say src is equal to, and then we can say vid.mp4, and you can also specify the type because this can also be used inside of the music tag or the audio tag, which we'll get to. And you can say video, and then what type of video, in this case mp4. If it was an OGG video, it would be OGG. If it was WebM, it would be WebM. But in this case it's mp4. Now you might also have a backup video. So let's say their browser is old and doesn't support mp4. Then you can have your OGG, but you actually need an OGG file. I only have mp4, so this won't work that great. But then you can say OGG. And let's say their browser also doesn't support OGG, but you do not have a WebM version of your video. So then you can say your browser does not support the video tag or something in this sense. As you can see, there's the video. It's pretty big, so you might want to resize it. So let's go here and say the width, and we can make that equal to, let's say 400, and I believe those will be pixels. As you can see right there, there's the width. You can also set a height, but since I'm already setting the width, it will just keep it at the same aspect ratio, so I'm happy with that. Now currently you can't do anything with this video. It's just like an image. So to give controls to this video, you can say controls, and this will give the video playable controls. So now if I play it, you'll see the video plays. This video doesn't have any sound, so it doesn't matter if we can hear the sound or not. And there's also a download, playback speed, and picture-in-picture mode. Now let's say we remove this mp4 one. What will happen? There is the OGG one, so it's just going to give us an empty thing. What if we remove that source tag? Also, nothing will happen. And yeah, that's what will happen if there's no sources to play from. It will just throw an empty video. But because my browser still supports showing videos, it doesn't show this because I'm using Vivaldi, and Vivaldi supports showing videos. So this works perfectly fine, and it will never show this. You can also give other things. For example, so let's say when the page loads, you want this to autoplay, so it plays automatically. You can say autoplay, and this will automatically play it once the page reloads. You can also give it things like muted, and this will mute it by default. So as you can see, muted by default now. And there's a lot of these cool attributes you can give it. However, I think I'm just going to keep it to this for now. Next up is the music. And right off the bat, we can remove the source and give it a controls tag. Then here, just like with the video tag, you say source. And here you can say src and music.mp3 type, and you can say audio/mp3. And of course you can add more sources here depending if the browser supports each source or whatnot. And here, if you play it, it will start playing the music. And just like with the video tag, it also has the muted and autoplay, so you can both mute it and autoplay at the same time. Don't really know why you want to do that, because if you say autoplay and you say muted, then it's going to play, but you won't be able to hear anything because it's muted by default. So don't really know why you'd want to do that, but you can if you want to. Now, of course, some of you might be wondering, okay, but what if this is in a different folder? So let's create a new folder and say music. So what if this music here was inside the music folder? What will we do then? How will we use it? Because if we're going to refresh, it's not going to know what to do. Or actually, it seems like it does. Interesting. But anyhow, if your audio is inside of like a source folder like that, then you can just say music slash, and then as you can see, there's MP3. Now if you do that, then you can access the audio file if it's inside of a different folder. So you can just use this slashing. So just like if you were to use an image, it would be the same method of getting to that file. Now sometimes you don't want to store the videos on your website because storing videos is kind of expensive because they take a lot of storage. So you want to rather store a video from YouTube on there. You want to display that video. So what you can do is you can go to YouTube, choose your video, and let me just make the screen a little bit bigger. Then if you scroll down, you'll see a share button. Now this share button has the option to embed. If you click on the embed, it actually gives you an entire piece of code snippet, which you can use and just directly paste into your code. That's the very nice thing about YouTube. They do all of this for you. They set the width, they set the height. You can of course change this if you want to. They set the source to the YouTube video. They set the title. They set the frame border. And this is in an iframe, but you don't have to worry too much about what that is right now. We'll get to that in a future video probably. And it says what is allowed. So it allows autoplay, it routes clipboard right, encrypted media, gyroscope, picture-in-picture. If you save this, then it will load in a YouTube video, which I think is pretty neat. And if you play it, then you can play the YouTube video from the website. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, that's basically media files, including media files from outside sources on your website. You can use iFrame with more than just YouTube though, but I'm not going to jump too deep into iFrames just yet. iFrames is basically just how you display or show a website within your website. And I'll show you much different examples of this. For example, if you want to get a very quick one, you just search up my YouTube channel, pick any video you like, give it a thumbs up, and then say share. Now you will see an option saying embed. It will give you an iframe that you can copy and paste within your website. So let's go here and just paste. Now I'll cover most of this in a second, but now if we were to run our HTML page, then here we go. We now have a video from YouTube on our page. So that is pretty cool. And we can actually play it and it will work and whatnot. So yeah, that's the basics of an iframe. I'm going to show you how to work with them mostly locally, but you can use outside sources like YouTube if you wanted to. Cool. First, I would like us to create a new web page. So let's go here, create a new website or a new HTML page. We can call it posts.html. Now posts.html is a very basic HTML page. So let's just remove everything we don't need, like the bootstrap. We don't need that. That's a tutorial for another day. Font awesome, we don't need that. Yeah, we can just remove everything here. We don't need any of this, except for maybe the meta. But we can delete that if we don't want it. Anyhow, now I can just open this with Live Server. And I can give it a title, posts, and I can give it a div. And this div will contain a h2 that says I am cool as the title and have a p tag with lorem inside of it. We can copy this, and this time it will be I am very cool, and in here we can add some more lorem. Okay, so this is what we see on this page. Nice. Now here with index.html, we can put that inside of an iframe, so all of this, and then view it inside of this page. So an iframe syntax is pretty simple. It's just iframe, and you close it like that. It has a source, and this source is what you want to display. So if we want to display this posts.html, which is in the same folder as this index.html, we can say posts.html. And now here we have a little web page inside of our already existing web page. So you can see we have a web page, but now we can view the other web page inside of it. You can add things such as a description. This description will help screen readers describe what is going on, or just in general describe what it is. For example, this is the posts page. Won't change anything here, but now it has a description. We can also add a title. It's always recommended to give a title because screen readers may use that title to basically say what the content in the iframe is. Very much like the description, but more important. So, posts page. Yet again, we won't see a difference, but screen readers will. We can also give it a specific width and height. For example, a width of, let's say, 400. Now the width is more. And in a height of, let's say, 700. And now the height is more. Let me make it a bit smaller so we can still see that scroll bar. There we go. And you can, of course, also style it. For example, style border 1px solid red. This will make the border red. This isn't the CSS course voice, so we can remove this style attribute. But you can use that same method to also remove the border. So if you wanted to, you could go here and say none. And that will also remove the border. And that is that. An iframe is really that simple. It's just there to display a web page inside of your web page. It's a very basic concept, and a lot of people actually seem to struggle figuring out what it means, but it's just a web page. You have this website and it's inside of your website. Now, the head tag is an element for metadata. So data about data, or more data about the website. The metadata itself is not displayed on the website. So we won't be really able to see what happens inside of head. We can put something in head and then use that something later on, but it won't just be displayed for us. Whilst you could do something like P and then put some text here, and if you save it, you'll see the text. This is not recommended because the head basically loads everything up before the rest of the website. So it will load scripts and styles and data and titles and whatnot about the website before the website starts loading the body. So if you're going to start putting body stuff in here, then you can just as well remove this head tag because it will not make a difference on the end of the day. Now I feel the best way to show an example of this would be to use my HTML template. So let's start from the top. First, we have some extra metadata data. First, we say what character set is being used. In this case, UTF-8. UTF-8 is usually what you'd want to say here because that's kind of the default, unless you have some special characters that you want to use on your website. Then this right here is the viewport. The viewport is the user's visible area on the web page. So this can change depending on the device. On a smaller device like a phone, it will be less than on a massive screen like a computer screen. For example, this viewport would be less than this viewport because this one has a lot of data it can contain, while this does not. By setting this, we give the browser instructions on how to deal with this, how to scale depending on the window size. So first we set width is equal to device width, and this will basically set the page width equal to the screen width of the device. And in this initial scale 1.0 sets the default zoom of the web page. So yeah, I just recommend adding this to your website. These three mainly always. If you can, then do, because they will just add some extra benefits to the website that could be very useful. Then this right here gives a description of the website. If we go to Google and we search how to cook, now here You see this right here? That's what's in the description. So whatever you put inside of here will display here. Then we'll get to these in a second. Then we have, of course, our title. And then here we have an icon. So if we have an icon we want to put on the website, like this Google logo here, we can use this. So let's say I have an icon. So here we go. There's the image. Now if I were to rename this just to icon or something simple. Now usually this would be a PNG, but for this scenario, saying JPEG will be fine. Then here we can just change this from PNG to JPEG. And now, as you can see right there, there's a little moon face. Now if you said PNG and you removed this white background, then here would be a clear background. You'll see this in the project we're going to do in the next video. Cool. Now here, this is how we'd import CSS, but we don't have to care about that right now. So this right here is where we import data from a CDN. A CDN, in a sense, is just a website that contains code. For example, if I were to go to this website right here, so to this link, we'll just get a bunch of JavaScript. Now we just link this script tag to this page right here, and it will load this JavaScript for us. Now why would you do this, you may ask? Well, if we go here and we create a button, and we say click me, you'll see a normal click me button. However, if you were to go here and say class btn primary, and there we have a nice button. And now we can even go outline, and then we gotta move that inwards. And there we go. I love how this button looks. And this is provided to us by Bootstrap. So by importing all of this for our Bootstrap, we can do this. So without doing any extra work, we get a good looking button. Everything basically looks good if you use some Bootstrap. And in here with Font Awesome, this is the same as with Bootstrap, but in this scenario, Font Awesome gives us icons instead of styling. So here I can go H1, and then let's add an I tag. We can just say class pencil. There we go. Now we have a little pencil drawing here. And that is because we imported Font Awesome here. And that is the power that head gives you. It gives you the ability to bring in other data, other metadata that you can put inside of your website to use. You could put all of this inside of your body. That is 100% possible. But it is not recommended because you want these to load before your website starts up, before the rest of your website loads. Some people, however, would take this script tags and they will put it here at the bottom of the HTML. The reason for this is because JavaScript can take up a lot of time to load. So some people like to put the script tags at the bottom to make sure that JavaScript loads after the website has loaded. So they at least see the website before the JavaScript comes in. This is usually only a problem with bigger websites and with larger JavaScript files. But yeah, that's it. That's it for head. In the next tutorial, we'll be focusing on building a little blog website. And then after that, we'll take a look at this Bootstrap right here that gives us these nice looking buttons out of the box. We are going to create a blogging website. Currently, it will look trash and it won't really work a lot. But as we build up skill, so as we learn Bootstrap, as we learn CSS, as we learn JavaScript, we're going to take the project we have now and we're going to add to it. We're going to add what we've learned to it to improve the project. Then at some point, this will be a completely working project. with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and at some point React, TypeScript, Vue, all of these different cool things. This might even get some PHP thrown in there and whatnot. So let's get started. Let's start trying to build our website. Now I'm going to say HTML, and I'll keep most of this, like the description, and we can delete font awesome for right now. So I'll keep all of this right here for now. Next, we can go, instead of my site, we can say Bloggers Paradise. And right here, we now have our first website. Now this shortcut icon, I do have this shortcut icon somewhere. Now if we go to github.com, then you will see, if you go to Weebnetsu and then YouTube projects, this link will also be in the description, of course. Then you can go here to HTML blogging website. And here is the whole project source code. I don't want you to just copy and paste this. I want you to go here if you need some extra code or something like the icon we're going to use right now. Or if you want to fix a piece of code because your code isn't looking the same. If we go to source, then you'll see font awesome and images. We want to go to images. And here we have two images. I want you to download both of them. So you just click on them, and yeah, there's a download button right there. You can just download both of them and add them to your project. And once you've downloaded that, you can go here, create a new folder, call it src for source. Then you can create a new folder inside of that and call it images. Now inside of images, you want to paste those images you have. So I've already downloaded them, so you can just paste them in there. So paste, and you should see this image right here and this image right here. Cool. Now once you have that, you are all set. Now here where this icon is, you can just change that to src, images, and then logo.png. You could also rename that to say icon instead. And now you'll have a little logo here at the top. Cool. Now let's start from the top. First, I would like the website to have a navigation to at least 3 pages. The home page, the user's profile page, and to create a blog page. So I'm going to create a nav, and then inside of that nav, I'm going to create an unordered list. And inside of that unordered list, I'm going to create 3 li tags like this. Then inside of each li tag, I'm going to create an a tag. This a tag will contain links to the different pages. So in this case, index.html, the current page we're on. And here we can just specify home because this will be the home page. We can copy this and we can paste it in these two. This one will link to profile.html and to post.html. Here we can say your profile and then post blog. Then you'll see these right here. Cool. Now let's create the header. So the header, we can just say header, not to be confused with the head. The head and the header are 2 different tags. That's very important to take note of. We can give it an h1 and then Bloggers Paradise because this is the name of the website and I would like it to be clear to everyone. Then we can give it like a little slogan that says home for all bloggers. There we go, home for all bloggers. And then we can also link our top post of the day. So top post today, and that can be a link to somewhere in the website and then the title of the post. In this case, I'm just going to say ... because we do not have a title yet. Next, let's do the footer before we get to the main content of the page. So we do the bottom part of the page. So I'm going to create a footer and then use the center tag to center the content in the footer. Take note, it's red here because the center tag is not well known. In fact, I believe in probably some websites it doesn't really get used. But because I'm using only HTML in this tutorial, I will be using this to center my text. But in a future tutorial, I'll use something else. Here we can create maybe an H4 tag and say subscribe to our, and we can maybe give our YouTube channel here. You could put like your copyrighted things in there for like, this is copyrighted, and the developers can go look here for API code and whatnot and whatnot. But here I'm just going to give a shout out to my YouTube channel. And that will just go to https://www.youtube.com/Steve's and here we can say YouTube channel. Cool, so now you'll see this. Now if I click on this YouTube channel, you'll notice that it will immediately redirect me to this page right here. But we don't want that. We want the user to stay on our page. So when we link out to a different website, we should then use target_blank to tell it to open up a new blank tab. If we click on it, you won't get this, but I have an extension installed to stop that from happening. But then it will open up on a new tab instead of on the same tab. So rather do that, because if we open it up on a new tab, that's better. Because then they can still stay on our website. Because the longer they stay on the website, the better. Cool. Now for the main content of the website. So we can go here and say main. And here you can either choose between a div or a section. I prefer to go div here just because that's what I prefer, but you can choose whatever you want. Mainly, I just use the header, the main, the footer, and the nav. I don't care too much about the other special tags. Now here we can create a div with the ID today I had a bad day. Then inside of this div, we can put an H2 with the title today I had a bad day, and then a span to give the user's username that wrote this. So Martin Maguire. If we do that, we'll see this. Now we can add a P tag, and this P tag will contain a bunch of lorem, like that. Just some dummy text, because I'm not going to write an entire blog. I'm too lazy for that. We can then add two buttons, one to like, and then say how many people has liked this, so you can also like it, and then dislike, and here we can say 2. Now we have a like button and a dislike button. If we click them, nothing happens, but in the future, once we know a bit of JavaScript, something will. Now this is cool and all, but wouldn't it be cooler if we had some, well, I don't know, just something to make it look a bit more friendly? Well, we can have something there. So let's go here and search for font awesome. Now if you search for font awesome, then you should see this right here. The first link. Then right here. This is font awesome 6. You can just say start for free. Now font awesome 6 is what we'll be using to do all of this. So if you are using a different font awesome version, you might have some trouble. But once you're here, you can just go to the download page. So if you scroll down, there's the download. And as you can see, font awesome 6, which is latest. And here you can also change the version. And we want to download this right here, free for web. And you'll see this right here, a download. Once we open it, you'll see it right here. We can extract that. If you don't know how to extract a .zip, then I do recommend you get WinRAR and then just install that. That will allow you to extract a zip file. But you can extract it, and let's see here. It extracted to here. You can then copy this, and you can go to your project. So right here, this is where my project is located. Then you can go to your source and just paste it there. Then once you do that, you'll see this right here. Now we can go here, rename it, and just remove any extra text because that's just going to make our lives harder. Now it's font awesome. You could specify 6 if you want. But once we have that, we can import it. So here we can say link, and we can just go src font awesome, and then CSS, and then all.css. So font awesome, CSS, all.css. You don't have to worry about these CSS files. They're just basically given to us, so we don't have to do all of that CSS. Once we save this, we should have font awesome imported to our project. Next, we can add some icons to make everything look a bit more fun. For example, here we can add an icon that has the class .fa and then fa house user. Save that and you'll get a little house right there. So here we have fa and then fa house user. To know what icons Font Awesome has, you can go to their website, to icons, and in here with search, you can do something like house. And here you will find house. I recommend going and clicking on free so you know what the free items are. And of course, if you wanted, you can search user. And here you go. And there. So this is the one we are using. If you click on it, you can see here they give you how to add it. Now, actually, I see we should use solid, but I did not do that. Some bad Font Awesome 4 habits. We can then copy this and we can add it to these three or these two here as well. The next one we want is the one that's fa user, and the one after that is feather pointed. I do not know how to spell feather, and then pointed. Then you'll see this. So now we have home, your profile, and then post blog, and it all has like these nice little images next to them. With the rest of the website, we can also add a few things. For example, here with this button, we can add another one right here. So instead of saying like we do here, we can paste this here, which is an I tag with class fa thumbs up. And then we can do the same here with dislike, but this will be thumbs down. Save that, and now we have a thumbs up and a thumbs down. That looks pretty neat. And yeah, that is that for this first part. I would like to add more blog posts, but that's quite a lot of typing. So what I am going to do is I'm going to copy and paste what I already have and put it here. You can do the same from the GitHub link, but then you'll notice we now have more blogs. So here we go, Martin Maguire, and then there, and then Lisa Aka, and then here, and then Megan Colley, and then here. You also notice this one has a continue reading, because that could be a future thing that we could implement for if it's too long, they can just say continue reading and it will take them to a page with all of this. And as you can see, so yeah, it's just basically copy and paste. But take notice of this one. Wow, a car just hit a cloud like a lightning bolt. It has 100 likes and 5 dislikes. Way more than the rest. So I would say that is the top post of today. So let's make that the top post of today. So if we go here, we can actually see that it's right here. A car just hit, and there we can see it. We can take this ID, and here with this A tag, we can just paste it. And then yet again, we can go down and just copy this title and paste that here. Now if we save it, it will link us down here once we click it, because it has a hashtag and then that div's ID. So a car just hit, and here a car just hit, and that will take us down here if we click on it. So as you can see here, cool. So we just built our first page here, the index page, the home page. It doesn't look great, but the idea is that we used some HTML. We used some cool HTML knowledge to our advantage and created a website. In the next tutorials, we'll be making this website look better using Bootstrap and CSS, but that's for a future tutorial. Next up, we can create another page, and it can be called profile.html. Profile.html would be quite similar to this index.html in terms of the head. The rest of the things we don't need as much, so we can just go here and delete all of this like that. Cool. Now we can go to your profile, and as you can see, we just see this. Also, I believe I forgot to give it a description. There we go. Let's blog until we can blog no more. Cool. And if for those of you who forgot, the description is basically the little description people see when they Google your website. And here we can give it another description. There we go. View your profile on Blogger's Paradise. And in here we can maybe say the user's username, and then that is their profile. So Josh Pazinski, and then profile. Now there we go, just Pazinski and profile. We keep the navigation bar because we want that on basically every page, so you can go wherever you want, whenever you want. We can then create a form that is of type post. We will not be implementing this form yet because we do not know the right technologies to do that. We could then use a field set to make it look good, and then a legend where we can maybe specify an h1 tag, and then this user's name. Just paste that there. You'll then see something similar to this. Now we can use again our font awesome and add a button inside of this h1 for now, because currently we have no other method of making it look good without putting it in this h1. But later on we will find a good method for it. And then we can use an I tag with the class of fa regular fa pen to square. This right here basically means edit. So if you want to edit this name here, you can just click on that and edit the name. Cool. Just remember to specify type button on this button and not type submit. Otherwise it will submit the form, and we don't want that yet. Next, we want maybe a div, and this div will contain an image, and this image will contain source, then images, and then profile photo.jpg. And then we can maybe also give the user's username here, because we're going to expect that that's the user. Now if we were to just go here, you'll notice we have images and then profile photo.jpg, and that's what we're using here. Currently it doesn't quite fit that great, so we should resize it. To do that, we can go here, just format the code and say width, and let's make it about 300. There we go. That looks good. We can then add another edit button here, and that will give us an edit button. We could resize the page a tad so we can see it better. So right there. So this is their profile picture, and if they click on this, this should theoretically allow them to change their profile picture. But currently, we can't do that. But we can at least put in the basics. Cool. So we now have a button for editing, even though we can't edit yet, but we do have the button. We can then add a p tag, and I'm just going to add some lorem here. This will be their description, so I'm just going to say lorem times 4. And there we go. There's their description. And we can take this button again, we can copy it. We can go here inside of this p tag and add it there. So at the end, if I just disable this right here, then you'll notice we have an edit button. Cool. And that's that for the profile page. Doesn't look great, doesn't have a lot of data, but as I said, we will be building up on this later on. Next, we can create the post.html page. This is basically where they'll be posting their blogs. I'll copy this, paste this here, close these two, close this, go to the top, hide the nav, hide the form, delete the form, even though we will be using it, but not that exact one. Cool. Then here we can just give our new description, and here we can say post blog. If we now go to post blog, we'll see this. Now we can create a form of type post again, because we want to pass in secure information. This could be a get, but there will be a lot of text that's going to be passed into this link right here. So for right now, I don't think get is the way to go. We should be doing a post here. But we will be getting to get and post later on once we have more control over it. We can then create a label, and this one can just be for title and say blog title. We can then get a break line there, Now we can create an input of type text with the name title and the ID title. Remember, this 4 here is linked to the ID, not the name. So if I save this and I click here, it will auto-focus on this. If I remove the name and I click here, it will auto-focus on this. So it's focused on the title, not the name. It's just usually common to find that the name and the ID is the same, but it does focus on the ID. We can then give it a placeholder. So placeholder and say, at my job today, ... And then after that, we can maybe give it a minimum length. So the title should be a specific amount of characters, so 10, and then the max length should be 30. And then it is required. Now, if they try to submit this, which they can't yet, then it has to have at least 10 characters in the title and a max length of 30. So it can't go over 30 characters. We can then add 2 line breaks here, and then we can create another label. This label will be for content and blog. Content, we can add a break line here, and then add a text area with the name content. Content, the columns and the rows can be the same. We can add a placeholder. This week was really strange. We can add a min length of 50 characters, which isn't that much, and then a max length of 500 characters. You could probably increase this if you want. And then required. Now we will have this. So we can add a blog content and then the blog title as well. And then of course at the end, we can add an input of type submit with the value post. There we go. Now if we click this, it will say this field is required thanks to this required tag here. If I add something, it will tell me I have 2 characters and the minimum required is 10. So if I go here, 10. Okay, now if I were to make this too many characters, which it does not allow. Cool. Then here, it will tell us to fill in this field because it's required. Then it will tell us it needs at least 50 characters, which we can add. Maybe post. It can't do anything yet, but the idea is there. So there we go. We have created a very basic blogging website. We can't blog yet. It looks terrible, but I promise you, follow along with my tutorials that's coming up and we will make this website look great. We're going to use Bootstrap, which we're learning next, to tweak this to look good, because if you saw my previous tutorial, I showed you an example of a Bootstrap button out of the box and it looks great. That is that.
Thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw, feel free to leave a like and subscribe.
And hello everyone, welcome to your very first Bootstrap tutorial. So first, you probably want to know what exactly is Bootstrap. Well, you can think of Bootstrap as making your HTML look better. For example, if we go here, I'm going to replace this default HTML I have here with a new HTML where our Bootstrap has already been applied. Now I'm going to create a button and say click me. If we save this, you'll see we have a button that says click me. This button is pretty ugly, but with the power of Bootstrap, by just adding this one line here, we have a nice button. A button that just looks much better than the button we had. And in this course, we'll be discovering all of these ways we can make things now look better thanks to Bootstrap. You don't necessarily need to learn Bootstrap. You can learn something like Tailwind CSS or Material UI. I just personally think Bootstrap is still a good place to start. Mainly because I know it and I use it in basically all of my projects if I don't want to do any CSS. Cool, so let's get started with installing Bootstrap. I'm going to get back to my old design here. There. So this right here, this is just our basic HTML page. Nothing special about it. Now you probably need to download Bootstrap. Now you can decide. You can either connect to Bootstrap every time through the internet, which is perfectly fine, or you can download Bootstrap and use it on your machine. One of them is online, the other is offline. So if you have internet connection problems, then I'd recommend downloading it. And I'll show you how to do both methods. So you can just say Bootstrap. And let me just make sure I'm doing this in Google. There we go. Then you'll see a https getbootstrap.com. And you just click on this link. Cool. Now here, this is the online method. You can first copy this and you can go to your HTML page and paste it here at the top. There's also a JavaScript that also has the things you might need. You can copy both of them. I don't know if this is required for the newest Bootstraps, but remember in the older Bootstrap you did need both of these. And you can put them here. Some people like to put this script tag here at the end of the body. That is up to you if you want to do that. I don't really care, so I'm going to leave this here. Once you save this, your page itself wouldn't change. But now if we use that example, where we say button, and then click me, and here we go. Class btn primary. And we don't have to worry about what this means yet. Then we have a primary looking button. If your button looks similar to this, then you're good to go. Also, for those of you wondering, we're working with Bootstrap 5. It's the latest one as far as I know. Cool. Now, you can also, if you ever get stuck, click on this Get Started button. And this will take you to the documentation where you can read up on everything you might need to know about Bootstrap. So you can come here if you need to. However, I'm not going to have that open right now because I'm going to be your documentation for this course. Now, if you want to download this, you can just click on this massive download button. And here it will give you everything you can download. So here we can just download both of these by opening them. Or my bad, there we go. You just click on the download button. And here you go. You should see something like this downloading. Once it has finished downloading, you can open this in your file manager. And here, as you can see, I have it. Now, you might not be able to do this out of the box. I'm on Linux, and out of the box, it usually works. If you're on Windows or Mac, you might have to download something to do this first. If you're on Windows, you can get WinRAR. WinRAR allows you to extract .zip files. You can also get 7-zip, or I think it's WinZip or something like that as well, if you don't want to use WinRAR. I don't know what you should do if you are on Mac though. But if you go here, we can just say extract to, and we can just extract it to any folder that sounds good. So let's go to downloads, create a new folder, BS for Bootstrap, create, and now we can just extract it in there. We should now have a BS folder which has our Bootstrap inside of it. Inside of this, we have our CSS, and we have our JavaScript. Now, we can take this Bootstrap folder here, and we can copy that, so copy, and go to the folder where you want your project to be in. So in my case, it would be in Documents, Trash, BS, and then right here. So there's our Bootstrap. I'm going to rename this to Bootstrap, however, to make it easier. And there we go. So now we have Bootstrap, and inside of it we have CSS and JavaScript. Now inside of these, you'll notice there's a lot of items here. The one you're mostly concerned with is this bootstrap.min.css. This is the minified Bootstrap, which I believe is the lightest to load. Same with the JavaScript. You want this Bootstrap bundle min JS. No, not the bundle, but the Bootstrap min JS. There we go. Cool, so I'm going to close this because it already exists here. So to use it, you can go back to your HTML, and I'm just going to resize this maybe a bit smaller with 1. That's much better. Now we can actually see what we're looking at. First, we want to link the CSS file. So we can go link, link, and we can check the CSS one. So you should see something like this. Now we need to replace this with the link towards this Bootstrap CSS file that has a min inside of it. So let's go here and we can go Bootstrap. You can even go /bootstrap, that works as well. And then CSS bootstrap.min.css. So you want to go specifically for this one right here. This navigation here works exactly the same as what you'd use with an image. You can do this as well, that's fine. I just like to do this to say go from this folder specifically, whilst this one also says go from this folder, but we didn't specify it necessarily. So you want to get this one right here, like Bootstrap min CSS. Or the Bootstrap CSS will also work, but go for the min one because that's what I always use anyways. Then we want to link the Bootstrap JavaScript. For that we can go script, and you'll have a tag with script and then source. Inside of the source, we want to do the same thing as here. So Bootstrap JavaScript and then bootstrap.min.js. Cool. Make sure you do get the right ones here, because if you get the wrong one, it may not work. Cool. So let's save that and let's look at the website. We do get a click me. Let's make sure it works, that we got the right thing, by also going down here, maybe create a break line tag and saying span. And for the span, we can maybe say, well done. There we go. We can give it a class. And yet again, you don't have to understand anything here yet. In the next video, I'll cover it more. Badge rounded pill BG success. There we go. So after giving it these, you should see something like this. If this doesn't look like it does here, then I recommend you go redo it, because that means something probably went wrong. But if you have this on your website, then you have followed this course correctly. Whether you choose to do the offline or the online version, it doesn't matter. Both will work perfectly fine. In this tutorial, we'll be talking about containers and grids. Containers and grids are basically what makes up some of the most fluid things inside of Bootstrap. By fluid, I mean once this window size changes, it responds and just resizes according to the screen width. Alright. So first, let's talk about the container. Now, there are two types of container. The first is just a normal container. Remember, you should have Bootstrap linked above here. And this container just is a basic container to hold things. So I can put a button here that says click me, and I can put like a break line tag here, and then I can put some text. Cool. Now if I were to show you how it looks without this container, then you'll see something like this. However, this does look somewhat ugly. But what you could do is you could use this container, and it should have a class of container. You'll notice with everything in Bootstrap, it uses classes to say how things should look. In this scenario, we're saying this should look like a container. If we save this, then you'll notice we now have a little border at the side. And as we resize the screen, the border also resizes. So now that it's a bit bigger, this border is also bigger. If we make the width even bigger, as you can see, it becomes bigger. So yeah, the reason I'm using a div specifically here, now that we're also on the topic, is just because that is usually what is being used. But this can be any container element. In fact, actually any element. So I could go here and make this a section tag. That's perfectly fine. It will work perfectly fine. If it has this class right here, then it can have this class right here. But it is recommended to have this right here be something that contains other elements. The next one is the container fluid, like that. Whilst with container, it resized this space here depending on the width of the window. With container fluid, it will continuously resize that space here. So there's not a one size fits all. So if we were to run this, save it first and then run it, you won't really notice much of a difference, except that now there's a border, but it doesn't get any bigger, like a little margin there. Now the reason behind this is some people would like their website to stay the same size on specific sizes of screen. For example, if the phone screen is this big, then it should have this size of text on it. If it's this big, it should still have that same size of text on it. But if it's bigger than that, then the text should expand and become bigger. This isn't something you have to worry about just yet, but it's something you can take note of, that a container resizes every occasionally, whilst a container fluid resizes continuously. And if you're not sure which one to choose, just choose the one that you think looks best. If you like having more space here at the side, then choose a container. If you like having a little space here, choose container fluid. And if you don't know at all, just don't put a container there at all. Now if you want the padding in this container, that's this part here, to be bigger, then you can also go here inside of the same class, add a space and say PT5. And this will give it a higher padding. So this means padding, top, and then 5. But yeah, that's just something you might want to take note of. It's not really too important. I never really use it. I just add some CSS, which we'll get to in a future tutorial. You can also add a custom border to your container by saying border. And it is incredibly light. Right there is the border. It's very difficult to see, but it is there. Then you can give it like a dark background by saying BG dark. Now it has a dark background. However, now the problem is that we can't see the text. So then you can say text white to specify that the text should be white. Now I didn't quite explain this MY5. This means add margin on the y-axis and 5 of it. So right here, this would be X'd from left to right, and Y would be up and down. But yet again, this isn't too important. In this scenario, we're only working with the container, so none of that is too important. It's just things you might want to know about. Cool, and that's the containers. Let's move on to the grid. The grid system is something very, very useful. It allows you to kind of space out what you want to have together. So here I'm going to go inside of this container fluid. This could also be a container, whichever you prefer. Now let's start talking about the columns and the rows, or in this scenario, the grid system. Now, I think the best way to show you what I mean is by showing you WeSchools, because I've always found this to be the best place to actually visualize what is happening. So let me just bring this over here, this example. Here we have the grid system. Every page has 12 grids, 12 items in the grid, 12 columns. You can split these columns up into spaces on how you want to break up your program. And depending on what you choose, you can have up until 12 different columns or one big column. So let me actually show you an example, which I think would be better. Now I'm going to create a row because you have a column and then you have your rows. The columns goes inside of the row because for every row you'll need columns. Then here we can specify a column that is SM. I'm going to explain that in a second. And here we can go 6. And we can make 2 of them. Then here we can put a P tag and specify some lorem. And maybe here we could put a form that has an input of type text and a button. As you can see, it split the page up into 2 sections. One section for 6 columns, another section for 6 columns. And this is inside of a row. Each row has 12 columns. So if you do this, then now you'll have 2 rows with 12 columns. This doesn't have to add up to 12. For example, you could say 3 and 6. That's perfectly fine. Now this one will look like this, because this only uses up 3 of the 12, and this only uses up 6 of the 12, which is a total of 9. You shouldn't go over your limit though. If you put the 9 here, then it will just get confused because there's only 12 columns per row, and now we have 15 columns. So you should make sure to not go above 12, but you can go below 12. If you were to put a 12 here, then this will take up this entire row. And then these two would be split because they're in their own row, taking their own space. You could make this a 4, and we could make this an 8. Now it will take this space. And depending on how we resize the page, for example like this, you'll notice it still changes as it should. But if we resize it to be smaller, then at some point it will all go underneath each other. That is called responsive web design, and that is what this does. This creates a column. This is how small the screen has to be, and this is how many columns you're getting. If we were to make this in LG, and this one as well in LG, then this will break up once the screen is no longer considered large. So as we go like this, then now it's there, but once the screen reaches a point where it's no longer considered large, it will break up and it will go underneath each other. Unlike these two, which are using SM for small, this one is using LG for large. So you can go like that. I usually just stick with MD. So MD. So if you don't know which to choose, then just choose MD. That's a good rule of thumb to have, because MD means medium. However, you could also tell Bootstrap to choose one for you, and then you can just do something like call, and this will automatically resize this one to use the remaining space. So if we were to now go like this, let's just make this SM again, SM, and let's make this 4 or 3 instead of 8. Now this one will take all of the space and leave that open. So this will then automatically take up the remaining space because it has no other things after it. If you were to take this one away as well, then it'll take up equal amount of space, and you can add as many extra columns as you want, and it will add that amount of space as required. And that's the basic grid system. It's really that simple. If you don't always remember what you could do with the grid system, I do recommend checking out WeSchools, because they have a great just show of how you can use the grid system. And I'll always love how they show you that. So here, like, look at all this they show you. They explain how all of this works. I did the same just now. I just gave you a more physical example. So here, or let Bootstrap handle the layout, and then they give you an example. And here they show you how every column gets used. So if you are confused, or if you maybe forget, or anything like that, then with the grid system, I definitely recommend checking out WeSchools. But yeah, now the rest of the facts you might just want to know is that the grid system, it resizes to fit the screen, as we said here. The reason that is beneficial is because you can have multiple sizes of screen. So let's create another 2 columns here. We full screen this, and we go here. Now on a 4K screen, it will look like this, which doesn't look too great, but we're not focusing on massive screens. On a normal laptop screen, it will look like this. On a laptop screen, it will look like this. So this is a large laptop screen, this is a normal laptop screen. And then on a tablet screen, it will break up, and this one will now go to the bottom. Then this, and you could of course force it to have specific sizes for each. For example, here you can say free or SM free. Whoa, and here as well, like that. It will give you the same output, but in this scenario, since they're all asm free, they will now all fit into the same screen. And once you go a little bit bigger, as you can see, they'll split up a bit. But then there we go. Then once you get to a mobile screen with or a mobile device with a large screen, it will look like this. It will split up and it will fall underneath each other instead of next to each other. Since if they were next to each other, it will look absolutely horrendous. And once we get to the smallest screen, you'll notice it also does that. But without Bootstrap, so if we were to remove this Bootstrap here, like that, and let's also remove this row here, just to show you, then there we go. It goes bigger, 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 and as you can see, it's still underneath each other. Bigger, this one, still underneath each other, bigger. So it doesn't really respond to different screen sizes. It just kind of lays there flat without any special ability. But yeah, we'll cover this more once we do the project we're going to do in Bootstrap. But for right now, I think this is perfectly fine. This is just so you know you can put a grid system on your page. And a grid system allows you to say when your page should split from using everything next to each other to everything underneath each other. You can practice with this on your own and see how you can make your websites look better by using a grid system instead of just regular HTML. And you can play with the containers as well to see which container fits your website the best. Now, typography is basically text. We can make text look a specific way depending on how or on what classes we give it. For example, let's maybe remove all of this. And let's create a p tag that says hello world. We can create an h1 tag that says the same. There we go. So now I have a p tag that says hello world and an h1 that says hello world. Now, when we use Bootstrap, usually we don't really say h1, h2, h3, or we do, but we only say it for a specific header. For other things that should be the same size but should not be the same priority as an h1 or an h2 or an h3 or whatnot, for those that just need that size and same properties, we can use a p tag. The idea behind it is that we don't overuse h1 tags and h2 tags. We only use them where they are needed. Otherwise, we can use styling for them instead. So let's go here to our p tag and say class h1. Now, both of these look exactly the same. However, this one is a p tag, meaning to the computer's eye, it will look like a piece of text, just a paragraph. Whilst to our eyes, it would look like a header. So we already have a main header for the web page, but we want another header of the same size, but it's not a header. Then we can use this. And of course, you have your h2 and your h3 all the way down to h6. And that's just for the header. Now, sometimes you need something that stands out more than a normal heading. Like this h1, it doesn't really stand out that much. Compared to normal p tags, it does, but in general, not really. But something else you could use to make it stand out more is giving a p tag or an h1 tag or whatever you would like to give this class to, the class of display, and then the size, where 1 is of course the largest and 6 would be the smallest. So now it's pretty big compared to a normal h1. And then just to give a size comparison, if we put a normal hello world here, so there we go. So this is the biggest size that basically Bootstrap gives you out of the box compared to the generally smallest. And this of course goes to h2, h3, h4 all the way down to h6. You also have a class for small text. So now text will look extra small, a little bit smaller than a normal p tag. It's basically a stand-in for the small tag. So you can rather use a class with small. So instead of having to use a small tag inside of a p tag, you can just use a span. Take this span, go here. Now you take this class and you move it to this span instead. And now this world will be a tiny bit smaller. Let's just go like H1 or something. Tiny bit smaller. And yeah, that's the benefit of, instead of using an actual small tag, you can just use a class. A lot of times people will just throw out all types of elements and just use a class, but it's still good to use an element in some cases. But if you do want to and you just want the styling, you don't care about the element, then this is a great way to go. You also have for mark, so something to replace the mark tag, which basically highlights it. It's very difficult to see, but it's a very light yellowish color. You'll probably be able to see it better if I go here and say style, background color, and it just make it like a dark color. There we go, so now you can see it a bit better. You also have a special tag for block quotes. So let me just add some lorem here. Now here we can go and say class is equal to block quote. And now it will have some special styling because it's a block quote. You also have a block quote footer. So if we go here and say lorem and just remove most of the lorem. For like if this is like the person who said it, then here we can say class block quote and footer. And this will have a little special styling for it as well because it's the footer of a block quote. Cool. Now I'm going to speed through some of these because there's quite a lot. So I'm just going to maybe keep the lorem and remove everything else. We also have a lead to make a paragraph stand out a tiny bit more. And I'm also going to have another paragraph just for example's sake. Okay, so the normal paragraph and this is the lead. You also have a text end to specify that the text should align to the end instead of the beginning. You also have the opposite of text start, and this will send, or it will basically do what it usually does. But in some languages, they start reading from right to left and not left to right. So you might want to use this, and I think it's Arabic. You also have no wrap, which will remove wrapping. So now we can just go like that, and as you can see, it doesn't wrap anymore. It's just one long piece of text. You also have lowercase. So now there's no more uppercase letters. Everything is lowercase. You also have uppercase. Now everything's uppercase. If I were to make that L a lowercase l, then I can go capitalize. And now it has a capital L. Everything actually has a capital letter now. Not just the first one, everything. Bootstrap also have some special styling for specific elements. For example, let's start here. Let's create this p tag. We can remove this class. And now if we were to go here and just comment out this bootstrap like that, then now if we go down here and say ABBR for abbreviation, then now we'll have this little thing here, which if we hover over it, it just gives us a bunch of dollars. It doesn't really look that good. But when we bring in Bootstrap, then now when we hover over it, it has a little question mark and then it displays it. So it gives a little bit of extra styling there. So you don't necessarily need to add a class. Bootstrap has tons of these, but I'm not going to go through every one of them. But let's do one more before we go. So here we also have the KBD for the keyboard command. And now you can put things in here like a keyboard. For example, CTRL plus C, and that means copy. And if we do that, normally it looks pretty trash. You can't really tell it's anything different. It looks a tiny bit different, but it's pretty trash. But with Bootstrap, it has really great styling, and I do love that. Bootstrap has tons of these already built in. Usually you don't have to worry too much about learning these. You'll kind of find them along the way as you use them. For example, if you use the keyboard command, even if I didn't tell you here, once you use Bootstrap, you'll be like, wow, that's actually pretty good looking. Bootstrap provides a ton of colors, and I'll point out the most important ones to remember. But they do provide a ton of colors out of the box, so you don't have to add color to your text manually using CSS if you know how to use that. But let's go here and let's actually use it. I'm going to remove this KBD there. And now we have just some normal text. Now we can add a class. And here's a few things we can use here. For example, text and then muted. It's pretty self-explanatory. It will make the text look a bit more muted. We can actually have a p tag here for all of them to kind of view the difference. Lorem. There we go. So that's the difference. It will make it stand out less. Then there's text primary. This is one of the colors you want to remember. Primary. It gives it a nice bluish color, and you use this primary blue with a lot of types of things in Bootstrap, so I would recommend you remember primary. Also success. This gives it a nice greenish color, as you can see there. Also another color you should preferably remember. And info. This makes it also a nice blue, but it's a more lightish blue. And yeah, just also remember info. Then there's warning. And this is red, or not red, but yellow. And it just basically shows a warning. It's pretty self-explanatory as well. Also one of those you should remember. Then there's danger. And danger is red to show some dangerous text. Also another one you should remember. And lastly, secondary. And this gives you not really a muted color, but it's gray. It gives you a gray color. And this is the last one you should remember. The rest of this you don't have to remember that much. You also have white. And this will make the text white, of course. So you can't see it on a white background. Then you have dark. And this will make the text dark. It does look a little bit darker, but I think this is just normal color. That might just be my eyes playing tricks on me. Light. Light is what you usually use if you have a dark theme on your page. Then you can use light, which isn't purely white. It's just more light. Cool. Now if we can also go black, and this will give a black text color. Now you can also give these like certain opacities, like 50% opacity, meaning it's going to be see-through 50%, as you can see. And you can do the same with white. That will also make it see-through 50%. Not that it will matter on a light background, but yeah, it will make it see-through. You can also give them background colors. I'm going to add another class here because just to show you, you can add multiple classes on one element. You don't necessarily just have to add one class per element. You can add multiple classes. For example, BG and primary. And this will make the background the primary color. And let's just keep the text white. We don't necessarily need that. You also have success. And you have all of the other colors I showed you before. You have info, warning, danger, secondary, dark, light, white. But I'm not going to go through all of them every time because there's a lot. And that is basically how to change your text and their background color. Now, here is something I actually kind of started talking about in my HTML course, but I never really got too deep into it because we didn't really know a lot about HTML yet. But this right here is a div. And as I said, div contains a bunch of other items. Now, I'm pretty sure if I were to remove this, we won't see this color anymore. Yeah. And we can just say style, width, and here we can say 50 pixels, and then height, 50 pixels. And this will just size it up to be 50 pixels by 50 pixels in width and height. That's all this styling here does. Now you can add a bunch of cool things here. For example, let's keep the, let's not keep the color. Or let's make it secondary, like that, so you can still see it. We can actually zoom in a bit. So here is our square. And let's also just give it a margin. You don't have to worry about any of this. There we go. So you don't have to worry about the styling here at all. We'll do that in a future tutorial, but you just have to worry about this. This here just makes like the square be here and this size. Now we can add things like a border by saying border. And now I can also remove this background secondary. Now, as you can see, it has a very light border around it. You can also specify if there should be a border or not by specifying a number next to it like 0, and that means no border. You can use this with other things, for example, allow a border, but then border top 0. Now there's a border everywhere except on the top of the square. And you can do this with basically all sides, so bottom, and now there's not on the bottom. Start, and that means there's not on the start here, and then end is not at the end. Like that. You can also specify for just one side, like border top, and now there's just a border at the top, or border bottom, or you could specify more than one, border top as well, and now there's a border at bottom and top, but not at start and end. You can change the border width by the number, for example, border, and then add a number here, for example 3, and now the width will be a bit more, as you can see there. You can go up until about 5, and it will give you a pretty thick border, and let's just add a normal border as well, so you can see the whole border. There we go. You can change the border color with all of the colors we have listed before, so border primary, this will make it bluish, and you can change it to danger, that'll make it red, and you can make it info, warning, success, secondary, all of those colors there. Yet again, not going to go through all of them. You can also make the borders look pretty neat, such as rounded. This will make the border a bit rounded, which I usually like seeing. And you can also specify only like at the top. It's only rounded at the top, but at the bottom it still has like this pointiness. And you can of course say bottom, end, start. However, for example, end will now only do it here, but here it's still pointy. And start and wherever, it's basically the same pattern. You just give it a different word at the start. So rounded and then top, bottom, start, end. You also go rounded and then circle, and this will make it a nice circle. You also go pill, and this will make it a pill. However, your width will need to be longer or more than your height, or other way around, because now it's a pill. But if you were to say circle, then now it will be a weird circle. So there's a difference between pill and circle, just take note. So this is pill, circle will not look this good. And here, of course, if you were to make this longer, then it will be other pill. So now it will be a pill that looks like that and not sideways. Cool. You can also specify how round it should be. For example, 1. Now it will be a tiny bit rounded, but if you go up until 5, then it will be no rounded at all. So 1, it will be the most rounded. 4 will be a little bit rounded. 3, a little bit rounded. 2, a little bit more rounded. 1, bit more rounded. So that's pretty cool. Now one thing that I do like, so let me just remove all of that, is sometimes I like to float my content, which just means align it to the left or to the right. Now let's say I have 2 buttons. Now the first button says click me 1, second one says click me 2. And of course we could just make them look a bit better, like that. And they're very big. Let me just zoom out a bit, because there's our buttons. Now here we could say class is clear fix, and this will allow us to use 2 other classes, class and float, and then where you want to float it to, so start or end. Start, and this can be end. Now these buttons are floated next to each other. One is at the end, one is at the front. And that's what float does. This will now float at the start. If we were to remove this, not much would change, as you can see. But if we were to remove this end here, then it will no longer float at the end. But depending on how your website is built, you might want to actually use float start as well. You can also make it a bit more supportive on smaller screens. For example, float, and in the size, for example, LX, or no, XL for X large. Now it doesn't float unless the screen is X large. Let me actually go LG, otherwise my screen might not be big enough. Now, if I were to resize my screen, then give it a second, and actually my screen can't go big enough. Let me go MD instead. MD, there we go. Now if I resize it, as you can see, it now floats, but once my screen is this big, it doesn't float anymore. So you can make it only float if the screen is a specific size. And I do believe we did talk a little bit about this when we talked about our containers and grids. So if you haven't seen that video, I do recommend you do. But of course you have all of the same ones here. For example, you have SM, MD, LG, XL, XXL for XX large. And then you of course have, last but not least, float none. This means you don't float at all. We do not allow you to float, as you can see. Now, one cool thing you can also do is we can go here and say BG, and then let's just go danger. And now we can see the background. Let's also remove a button there, and remove clear fix, and remove float start. There we go. Now this basically gives us a nice background, right? We can also say W for the width, and then how much this width should be. So 25 would mean basically 25% of the website length. So if we go like this, as you can see, it's kind of 25% here. And then we have 50, which means 50%. So it takes up 50%. And then 75. So that takes up 75% of the website width. And then 100. And this will take up the full width. So that's kind of how to change the width of something. You can do the same with height. So here we could go H instead of W. Now it would be as high as it can go. However, due to how HTML is basically created, we will have to make this body style height 100 VH. You don't have to worry about what that means, but now it can go full 100. If we make it 25, then it can only go 25 the height. You don't have to worry about what this means. It just makes the whole body width or height full height and not just based on what's inside of it. But you don't have to worry about that right now. That's CSS crap. Cool. Now you can add margin and padding, where margin would be the outside. For example, the space between this one and this edge here, that's padding. Where the space between this and this here is margin, in a sense. You can add margin to stuff by going here. We can just say class and then aim and then how much of a margin you want to give it. So here, 1 would give you this. As you can see, a nice small margin. If you go 5, then we'll give you a nice big margin where it's the outside. So it's everything outside of this. As you can see, this is a margin of 5. However, the padding is the inside, not the outside, but the inside. We'll go deeper into the padding and margin in CSS tutorial, but for now, you just need to know margin is outside, padding is inside. Now, if we go here, we say P, they will make the padding that size and not the margin. And we can, of course, add both. Now, it will look like this. Both paddings are basically the same amount. I'm going to remove this class stuff here and also this padding stuff, or we can keep that padding. It's actually not that bad, and we actually keep some of the margin as well. Now you can also add a shadow to stuff. At first you have your shadow and none, which basically means no shadow at all. Then you have your shadow SM for a small shadow, and then your shadow, which is a normal shadow. And then you of course have your, if you go like that, then you can see it's not very noticeable, but it is there. And then you of course have your shadow LG for a large shadow. Nice. You can also make things visible or invisible, where if we were to remove all of this, then here we could say invisible, and that will make this button invisible. The button is still there, so the button is no longer visible to our eyes. If we make it visible, then it will of course be visible. It's by default visible. A special case of buttons, however, is you can go btn close, and this will make the button a nice close button if we just remove this text here. Some people really struggle to make a button look like that, but they don't know that Bootstrap has this built in for them, this nice close button. Nice. Now sometimes you want text to only be able to be read by screen readers. So I'm going to make a p tag here and put some lorem in it. Now let's say you have some text, but you don't want people to see it, but you want it to be there as extra context for screen readers. Well, then you can say class and visually hidden, meaning we can't see it, but screen readers still can. So now screen readers will still read this, it can still read this, but we cannot see it anymore. So this is a default table in HTML. I believe we have already covered this in the HTML course. In HTML, a table looks absolutely disgusting. Like, it's very difficult to see what is actually what. Once this table becomes massive, it's going to become very difficult to tell where's what and what's where. So, Bootstrap has made it easy for us to make a table look good by saying class table. As easy as that, our table already looks 10 times better than what it did. Everything is way more readable with everything nicely spaced out. We can make it look even better by saying table striped. Now, I want to say second one, but it's actually first and then, but every uneven number one is a little bit darker than every other one, every second one. And that makes it a tiny bit easier to actually read what is inside of this table. You can also add more things like table bordered, and this will make the table more bordered. If we were to go here and say M5, then here you can actually see the border. If we were to scroll a little bit, yeah, here you can see a little bit of a border. Now sometimes you want a striped layout, but you don't want the stripes to be seen unless you hover over a specific item here. Well, that can be table hover. Now there will only be striped ones once you hover over them, where it will kind of show you that this one is the one you selected. Tables also has automatic dark theme implemented, so table dark is an option, and now you can still hover over it and still see the one you chose. And you can also do a striped, so table striped, to still have the striped version, which is pretty neat. Now I'm going to go back to the light version. You can also remove all of the borders and crap from a table if that's what you're into. So table borderless. And now there's no borders, it's just all in nice rows and columns, which is still better than what the default HTML gives you. You can also give every specific row its own little color. For example, let's also just remove this borderless because I like seeing my border. So going here to TR, we could then say class table primary. So it has all the same colors we have been covering like in every video. So now the first one will be a bluish color, and we can maybe do the second one as well. And we can make this one maybe danger. And now we'll have a danger color. And this is all of the other colors, so success, info, warning, secondary, light, dark, and whatnot. Nice. You can also make a table nice and small by going table SM, and that will make the table a tiny bit smaller. Depending on how big the table is, this might actually make a massive difference, but in this scenario, it doesn't make a big difference at all. And yeah, that's it for tables. Not a very big topic, but it does really make the default HTML table look better. So I highly recommend you use this if possible, instead of just the default crappy table, which looks absolutely awful. So I have an image here. You can get any image you want. It doesn't really matter what image you have. I just have a random image here. And we're going to be using this image because we'll be working with images. Let's first bring the image into our website. So image source is equal to image.jpg. And there we go. And here we have the image. It's a little big, so I'm going to just say width is equal to 400. That should work. There we go. Okay, so here's our image. I'm just also going to give it a class of M3, just to give it a margin so we can see the sides. Cool. So this is a normal image. Now, the nice thing about Bootstrap is it has a lot of things out of the box just for working with images. So first we could just go rounded. And this will make the sides a little bit rounded. You might not have seen that change because it's not a lot. But if I were to remove that and I were to just do this, then as you can see, it's no longer rounded. It's a very fine detail, but it does make a tiny bit of a difference depending on what website you're building. You can also go rounded circle. I never really find myself using this one, but you might have a use case for this where you need your image to be in the shape of a circle, but not a perfectly circular circle. You also have your image thumbnail, and this will add a little white border around it. So here we could just go style is equal to ground color and just make it black. And now we'll see it has a little white border around it. If I were to remove this, then the border is gone. But if I were to add this, then there is a border. So sometimes you want to have a border and this just works for it. The nice thing about what Bootstrap gives you is it allows you to immediately float content. Now, when you float something, you're basically making it so other content can be where it is, but it's floating to a specific side of the page. It's above everything else in a sense. To give you an example, if I go P here and just say lorem, then here I have some text. Now here I could say float start. The reason you might want something to float is if I were to just add another one of these images, and let's just also shrink it to maybe half its size. There we go. Let's just go like this. So now we have two of them. If we say float end, then one will float here and one will float here. Bootstrap allows us to immediately add floating to our images. And you'll notice the text starts here, right next to the image. So we could also go like this, and I will notice the text is right next to the image here, all of the text. And then if we go like this, the text starts right here next to the image. And that's what floating allows, and it's very powerful. Even today, I still use floating a lot, even if I'm not that into web design. And Bootstrap makes it easy to instantly float your images, which is always useful. Now, one thing people often complain about when they work with images is that it's difficult to center it. Even in CSS, sometimes people struggle centering content. Well, in Bootstrap, it's automatically there for you. You just go MX auto, which means margin on the x-axis, meaning from left to right, is automatically guessed. And you won't see anything if you save it. But then if you go D block, then it will be there. D block stands for display block. You don't really need to know what display block is just yet, but just know that D block allows you to kind of make something a full block of content. And last but not least, The thing I find the most important when working with images is to make it responsive. And it's something I had a lot of trouble with when I just did CSS, because making an image responsive is a massive pain in the butt. But Bootstrap automatically adds this feature for us. So here we could just say image fluid, and this will just increase it a bit. Let's remove this width constraint because we don't need it anymore. It will now automatically resize to the page size. If I were to remove this, then it will scale to a massive size. But if I added that, it will scale to the page size. So as you can see, the more my page increases and decreases, the more the image increases and decreases. And that's very powerful because sometimes images are just too big, and just using image fluid fixes that immediately. Sometimes you want to display an alert on your website, and I love using alerts when it comes to Bootstrap. It's one of my favorite features because usually you'd have to design and write these just basic messages yourself, but in Bootstrap they all come packaged in already. So you just send a notification and bloop, there it pops up on the screen. So let's get to it. Now to create one, we can just create a div and div. There we go. And we can just put some text in here. For example, success. You have signed up. Okay, now we have a message that displays success. You have signed up whenever the user signs up to the website. Now what we can do is we can add a few classes to make it look better. So class, and then we can say alert to specify we want an alert, and in the type of alert. In this case, we want success. And boom, now you have a little green thing here that it can be seen as a notification. It does span the whole page, but of course you can change that if you wanted to. Another thing you can do to make it leave a bit more of an impact is you can use the bold tag, and that will make success bold and say success, this is a success. And of course there's a lot more you can do. For example, error, or I think this is danger, not error. And then we just go here and say you have been hacked, and not success but danger. There we go. Danger, you have been hacked. And it's red, so they know it is something important. And of course you can do this with info, warning, primary, secondary, dark and light. All of the colors we have discussed up until now, they all work in here. So there we go, dark, then it will of course be a darkish color. I'm going to keep it danger, just because I think that looks pretty nice. Now sometimes you want to leave a link that people can access when you show them a notification. Well, we can do that here as well, and there is special styling for it as well. So we can just go create an A tag, and here we can say how to fix this. Now by default it will just kind of look trash and not a very good link, and of course we can just say href is equal to hashtag. And as you see, it just doesn't quite fit in with the message here. You're saying danger, you have been hacked, and in this random blue color here that doesn't really fit in with the color we already have. Well, we can just say class is equal to alert link. And now it is bold and has underlining and whatnot because this is a link. And it will automatically inherit the color here. So if we say success, then it will be greenish. If we say info, then it will be bluish. Now one thing that is also very useful is sometimes you don't always want this here to be here. I'm just going to remove that there. Sometimes you want to be able to close this notification. So instead of it just always being open, you want them to be able to click a button and it will close. You can do that by just going here and then adding alert dismissible. And this just means the alert should be dismissible. You can dismiss this alert. And this will allow you to dismiss it. However, we cannot dismiss it quite yet. We can add a button. And in here we can just say type is button. You don't necessarily need to specify the type. I'm just very used to it. And of course, as we know, we can just say class is equal to btn or btn close, and this will make the button a close symbol, as you can see there. But clicking it won't quite do anything just yet. To close it, we can say data bs for Bootstrap and then dismiss is equal to alert. And now if we click it, it will dismiss the alert. And if we refresh it there, click it, it will dismiss it. That is incredibly nice, because usually when you want something like this to happen, you have to write your own JavaScript to make this happen. But Bootstrap has already written that JavaScript for you. So you add one class, which is an optional class. You don't even have to add that class. And then you add one attribute, and boom, problem is solved. This can be closed. And this is why I love the alert so much, because with just this example, you have implemented something that usually takes quite a while to do and get right. But here, it's already designed. It can already be closed. It already has styling applied to it. Everything is just perfect. And of course, you can also add a few extra classes for animation. So fade, as well, of course, fade it if we were to refresh. And let's maybe add show as well. There we go. Now if you click it, it will fade out. You need to add show to make sure that it shows this here, because fade will kind of try and hide it. But when you click this button, it's going to try and close it, and when it tries and close it, it's going to execute this fade. Now, bloop, it will fade out, which is very nice. And you can use a bunch of these fade and show classes with a bunch of other elements as well. It's not limited to just the alert. So this is a normal HTML button. I'm just going to maybe go m-2. Again, I will just give it a margin. If you maybe missed that tutorial, so now we just have a little bit of a margin. Okay, so this is just a normal HTML button. It's pretty gross, and I've never really liked how this look. Now, with Bootstrap, you already have an inbuilt class for buttons. By just saying btn, you already create a button. Now, of course, this button doesn't look very good because it's invisible, but it's a basic button. To add more styling to a button, you can of course go btn and then all of the colors we have covered so many times in the past. For example, primary. And now it will be a nice bluish color. Or info. Now it will be also bluish but lighter blue. Dark for a dark themed one. Light for a light themed one. And of course you have link if you have a linked button. It's still a button, but it looks like a link. Now, if you remember my HTML tutorial, you can also use buttons in multiple ways, and this applies to Bootstrap as well. For example, if we have an input that is of type submit, and this is a button, it's a submit button, you can add this right here, that class. You can add that. We don't need to add this margin though. And let's go here, instead of link, we say success. And now you have a success button, even though it's an input. Same with links, because they can also be seen as buttons. So if we go here and create a link, we can say class, and let's just add some default text here. And if we add a button class to it, such as btn danger, then now we have a red button, even though this is actually an A tag. Nice. Now, I usually don't use this as much. These buttons that are as filled. Usually, I prefer to have my buttons outlined. And usually I would add that styling myself, but Bootstrap has this styling built in, so it comes out of the box. By going here and instead of saying button warning or button and whichever color, you in the middle add outline. And this will add an outline instead of the button fully making it that color. So now if we go primary, we now have a bluish button. If you hover over it, it fades into the full button color. And I love that so much. Now you could put any color here yet again. You are not limited to any of that. And I love doing this a lot. You can also give buttons specific sizes. For example, this is the medium size. It's the default. You can also make it larger by going BTN and then LG, and this will make the button extra large. As you can see there, it's sized up a bit. It would be easier to see if we remove the outline row, so let's just go like that. As you can see, it's nice and big. If I remove this, it's nice and small. But it can also go smaller. So if we go here and say instead of LG, we say SM, then it's even smaller. So if you really want small buttons, then you can accomplish that with these few commands. So just BTN LG and then BTN SM to make them a specific size. Sometimes you also want your buttons to take up the entire width. You can do that by going here and creating another element with the class the grid and then moving the button in there, and this will make the parent basically full and it will make the button be full as well. You can also add BTN block, and this will make sure that the button is always this full width by making it in a blocked scope. Now sometimes you will have multiple buttons like this, where they'll say click me. You can then go and give it a gap. For example, gap 1, gap 2. And the higher you go, of course, the larger the gap between the buttons would be. And that's very nice. Cool. So that's if you want to make buttons be the full width that it can be, by just adding the grid to its parent element and then to the button the BTN block, which is optional, but usually you'd use that as well. Okay. Sometimes you don't want a button to be clicked, and usually to accomplish this you just go disabled, and this will disable the button. However, what if you wanted to do this with an A tag? You wanted to disable, in a sense, the link. So here we go here and we say class is equal to BTN primary, and of course we say link. Now how would you disable this? Because if I were to try and type disabled here, it's not even going to autocomplete for me because you can't disable a link. Instead, you can add a class to make it look disabled by saying disabled, and now it will look disabled as well. But take note, it's still clickable. It just applied styling. So you should take note of that. It just kind of shows it that it's disabled. Now this applies to normal buttons as well. If you didn't add this disabled here, you could also say disabled, and it will still look disabled, but it won't actually be disabled when you click it. Then you also have your active, and this just means make it look active. So I believe if you didn't add disabled here, that will still look disabled. So active will make it look active, and disabled will make it look disabled. And this of course isn't limited to just the button. It can be used on multiple different elements like we saw with the A tag. And it also, sometimes you want to kind of make your button be a little bit of a loader, because sometimes you're fetching data from the database or something like that, and your button isn't quite clickable yet, but you want to make it obvious by making it a loader and displaying a loader inside. Well, we can do that. I'm just going to remove these classes, and in here inside of the button we can add a new element called span, and we can give it a class of spinner border, and this will give it a spinner, so it will look like a loader. And you can of course make it smaller by going spinner border, and I'm just going to copy that, paste SM, and that will make it a bit smaller. So if that loading is a bit too big, you can use that to make it smaller. And you probably have algae as well to make it extra big, or I don't think so, no, doesn't look like it. Yeah, so you can use SM to make it smaller. And you can of course still add some text, for example, loading, ... and now we'll say loading next to that loader. Although that looks very weird, so let's make it smaller again, -SM. And that looks normal. Otherwise you'll have to increase the text size to make it look more normal. And this also works on disabled buttons. So if we were to add a class disabled here, or to make it disabled fully, so disabled, then it will still work. And of course you can change this loader to be something other or else than a spinner by going spinner grow, and this will make it a growing spinner. And there's of course more, but these two ones we'll be talking about most. And this one is also very big, so you can do the same and just say SM, and now it will be a bit smaller. Which spinner you use doesn't actually ever matter, it's up to your preference. Nice. Now sometimes you have multiple buttons, but you want to group them together so they almost look like one button, but they're just buttons that aren't spaced out. For example, let's go here and say, this one can say Android, and this one can say iOS, and this can say KaiOS, which are all valid operating systems for mobile devices. Now by default, there are 3 separate buttons, which looks good, but they can also be seen as a category. So it would be nice if we could group them together and make them almost look like one big button. To do that, we can create a div with the class name btn group, and this will group the buttons together. So now if we go like this, and of course we remove this margin, otherwise it's going to apply margin to all of them. And we can actually just add a margin here, so M2 or M2. There we go. So now it looks like one button, and without this div it will of course look like this, so it will still be split. So that looks almost like one button, but it isn't. There are 3 different buttons. It's just a nice way to make them look. If you were to add another button, it will just be appended onto them, so you can add as many as you want. If you were to only have 2 buttons, then it will still work perfectly fine. So this is a very nice way to group your buttons. It highly depends on the situation as to where you'd want to group them, but usually it's more dependent on styling. Do you think it looks good or bad? And just like with everything, you can make it bigger or smaller by just going like this, pasting, and then going -LG. That will make it bigger, and by going -SM, that will make it smaller. Yet again, up to personal preference. It is also sometimes seen that you want to stack them vertically instead of horizontally, because this is horizontal. Sometimes you want to stack them from up to down instead from left to right. Well, you can by just adding vertical. And forgive me, I can't spell vertical. There we go. And now they're stacked on top of each other instead of next to each other. You're of course not limited to just one. You can have multiple, and they don't need to all be vertical. They can also be horizontal. You're not limited at all. Now a badge is almost like when you open up a website and there's maybe like a notification badge that like saying 1 or new or something like that. That's a badge. It is a small thing to maybe catch your attention, and we'll see this in a second. Now if I go H1 and just put some thing here, for example, your feed, and let's say your feed is a new feature we added to the website, so we want to make it known to people that this is new. To do that, we can add a span with the class of badge, and then that's actually all we need. We just need the badge class, and we can say new because it's new. Now I won't really see anything because it's currently in a different color. But if we were to add a background color, for example, BG secondary, then now it says new. And the nice thing about a badge is it scales depending on what text you have here. For example, if we say H5, it's going to scale to the size of that H5. If we say P, it's going to scale to that P tag. I'm going to say H5 just because then I don't have to zoom in, or H4 is also good, as you can see. And you can of course give it different styles. For example, success is also very common use, because something is new, so it's a success, you know. And you have dark, and you have all of the other colors we have already covered a ton of times over the course of this tutorial. Now, they are not limited to just being this ugly looking square thing. You can also make them a pill. Now, to do that, you can just say rounded pill. And now it's a round pill. Now usually it would look a bit better, the pills at least, when they're not used with text. So now it's just a pill. And you can say, I am cool. And that can be like a badge you put on someone's profile. Maybe like a tag they have on their Tinder profile that says, well, when someone types in something, what should they get? A pill. And yet again, you can use all of the colors you want here. Danger. It doesn't matter. All of the colors work. And then, as I said when we started the tutorial, you'll usually see a badge on a notification or something like that, somewhere like that. Well, let's create that. Let's create a button that people can click. Button. And this button can just contain BTN and then BTN secondary. I think that should look good. And here we can say messages. And now it's just a button that shows messages. And we can of course just give it a little bit of a margin. Now this is usually at the bottom of the screen, or this has maybe like a message logo or something, but we have yet to get to images or icons in Bootstrap. But usually this would be like your messages. Imagine this is a message logo, like a notification logo. Now usually they'd have like a little number at the side, which is a badge. And we can add a badge like that as well. By going span, then adding our badge class, and then our BG danger. Now usually you want to use BG danger to kind of grab the user's attention, because red grabs the attention of people, because if they see red, they kind of look at it. Their eyes goes there first. So you want to say, hey, you have like 5 messages here, and then I can see it says 5. Maybe not secondary, maybe primary. That also looks good, but they all look trash. But it's fine. Maybe even success. Yeah, I mean, let's go primary. It's fine. Anyhow, so now there's a little badge there that says you have 5 notifications. So let's just maybe change this to messages. Just so it looks a bit more. There we go. A bit more realistic. And of course you can say pill rounded to make it a bit more round. Or not pill rounded, but rounded pill, of course. There we go. And now you have that iconic round notification tag you usually see on apps when you look at your home screen. That's a badge. Now, a lot of times you want to show the user progress, or maybe just show them how that something's busy loading. And that's fairly easy to do in Bootstrap. So first we have a progress div. And this will just contain the progress bar itself, because the progress bar has like a little background invisibility thing going on. And then in here, and this will of course just give us nothing, but in here we can create another div with the class name of progress bar, because this would be the bar. And then you can give it a width. For example, style is equal to width 70%. So if it's 70% full. And one thing we should maybe include is right here in Bootstrap, we should have a JS bundle. As you can see here, bootstrap bundle js.min. Do we have a min? No, we don't have a min specifically, but there we go. Bootstrap bundle min.js. We want that, otherwise it won't work. So bootstrap.bundle.min.js. There we go. And here I forgot to go progress, not progress. And there we go. Now we have a little progress. Let's just maybe give it a margin of 2 so we can see it. There we go. So as you can see, there's a little progress bar right there. You might want to just give this a class of BG secondary so we can see it. There we go. And you see there's a little progress bar. And this is much easier managed than progress bars in HTML. Because all you need to do is you need to change the styling here. To instead of being 70%, we can make it 50%. And this is a lot easier, personally for me, to manage and get everything correct. And this can, of course, go up to 100%, and then it will take 100% of the width. And with HTML progress bars, they were usually just limited. You couldn't really style them. You couldn't actually touch them at all. And oftentimes, they just won't even work. So, here you have the option to actually style them a lot. For example, let's say you want to have a small progress bar. Well, usually I don't like bringing CSS in here, but style, and then height, and just make that 10 pixels. And then we can just make this width, maybe 80%. And then also make the height here 10% or pixels. And it should be a style. And now it's smaller. And that was super easy. All we had to do was add a style tag and say height is 10 pixels. But of course, this isn't a CSS course, so I'm not going to stick too long to that. Because why would we want styling when we're working with Bootstrap, am I right? The nice part here is also, it's very easy to give it a label or just not give it a label. Where with HTML, it was also a little bit difficult to do that. Here we just say 80%. And this here is very easy to manage in JavaScript as well. And of course, the only downside is this won't be in the center of this progress. It will just kind of be there, which is disgusting. But I think to get it in the center, you could possibly do that. No, that will not get in the center. That sucks. But there is a way to get around that. I'm just not in a mood to figure that out at the moment. But as easy as that, you have added this right here. So now we go 50. It will say 50. And that's very easy to manage with JavaScript, where you make this increase while this increases. And then I'm not going to stay too long with this, but of course you can go BG and then change the background to, let's say, success. And now it's a green progress bar, or danger. And that's a red progress bar. Now you're a hacker. But yet again, we've gone through the colors a billion times. We just have to go through it again. Now, even without CSS, you already get a lot of things out of the box. For example, maybe you want it to be striped. Well, progress bar striped. And now it's a striped progress bar. Or maybe you want to animate the stripes moving, because a lot of people like doing that. Well, progress bar animated. Now it's animated, and you didn't even have to write a single line of CSS or JavaScript to get an animated progress bar. And of course, just because it's a progress bar doesn't mean you have to use it as a progress bar. For example, let's say you're working with disk space. Let's just remove all of this there. And here we can say width is 30%. And then we copy this. And here we say 10%. And here we say 20%. That's 30, 40, 50, 60. Meaning we have 40% over, so 40. And here we can say this is success, or we can add the background here, BG. Success, and we can add a background with all of them. And here we can just go like that, boom. And instead of success, this one can just be blue. And then instead of success here, we can have danger. And then instead of success here, we can have secondary. Now, and of course, let's just remove this secondary here. Maybe make it dark. There we go. And now we have a progress bar that's filled up to the brim. And we just need to change all of these widths as well to match their given widths. And 40. And now, boom. So here we can say this is free space. This here could be Linux, because that's maybe your Linux partition in your space. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just ignore me. This here could be corrupted. And in this here could be unpartitioned. Anyhow, so now we have a little graph that's showing us how much free space we have on our disk. How much of the disk is taken up by our operating system, in my case Linux. How much of my disk is currently corrupted and how much is just unused everywhere. So this is just an example of what you can use. It doesn't need to be something with disks, but it's just to show you, just because it says progress bar doesn't mean you're limited to making it a progress bar that loads from one point to the other. Cool. And then last but definitely not least, we can take a look at another thing that allows us to view progress. Well, not really view it, but you get my point. A loader. Now, usually when you want to create a loader, especially with CSS, it's a hassle, to say the least. I hate creating loaders from CSS. I'd use a library any day to instead do it with one line of code, like we're going to do now, by saying dot spinner border. And we covered this a little bit in a previous tutorial, but now we have a spinner or a loader. And here we can also change the color of the spinner by saying text and then the color. I don't know why it's text specifically. I think it's just so there's fewer classes they had to make when they created this, but it's fine. And here we can say something like primary, and now it will be blue. Or danger, and now it will be red. Yeah, that is danger. And as I said before, in the previous tutorial, it can just be grow as well. And now it will plop, 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 instead of spinning. But some people don't like it when it spins. I guess I understand. And of course, just like in the previous tutorial, we can make it shrink by going SM, and now it will be nice and small. And of course, if we change this to border, then it will be a small loader. And we can put this inside of a button like we did in a previous tutorial, and. So this is also the basics of a spinner. There's not too much about them really, and there's probably more you can use, but for right now, this is more than what we need anyways. So you may notice when you go onto a website like Xhamster, no, I meant to say an older looking website, that usually if it contains a video or a lot of content, you have the option to navigate pages. For example, you're on page 1 and you want to go to page 5, then you can click page 5. Or if you don't find a video good enough, you usually go up until page 28 or whatnot. Now we can do the same, and that is called pagination. It allows you to move between pages. And Bootstrap kind of has something built in for it already. We can create a UL tag for an unordered list and then just give it a class of pagination. Then in here, every item will be our pagination. So we can say ally.page item for pagination item. And in that ally, we can have an A tag with the class page link, because this will contain the link. And it will not go anywhere, and we can just say page 1. Or this can be previous, because sometimes you want to go to the previous page. 1, 2, 3, and then next. And in here we can of course go 1, 2, 3, and next. And as simple as that, we have created our pagination, which usually would be used to navigate between pages. So here we'll go to a previous page, we click that, go to page 1, page 2, page 3, and then next. Now usually the user won't know what page they're on unless they look at the URL. So instead, what you can do is you can say which one should be active. And let's say they're on page 2 and you say active. Now they'll know they are on page 2. And I gave it to the wrong class. See, that's what happens when you don't clean up your code. They just do that. That's much easier to see. We want to add it after page item. There we go. And now you'll know you're on page 2 because it is the active one currently there. Now sometimes they're already on page 1. If they're on page 1, then previous should be disabled. And we've already learned about this one, so we can just say disabled. And now it's disabled because they're currently on page 1, which is neat. Now sometimes you want to make it nice and big because the people you might be marketing to or be trying to show your pagination to might be a little bit old and can't see well or something like that. Well, then you go pagination, LG, and this will make the pagination super big. And then of course you have SM to make it super small, because sometimes you want it to be a bit more minimalistic and not take up that much space. Now, usually you'll have your videos at the top and your pagination will not be aligned to the left side. That's just weird. I don't know anyone that does that. So we'll justify it. Justify, content, and then center. And this will center it, instead of having it here at the left, which is just gross. And you can of course say end if you want it to be at the right, or start if you are one of those that prefer it at the start. Yeah. Okay, now that is for the bottom pagination that you'll usually use, but you also have a pagination that you often use at the top of a page. But this one is usually what you'd see at the bottom, but at the top you usually have like a pathway of where you're going to. Well, that's still possible, and you can make it look different. So here we'll still have, instead of pagination, we can change this to breadcrumb, because it's almost like Hansel and Gretel, where they left breadcrumbs to tell them where they were coming from. And instead of page, we can change this to breadcrumb. And we don't really need link anymore, so I'm just going to remove all of these links because they're only cluttering up the screen. There we go. And now you have a pagination, but that has like slashes next to show you where you are. For example, usually you won't have a previous here, so we can actually remove that from here. And let me just go like this. Okay, now that's easier to see. Now here you could say videos, cosplay, and I'm not going to go more because I can't think of another thing you might have in here. And then Sweet Cosplay GF. And now you'll know you're in Sweet Cosplay GF. But it doesn't really look like that, so it's kind of difficult to see. So here you can just add active, and this will make it look like the active one. And you should of course just remove your A tag, otherwise it's going to still register it as a link. And I know if you want to go back to videos, you just click here and it will take you back to videos. If you want to go to the cosplay section again, you can go to cosplay. And here that's where you currently are at. This might be even something different, like let's say maybe an ID of some sort. But yeah, that's just an example of something you usually see at the top instead of the bottom. But that is also navigation or some sort of pagination. So page navigation, pagination. So let's start with creating a basic list group just so we know what we're working with. We can create a UL because this is going to be an unordered list with the class name of list group. And then we also, inside of that, want an li tag with the class name of list group item. So right here, then of course we can say anime, let's say this is like our hobbies, gaming, coding. And here we go. If we were to just say BG dark, then here you'll be able to see our list group. It has a little very fine line here in the center, and yeah, it's just a list. As simple as that. You can also make one of them active, so active like this, and now it's blue because it's active. You could possibly make it that on hover they become active. So if you hover over gaming, it gets the active class, and if you hover over coding, it gets the active class. But that's a more JavaScript than Bootstrap. You can also create a list group with linked items. We could do that by changing UL to div, and then the items inside of them to A. So we'll go A, and we can still have our list group item, and then we can add list group item action. So this is if there's supposedly an action that will happen. And in here we could just keep that the same, and we can just give it a link to which it should go to. In this case we can just say hashtag. And now if you hover over them, you'll see that they do highlight. And if you click them, they're supposed to take you to the URL passed in here. And you can of course easily disable them or give them disabled styling by saying disabled. And now they're disabled. If we just have one that's not disabled, then you'll notice this one does not look disabled until you actually hover over it. But yeah, as you can see, these two don't have any finger pointing towards them, and they're grayed out. If you don't like these borders, it is fairly simple to remove them. I'm just going to make these a little bit less, so everything can fit on one line. Oh, that's close enough. Then here with list group, you say list group flush, and this will make it more flushed out, so now it's not as round as it was. If we were to remove that, you'll notice it goes around. It's a bit more of a border. You can also add automatic numbering to them. So if we say list group numbered, then it will automatically number them for you. However, I think for that to work, we do need to use an ordered list with li tags, like that. And now they will be numbered. Without this, it will remove the numbering. So if you have an ordered list, you can just do that. If you instead wanted these to be next to each other instead of underneath each other, you could go list group horizontal, and now they're next to each other instead of underneath each other. So if you want them to be stacked horizontally instead of vertically, this is the way to go. And then yet again, just like with everything, we can say list group item, and in the color, so success or danger or info, and then that will change their colors. And that's mostly the basics of list groups. Usually you'll mostly find them being vertical as such, and then maybe have a little badge at the side with a number, and then usually if you click them, it will take you to a page, or it will unwrap and it will have content inside of it. Let's create a basic card. Here we already have an image. You can go get any image you want. Now creating a card is pretty simple. We can just say a card, and instead of that we just need a card body with the content of whatever you want. For example, this is my card. Just like that. And now you have a basic card. Now a card can have 3 locations in it. It can have the header, the content, and the footer, similar to HTML, where you have the head, the body, and then the footer. Or if you're in the body, you have the header, body, and footer, or main. Anyhow, we can make them appear by saying card header, and then this is the header, and then we can have one for footer and footer. Now there's a header, there's the body, and then there's the footer. And of course you can change the color of these cards by going BG and then your color. And now it will be blue. Or danger. That would be red. Great. Now for the most part, you're probably going to work inside of this card body. So let's stick with that. Now you can create a lot of things in here. For example, let's go H4 and we can call this a card title. So this will be the title of the card. So here we can say Lucy Macwell. Now we have a title for the card. And then we can of course have a card text, which is inside of a p tag. And this will be the text of a card. Great worker always brings the best. And of course we can add a few links if we wanted to by going a.card link. And in here we can just go hashtag profile and then maybe one going to her website. And now we have 2 links here and it just looks great in general. Now since we're building a profile here, why didn't we add maybe an image to this card? So let's go maybe above the body and we can add an image with the class of card image top. Here we can just say profile, that's the source. The source is just image.jpg. And in here we can just say profile image. And of course we just limit the width so it doesn't go over the screen width we want to dedicate for it. So style width, and here we can maybe make it 200. And there we go. So now it has a little profile picture right here at the top. If you wanted to maybe move it to the bottom, you could go underneath the body and you could say bottom. And now it will be at the bottom of the card, whichever you mostly prefer. However, some people do actually like the image to be behind the text. So let's say this was a top image, move it here. And in this div, we change it from card body to card image overlay. So you can do this as well. However, I don't really recommend this as much. Maybe you're building a gallery and you need the text to be on top of an image. That I could understand. However, this usually causes things to be a bit more difficult to read. For example, here with this website, it already became a little bit difficult here at the side. So I usually recommend top or bottom. But if the time counts for it, then you could do it on the image itself as well. But then I'd usually keep the text to a minimum, since it could be hard to read depending on what the text is and what the image is. So let's jump right in. We can create a div with a class of Dropdown. And in here, all of our items for the button will finally be placed. So we need the button itself, which will be a button with the class of btn primary, and then just drop down toggle, because this will toggle the drop down for us. And then click me to toggle, and then here we have our toggle button. Currently it doesn't quite toggle anything, but we have the button. We can then create the menu itself by going UL and giving it a class name of Dropdown Menu. And then with each li element, we need an A tag, or it doesn't necessarily need to be an A tag. It can be any tag, but usually when you have a drop-down button, it will link you somewhere, and that's where the A tag comes in. So li, and then an A tag inside of each one with the class of drop-down item, and we can just give it some text. We can then just copy and paste this a few times. We can say text1, or that should be text1, but okay, and then like this. Now when we click here, it should be toggling. And you know what? We should just specify that it is a toggle button by going data, BS for Bootstrap, and then toggle. And it will toggle drop down. Cool. Now we go like this. There's our text. And that's a basic dropdown. We can also add a dropdown divider by just going li and just putting an HR tag in here with the class of dropdown divider. And this will create a divider for us. So when we create another dropdown item, you just go here and say another item. Then now there's a nice divider here, and underneath it another item. We can also specify titles or headers for each section here by just going here, li, and then in h5 this will just determine the size, and then drop down header, and in this heading. And now we have a header. Let's add another header right here, and we can say following header. And now here we have a header, and here we have another header. You can also have enabled and disabled items. So by default they're just regular, so normal, and then we can also have active and then disabled. Now we have a blue one because it is active, and then we have a disabled one which looks like it's not clickable, but take note, this is just styling purposes. This is still clickable, but it looks disabled. You can also specify where to it should be dropped down into. So here we could maybe just go margin left 5, or just margin. And I have a nice margin here where we can really see what's happening. So then here, let's try and make it drop down to the side here. So here we can just add another item saying drop end, and this will mean we're going to drop down to this side, as you can see. And I'll drop down to this side. You can also go drop start, and it will do the opposite, and now drop down at this end. Well, there's not enough space, but if we were to add more space by just quickly adding some styling, then now that should be enough space for the drop down to appear. And there we go. Now the drop down finally appears on this side. You can also align the drop down. So if we were to just remove this and maybe make this much longer, so just giving it some lorem, and it need to be this long. Then if we click here and we were to just remove this drop start, you'll notice it's aligned to the left, but we can also make it aligned to the end or to the right by saying drop down, menu, end. Then when we click it, it will be aligned to the right. And that is the basics of a drop down in Bootstrap. Very simple, but also very effective and very useful. So a drop down is very similar. You have something that is hidden, and then once you click here, it is no longer hidden. However, it mainly contains more buttons that you can click. It could do something else, but in general, that's about what it contains. Instead, it would be cooler if we have like a piece of text we could hide until we need it. So uncollapse it. Let's do that. Let's create a button with the class name of btn primary, and this button can just have collapse, or rather uncollapse, because we're going to mainly uncollapse something here. Then we need two things. First, we need to say it's a toggle and the type of toggle it is. So data BS for Bootstrap toggle, and this means it's a toggle button. And we can just say collapse, because it's a toggle for a type of collapse. And in the target, we want to collapse or uncollapse. Data BS and then target. And here we can just say hashtag, because we're going to be targeting by ID, and we can just say target. This can be anything you want. Save that, and we'll have a nice button. Now let's create a div with the class name of target, and this should be whatever you have put in here. This class or this ID should be whatever you put in there. And we can give it a class of dot collapse, And we can just add some lorem. Save that. And here we now have a collapsible. As simple as that. So this ID here, this target, is very important, because this target here is what this is referring to. And in this collapse here is the type. So we want it to be a collapsible. Very similar to in the previous tutorial when we had dropdowns, but this time it's mainly collapsing. Now we can take this a step further and create an accordion, now that we know the basics of collapse. So we can create a div with the ID of accordion. And then we can create a div inside of this div with the class of card. And then a div inside of this with just the card header. And then an A tag that has a class of btn for the button-like styling. And with the content of topic 1. Here we go. It doesn't need to go anywhere, so we can just remove that. And here we can just make sure it knows it's a toggle. And this could also be a button if you wanted to, but an A tag generally looks better. So here we can just say data bs toggle is equal to collapse. Hey, let's give it an href attribute that goes to topic 1. Okay. Now here we can create the collapsible. So we can then just say collapse 1 with the class of collapse, and we can specify dot show. So the show class, which will automatically show it instead of automatically hiding it. And inside of this we can just have another div with the class of card body, and here we can just have some lorem. We can then also add a data bs parent, and this parent will generate an accordion for us. So we can go hashtag accordion, and this hashtag accordion is referring to this here. Awesome. So let's see, we have this. So this is an accordion. Currently it doesn't do much yet, but let's create 2 more of these just so we can get a full idea of it. There's 1, there's 2. And then this time, instead of saying collapse show, we just say collapse. Same here. So they will be collapsed by default. And then this will be topic 2. So you just go here, say topic 2. And this should be topic 1 right here. We can make this topic 2. Or actually, the one above it should be topic 2. The text is just so big. Okay, and in here we can make this topic 1, and then just change the last one to say topic 3. So we have 3 topics we currently have. We can then change this third one to say topic 3 in the text, and this one to say topic 2 in the text. Now when we go back to our page, we now have this. Isn't this amazing? So when we click on this, it will collapse and uncollapse as needed. The power of Bootstrap made an accordion just a few lines because of the classes. And that's the basics of collapse in Bootstrap. So these navigation menus makes it easy to create beautiful looking navigations on your website. So let's get started with a very basic one. Let's create a unordered list with the class of nav, and then an li tag with the class of nav item, and we just times that by 2. And then let's add an a tag with the class name of nav link. Here we go. It doesn't really need to link anywhere, but the idea is there. So here we can just say maybe home or page 1, page 2. And let's create one more just for the heck of it. And then page 3. And this will create a very basic but nice looking navigation option. Currently, I don't think they really respond to them because none of them has an anchor. So you just go href, make that hashtag. Then they should look more beautiful. Yeah, there we go. Now we have a pointer and we can click. Not that they do anything, but the idea is there. You can also disable them by just going disabled, and this will give it a disabled styling. You can also then align it by going justify, content, center. And this will justify the content to the center of the page. And of course you can do the same with end, and this will do it to the end of the page. If you wanted to go downwards in a vertical way instead of a horizontal way like this, instead of just doing nav, what you could do is you could say flex column. And this will flex it so it goes downwards instead of from side to side. Now this is nice and all, but currently the styling still lacks quite a lot. So let's make it look a little bit better by going here and saying nav tabs, and let's make this one active. Now we have beautiful navigations, and they are tabs. So depending on which one you make active, it will change which one is here. As you can see now, this one has this little square here. Of course, you generally use JavaScript to switch which one is active, but this is just nice to have that styling right out of the box. You of course have your normal navigation button type things, which will just be pills. And now, as you can see, they're basically just buttons. Now back to our previous tabs example here. Whilst I did say we do need JavaScript for this, we could also use Bootstrap for it, because it's Bootstrap. To implement it, all we need to do is we just have to go here to our A tags, data, Bootstrap, BS, toggle, and we will just say this is a tab toggle. And in here we can just give it actual place it has to go to. So this can go to maybe, let's say home, info, purchase, or prices. There we go. And you can just name them accordingly. And it's by default just make home active. Now we can write their content. So we are going to create a div right underneath these, and we can just say tab content, and this will contain another div with the class name of tab pane container active, and with an ID of home. And we can times this by 3, since we need 3 of these, and then we can just put some lorem here, lorem, and here we can say this is info. And this isn't going to show anything since it will be disabled, so we can just do that. Then we also have info and prices, and we can just paste them here. And here with these active, we can just say fade. So this will be the animation they come in and go out with. In this case, fade. Now if we were to go here and we click on info, you'll notice they have a nice fade in as you switch between them. If we were to remove this disabled here at prices, then now we can go to prices as well. And of course this works exactly the same if you were to have pills. So pills, and now as you can see we have pills, and we go like this. It works exactly the same. Now whilst a nav and a navbar may sound very similar, in Bootstrap they are actually different. A nav in Bootstrap is a navigation link, whilst a navbar refers to the bar itself where you put navigation on. So let's get an example here. We can create a div with the class of navbar and then navbar expand SM. This is an optional one, but it will make the navbar expand the entire screen. And then of course you can choose the coloring you want, such as BG light or BG dark. Cool. Then in here we want a div with the class name of container fluid. And then a UL tag with nav bar nav that has a few li tags in it with the class name of nav item. We can maybe make free. And in here we can just put a tags with the nav link class. That just says link. And it don't necessarily need to go anywhere. Link 1, link 2, and link 3. Here we go. And you should see a navbar like this. It's actually expanding the entire screen here. So if we were to just go here and say BG dark, you'll notice it expands the entire screen. And if we were to remove this expand here, you'll notice it now just kind of plops here. So when you say expand, it will expand it so it goes like this for the entire screen instead of from top to bottom to the entire screen. However, oftentimes you don't want your links to just be there at the top left. It's somewhat boring. You can easily center it by just adding the justify content center class. And I will of course justify so the content is in the center. And my bad, this should be inside of this container fluid div here. And I will justify the content to be in the center. Now we've already talked a bit about coloring here. So you have dark, primary, secondary, all of the colors you usually have. We usually cover this a lot, so I'm not going to go over it again. And of course you have your link type. So you have active and you also have disabled like that. And now you'll notice, oh, that's very difficult to read. Let's maybe go from primary back to dark. And there you go. Now, generally, when you do something such as BG primary, you want to set the navbar's theme color to something different, such as navbar. And that will make sure that if this happens, we can still see everything here. So as you can see, we can actually see this. But without this, since it will not be themed in a dark way for this background primary here, we'll just see this and you can't read that. But if you add this navbar dark, it will allow us to make this a little bit more visible. You can of course add a logo by going right here inside of this div and then going A with the class name of navbar brand. And its href can just be in hashtag. And then of course you can have your logo here. And I will put a logo for you onto the navbar. Now generally you actually want a real logo in here. So I do have an image, tree.png, just a square image with a tree in it, that we can put in here where this logo is. So we can just go here and say image. And the source can just be tree.png here. And the alt can be logo. And if we save this, it will not look quite as we expect because the image is pretty big. So we might just want to go with, and I believe 40 is automatically in pixels, and yes it is. And there we go, there's our little tree logo, and that's not really nice blue color, so I'm going to just go BG dark again. And there we go. So there's a nice tree logo for us. You can also have navbar text if you need it. So let's go here and we can just say span.navbar text. And we can go save trees. This could be like our company name or something. And now we should have a piece of text here. And we can just say navbar dark, just to make sure we can actually see it there. And there you go, save trees, and there's our logo next to it, and then with link 1, link 2, link 3. Now currently when our screen width goes very low, our navbar expand will switch from expanding back to drop down. So here as you can see now it's a drop down. Generally, when this happens, you most likely have a mobile device. And when you have a mobile device, you want to have a navbar toggle instead, because generally this large navbar will have more than just 3 links. It might have 10 links on it, and then you don't want that to be constantly in the user's face. So we can go in here, and let's go right underneath here. We can create a button, and this button will have a class of navbar toggler, and this will toggle our navbar to kind of drop down like that if it's on a small screen. And then we can go type is equal to a button. We specify this in case we have a form, then we won't try and submit data. And in data bootstrap toggle, and we can just say collapse because it should toggle a collapse function. And we can just say what it should be toggling. So data bs target, and we want to target the item with the ID, which we'll add in a second, collapse me. So right here. Then here we can just add an ID if we create a div with the ID of collapse me. And you can of course just move this UL into this div, and there we go. Now to finish up the button, we want to give it a little icon. So let's just go in here and give it a span. This span will have a class of navbar toggler icon. So it will be an icon to help us toggle this navbar provided to us by Bootstrap. Then this collapse me can also have a few classes because it is a special type of div now. It should be able to collapse. So we can say collapse navbar collapse, and now we should have a collapsible navbar. Click here, and as you can see, it collapses and uncollapses when the screen gets small. But when the screen gets big again, it will go back to normal. Now, of course, if we were to change this from SM to MD, then our screen will much quicker decide to go into drop-down mode. So we go here, plop, as you can see, it much sooner this time. Now we're in drop-down mode. If we go like this, there we go. You can have more types of things in this drop-down, such as a drop-down button, but that's pretty self-explanatory given everything we've already done. Let's go to something a bit more extreme, such as a search. Sometimes you want to have a search in your navbar. This is a very common thing you want to usually have. So I'm going to go down here to underneath this div. You could put it in the div if you want to, because then on mobile screens it will be in this collapsing div. That would actually be better, but for our purposes we're just going to skip that. We can create a form with the class of dflex, and it will just flex the form so things are in the center and it can easily break and whatnot. Not like break how it looks, just break apart if needed. And everything will be next to each other. And you can have an input with the class of form control, and then me-2. It will be of type text, and we can give it a placeholder of search. And you can of course have a button of the class name of btn primary, that just has a search. Now if we go here, we have a beautiful search bar here at the right side navigation, and if we make it smaller, it will look like this. Generally, you actually want this search bar to be, depending on your website, of course, it will change from website to website, but you generally want it to actually be in here, so it appears like this when you flip it open. But it's also up to you. It depends on the website. Some websites might need that search bar there, some may not. Now let's say we have the rest of the page. I'm going to go BR times, let's go 30. So here are 30 break lines. They should give us a nice scroll. And you'll notice we lose our navbar. Some websites need the navbar to be there all the time. If this is the case for your website, all you need to do is go to your navbar here and say fixed top. And now when you scroll, it will be fixed at the top. As you can see here, I am scrolling because my scroll bar is moving up and down. And it will always be there, so it will always be visible. You can also fix it to the bottom instead. Some newer sites like to have their search bar at the bottom because mobile phones are getting so popular. Now when you do this, it will always be at the bottom and it will also never hide. So if you go like this, scrolling doesn't do a thing. And then let's maybe add a few more break line tags here. Just BR times 90. Okay, that's good. And now we have a nice, decently long scroll. Now you can also give this navbar a sticky position. So we can just say sticky top. Then when the user gets to this navbar, and this doesn't necessarily have to be a navigation bar, it can just be like a little pop-up that you stay on the screen. A lot of websites has these, especially when they like offer cookies and they want to force you to accept the cookies, and you scroll, then you have this like sticky thing in front of your screen the whole time. Then now if we go here, we just add a lot of text. So let's just go P lorem times 90. That's a lot of text. 90 is maybe a little bit too much, but that's fine. We can scroll past it. Wow. Okay. And has a little bit of a lot of text. I'm just going to take a little snip out of it. And then at the bottom, we can also add just a little bit of this lorem. Okay. There we go. Now when we scroll, you'll see here is our navigation menu. If we scroll here, as you see, it stays there even as we scroll. But when we scroll up and pass where it was, it just goes back there. So this is a nice sticky way. I actually love this effect. I just don't really love how people are using it these days. So let's create a form. And the action, we don't need an action because we're not really going to be using this form. And in here we can just style it a little bit. So we can create a div with the class of margin bottom free and then margin top free. So we'll give it a nice margin. And then here we can just add a button with the class name of btn primary and just submit. Okay. Now in here we can actually put all of our things we might want in a form. For example, we can have a label with the class of form label, and that just contains email. And we can say it's for email. Then we can have an input with the class name of form control and an ID of email and a type of email. And you can say the type is email. Now already you'll see this actually looks pretty good, except for the fact that it stretches the entire screen, but already it looks pretty decent. Like this is much better than the default input you usually have. Let's create another div with a margin bottom of free. And we can create another div that says form check and margin bottom free. Then this first div, we can do the same as what we did here for email, but now it can be for a password. And take note, if you're not comfortable with HTML yet, this for here is referencing this ID here. So if we were to change this to SSS, we'll need to change this to SSS. This just means if you click on the label, then it will automatically put the cursor on this input field. And in here, we could just add a checkbox. So you can say form check label. And this can actually be a label. And inside of here, we can have an input of checkbox with the class name of form check input. So yet again, it's just form what you need. In this case, you want a checkbox, a form check, and then what you want. In this case, you want a label for that checkbox, and we want an input for that checkbox. Here we go, and we can just not have a for in this case. Don't need a name, and we don't really need an ID either. And in here, we can of course just say remember. Now, this is provided by Bootstrap. This design here is automatically provided by Bootstrap, which is amazing because it already looks very good and it works amazing out of the box. If we were to go here and just say class is equal to container fluid, then we'll have a nice border, a nice padding. And then what we could do here is we could say we have a div with the name row. And now if we were to move all of this into this row div, and we were to give each of these divs the class of column, then now it's in one line. So if you want to do an inline sort of thing, you can. In this case, it doesn't look very nice because we didn't really put a lot of effort into this. You can also change the sizes of these inputs. For example, let's rather have another input here, and this one can be username. And then you can resize it to whichever size you need. So here we could say form control, and then form control, and in the size you want, such as SM or LG. So this one will be LG, the regular size, which is like MD, and then the smaller size, which is SM. If we take a look at it, you'll notice they shrink considerably as you move. It's up to you which you prefer. Let's talk about a few components you can use inside of this. So let's say you want a select. Now generally you'd have an option, and we just say times 3, that should work fine. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. If we were to view this, you'll have a nice little ugly drop down here. However, if you use Bootstrap, then you have the option to say select with the class of form select. And now it's a nice select. As you can see, it just looks better in general. And there, I think that's much easier to read. So now I can actually see how it looks. Sometimes you want boxes you can check. Not like a checkbox, but something more like a switch. To do that, we can have a class or a div with the class of form check form switch with an input of type checkbox and a class name of form check input, and the label, the class of form check label. And here you could say send emails. So let's say you allow your users to turn emails on or off, so you'll send them like marketing emails. This is a great way you can use this. And then we can just go here and say by default it can be checked. And you can say value is equal to yes. And we can give it an ID of XXX. And in here we can just say for, and we just specify XXX. You can put whatever ID you want in there. I'd rather skip through that part. And here you go. And of course, add dark background with dark text. Not very smart. Here we go. Send emails. Click on it. You can see very nice animation to turn it on and off. You can also have a very good looking range. So let's say we have an input, and this is just a type range. Now by default, the range in HTML lacks a little bit beauty. But in Bootstrap, it looks pretty good. So this is a good class. And can you guess what this will be called? Form range. Just with everything Bootstrap, it follows a basic rule set in a sense. We know this goes on a form, and we want a range that goes on that form. As you can see, here we have a nice looking range. That's very interactive when you touch it. You can also have input groups. So if we were to go here, we can just say dot input group, and you can just create a span with the class name of input group text. Put an @ symbol, and here we can create an input with a class of form control and a placeholder for, let's say, their username. Then we will take a look here. Now it's an @ symbol by default on the front, and you can put someone's username here. If you want it to be at the back instead, then you could go here and we can just move this downward. So before the input and then after the input now. gmail.com. And now we can just say email. And now here we can say mark, and this will be mark@gmail.com. And you're not limited to only having one. You could do something like this. So you could, let's say you have a domain. So you can say get pizza dot, and then now if they create an email, it would be get pizza dot, let's say mark@gmail.com. You're not limited at all. You can even have one more here, and here we could say dot pizza saga, and now it will be get pizza dot pizzasaga@gmail.com. Very weird email, but that is possible. You could even put a checkbox in here. It doesn't need to be text specifically. And now if we go here, and this can just be some sort of text such as include this. And then now include this, and you can check this checkbox, and then you can like type something in here, I guess. And that could also be button. It doesn't need to be a checkbox or just text. It can be whatever you want, you can put in there. So in this tutorial, we'll be taking a look at the carousel, or in other words, the slideshow. So for this tutorial, you might want to have maybe 3 horizontally or vertically. Both will work as long as they're all somewhat the same width. It would be good. Now the carousel takes quite a lot of boilerplate code, so let's start with it. First we want to just have an ID, and we can call this slide for like slideshow, and then we can give it a class of carousel, and then also slide, and in here we can say data BS for Bootstrap, ride, and we can just specify carousel. Then in here we want to kind of have the indicators so which way you're going, because you usually want the user to be able to see, alright, or can they go left, can they go right, what's going on. So we can just create a div with the class of carousel indicators, and this contains 3 buttons, and you can just say data BS target, and this will target and then we want to go this slide. So I'm going to say hashtag slide data BS slide to, and this will tell it where to slide to. We can say 0, so it will slide it to the first. We start at 0 because generally in programming you start at index 0. So with 0 it will go to the first target, so the first image. And we can just give it a class of active. We can then do somewhat the same thing for the rest here. Then you just copy this and paste it 2 times. Then all we need to change is where it slides to, and we can also remove this class because it won't be active by default. Next up, we need to have the slideshow itself, so like the images that's being slide around. We can create a div with the name carousel inner, and inside that we want another div with the class name of carousel item, and also the class name of active. So this will be the first item, the first image to be shown. So we can just say img, and the source can be 1.jpg, and that's the image we have here. I'm not going to put an alt here, but generally you want to put an alt there. We can say class is equal to d block and w100. You say width 100. And now we can just copy and paste this 2 more times. We can just remove this active from these last 2. And in here we can say 2 and 3. Now we have our images. Now if you just want to go like this, it is perfectly fine. And these images are a little big, as you can see here. So you can maybe just restrict their height. I'm just going to go here and give it a quick style or a quick height and we can just make it 500. That will make it an easy way to kind of force them to be smaller. There we go. Here are the indicators we talked about. So if you click on them, they will slide through them. So this one will go to the first image because it's indicator with this 0. So we go here. It's this one. So we'll go to 0. And as you can see, we have a nice slide. Generally, you also want buttons on the side to make the user able to click on the button on the side, and it will go left to right. To do that, you can have a button with the class carousel control prev, and this will mean previous. And here you can just have a span with the class of carousel control prev icon. This will put an icon that goes backwards. So it will basically put this there. Then for the button, to give it functionality, we can say data bs target is equal to hashtag slide, and in data bs slide is equal to prev for previous. We can then copy and paste this. So now we have this previous again, but now instead of previous, we just say next, and we can save. Now when we look here, we have two nice buttons. They're a little bit difficult to see with this background here, but they are there if we click here. And now they're a bit easier to see. So as you can see, they allow us to easily scroll through these without needing to click these. But you can, if you want to, just click here and you can go there. You can also give each of these a title. To do that, we can go here to where it says carousel item, and for each one you want to give them their own title. So after the image, we can just say div with carousel caption. We can have an H3 or an H4 or an H2 depending on how big you want it, and we can just say ipsum here, and then P, a good looking image. And then we can of course just copy and paste this, and now here we can put lorem stas, and in here we can have stas ipsum, and then a good looking image 3, and then 6. Now they will have these nice looking captions on them. Go to the next one, you'll see the captions change to what we gave them. So let's start off with a model. A model is just like a little pop-up that will show you some information. So let's create a button, and this button will show us the model. So if we click it, it will show us the model. Open model. There we go. And it's actually modal with an A. We can then add some Bootstrap JavaScript to it. So we don't have to write any JS, we just say data bs toggle, and we can just say to toggle model, and you can also say data bs target, and here you can say info model. Cool. Now you can actually create the model. So you can just have a class of model and an ID of info model, with another div inside of it, with the class of model dialog. Inside of that, a div with model content. And we should change it from info model to info modal. There we go. And here we can start styling what's happening inside of this model. So we can give it a header by going and creating a div called model header. In here we could put something such as an H4 with the class name of model title, and here we could say cheese pizza, and in here we could maybe give it a body by going model body, and we can say a very tasty pizza with lots of cheese. Nice. And then of course you have the option to give it a footer as well. So let's say we want to give it a close button. So here you can say model footer can create a button, btn, and then btn danger that just says close. And here to give it functionality, we can again just go data bs, but this time dismiss, and we can just say model. We can actually do the same here for the header, so you can also have a close button at the top, which is very nice. However, this time we can say class is equal to btn close. It'll give it as a little close button. Doesn't need any text. And here we go. Now if we go and look at what we've done, we have a button, we click on it, we get cheese pizza, a very tasty pizza with lots of cheese, separated by these little lines here. It's horizontal lines. You also have your close button on the footer and a close button here at the top. Both of them will close this model. You can also add animation to it by going fade, and now the model will fade in and out. As you can see, I really love this animation. You can also make the model bigger or smaller by going something such as Modal SM or Modal XL or LG. You know all of these size things. We've covered them quite a bit in the past. So here you have an XL, and if you want an SM, we can go SM. And actually, this should be on the dialog. My bad. So here we go, Model SM, and now it will be small. Like that. Then you have a very small model. That could be good if you have a very small display. And here we can go LG, and now we'll have a really big one, as you can see here. You can of course also make it full screen. Some people like to have their models full screen, so full screen. And now we open model, and now it's the entire screen. Next up, we can look at toasts. Toasts are like a little message box you have, it will show you some information. So let's just clean up a bit here. Then we can create a div with toast and also the show class, because it will tell to show. You can show it or hide it. And I can have a div with the class of toast header and also a div with the class of toast body. Then here in the header, we can say something such as U1. And you can maybe also give it a close button. So button, btn close. And then it's generally the same thing. Data bs dismiss is equal to toast. So it should dismiss this toast. And in here, with the toast body, we can say something such as U1 45 USD. Not a great win, but it's something. Now here we go. U1. Isn't that pretty cool? So in this tutorial, we'll be taking our blogging website, which we made in HTML, and I'll get to that in a second, and we'll add Bootstrap to it to make it look better. Now, before we get started, first of all, you can find the code in this YouTube projects repository on GitHub. I will leave a link to this in the description. If it's not there, just leave a comment and I'll remember to add it. Then here, instead of HTML, this is our code that we're going to write today. If you want to follow along, you can get this blogging website code. This is the original HTML. This is what I am going to use. If you fall behind or is having a little bit of trouble, you can go here to this blogging website and just get Bootstrap from here. Whatever you might be missing. So let's actually get started. First, I would like to delete everything I have in here, because none of these are important for this tutorial. We'll start from scratch basically, and we'll get this piece of code. There's not a lot, so as you can see, there's not a lot, but how we can get this is you have a few methods. You can either go and copy and paste the code file per file, which is a long and tedious process, but it is possible. Or you can go here. You might actually not be able to see that. Okay, let me resize this. For some reason, when you're on a small screen, it just disappears. So here you have a code button. You can go with HTTPS method, or you can download a zip file and just extract that zip file and use it. SSH or GitHub CLI. If you don't know how to do any of this, just go and copy and paste the code over to your screen and you'll be good to go. Just download every individual file then. However, I'm going to use this. So what I can then do is I can open up my terminal, new terminal. You need to have git installed if you want to use this method. Git clone, and then I can just paste that URL, and there we go. Cool. Now you'll have this YouTube project here. All we want is, instead of HTML, we want this blogging website right here. I'm going to move it to outside, and I'm going to delete this folder because I don't need it anymore. Boom. Now we have our blogging website. We can even, to make it simpler, just select all of this, move it outside, and then delete this parent folder. And now we have this, our blogging website, which we did. I do have a tutorial on where we did this blogging website, which in my HTML course, if you go, it's in this full crash course as well, but if you go to the bottom, you'll see create a blogging website. Here we actually create this project. So if you want to watch that, you can, or you can just copy the code, because then you don't have to rewrite it. Cool. Now let me resize the page again. And I don't think YouTube likes it when I resize it. And then here we go. All right. So then here we can just say stop live server and then open with live server. So this is the website we have. As you can see, it's literally just bare bones HTML. I'm going to open up all of these files. And you'll also have these images and stuff, but we're not going to use them too much. And then I'm going to close this at the side just to have more space. So as you can see, not a lot. This here is this index.html. As you can see, your profile is this profile.html. And then post blog is this post.html. As you can see, very terrible design. Nobody likes to see this. Cool. Now you can just go and Google Bootstrap CDN. And here we can go to first link. Or actually, we can go to getbootstrap.com, this one right here. I think that one is more legit. I don't know really. Then here we have our two things we need to copy. We can copy this one. And we can go here to index.html. And we can go right before, actually right after this one will be good. You can paste that there. Yeah, I don't think you need this integrity right there, so you can just remove it. And same with just this JavaScript. Now I can go here, and you can probably remove this integrity. I don't think it's required. And you should have these two links here. So this is the Bootstrap links. And then we can copy and paste this to all of the other files. So we go here, paste, and we go here and we paste. There we go. Now the website already should look somewhat better. As you can see, it looks a little bit different. If we were to remove this, you'll see it looks like this, but once we add Bootstrap, it adds styling automatically. So it's already a bit better. Cool. Now let's start with this horrible navigation bar here. Let's start from the top and let's create it so it looks better. So we can give it this nav a class, navbar, and you can say navbar expand MD, and in BG light. So we're going to give it a light background. Currently doesn't look that great. That's perfectly fine. We're still getting to the good part. Then in here we can give it a container fluid. And then we could possibly add a little bit of branding now. So here we can go navbar brand, and this can be an A tag, so an attribute tag. And this can just go to index.html. It can just go to the home page. And we can say BP for Blogger's Paradise. Now we have a BP right there. We can also maybe add a toggler button that will toggle whether the navbar is being shown or not. So here we can say button navbar toggler. And here we can just say span with the class of navbar toggler icon. And in here we can just say this is of type button, optional, don't need to specify that, but I like to. And in data, BS toggle. So this will toggle a collapse for us. And in data, BS target, and this will be the hashtag collapsible navbar. Cool. Now that we have that, we can create another div, and this can have the ID of collapsible navbar, and in the classes of collapse, navbar, collapse, and justify content center. Then in here we can move our UL to there, to this right here. Now this is getting a little bit difficult to read, so I would like to just resize the text a little bit here. If you're having trouble seeing this and following along, then please go check out the code here. So just HTML right here, and you can still follow along, and you can just look at what I did. So here you can still go look at the code. So if you're struggling to see this, just maybe go there. I just want to make it a little bit smaller because HTML indentation is quite big. And now we have this. We click here, we have a drop down navbar. And if we were to resize this, then here we have this. Isn't that epic? Now we can actually modify it a little bit more. Now this UL tag can have a class of navbar, nav, and then just ME4, just to give it a little bit of spacing. And this will just make them next to each other like this. Then here, with each li tag, class of nav item. And this middle one had a little bit of an oops. So let's just go like that and paste it here. And in this A tags here, can also have special classes. Class nav link. And now it looks like this, which looks so much better. Like compared to where we started, this is amazing. And if we were to resize the page, you'll notice it goes into a small little box like this. So if you have a small screen, this is perfect. Next up, we can start working on the rest of the page. So everything after this nav, so take note after the nav bar, we can just go and say container fluid. So everything else should go into this here. This will give it a nice padding for us. Move this in here. As you can see, now there's a nice little padding here at the side, margin maybe even. Then here in the header, we don't need to give the header anything special, but for the H1, we can give it a class of text center. And then for this P tag, we can say class of text center as well. And this will just nicely center everything for us. And in this one that gives us the top post, we can go in here and we can give it a div with the class name of alert success. We can then just select all of this, move it in here, and now we can just make this either bold, or if you want to, you can say strong. So it's up to you. I generally prefer bold, but I think it's time I mix it up a little bit and use strong. So now top post today. Wow, a car just hit a cloud like a lightning bolt. Next up, we can go to the main stuff. And here we can give this one a class. So this is for each post, how they will look. A border 2, rounded P2, and an MB2. So now they will all have these little boxes around them, borders. And with this H2, we can give it a class of H2, which is not really required. And in here with this span here, we can give it a p tag instead now. And we can say class is equal to block quote footer mt1. And now it will have this nice little design here. For the following p tag, I think that's perfectly as is. And for the buttons, I'm thinking we should make them stand out a bit more because currently they just look terrible. We should maybe align them a little bit and whatnot. So let's create a div called clear fix. This will allow us to align it a little bit. So now we can start adding a few extra classes. This button here can have a class of btn success. And I would like to move this one to below this thumbs down button, which will have the same class, but instead of success, it will have danger because it's the dislike, so it's going to be red. And in here we can just say float end. So this will float it to the end of this block here. This is what the clear fix is for, in case you missed that tutorial. And we have our float end here as well, and we can say me2. Now it will look like this. This is much better and just looks so cool. Let's apply all of this to the rest. And then once you're done with all of that, you have this. Everything looks so much better already. Now personally, I don't think we have to change anything about the footer. So I think this homepage is perfect. Next up, let's maybe go to the profile page. Ooh. Yeah, that does not look very good. So how about we take this nav, we copy it, we go to our profile page, and this nav here, we replace it with what we have created. There we go. Now that nav is there, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Next, what I want to do is I want to replace this form with a div. We don't currently need a form. We can re-add it later once we get to JavaScript and stuff. But right now we don't need a form. Instead, I want to use a div with the class of container and margin top free, margin bottom free. There we go. Now it has a little bit of a container here. Then this field set we can turn into center. Or you could create a div with the class name of center. That should also work. And in here we can create a card. And inside of that a card body. And here we can have an h4 with the class name of card title. We can then move our John Pazinski into here. I'm going to remove this edit button because I feel currently it's not necessary to have an edit button since we can't use it yet. And now we have that. We can then go here and say card text, and this card text can just contain all of this. And yet again, we don't need this button here because we're not going to edit yet, so it's not necessary. You can paste that there and then remove this part. Then finally, we can move this div and image into this div. So the div right below the card text. And in fact, we can remove this div around the image because we're not going to have this edit button anymore. And now you should see something like this. Now what we can do is we can add a button for someone to follow them. So .clear fix, which will have an a tag with the btn primary float end classes, which says follow. Now you might see this follow and think, but why? Well, we're going to use this later on, so when someone else can view your profile and then follow you. In your case, if you press it, nothing's going to happen. And we can just make this go to hashtag, because we're not going to use it. Then for this image, because it's kind of ugly, what we can do is, instead of going here, we can go and say class is equal to card img for image bottom. And now we have this. And then as for this clear fix here, I think it would look better if we were to move it inside of where this text button is, or this text is, like this. But maybe after a p tag. So let's go here to this div and just rename that to a p. We can then move both these into the card body here. And that should look something like this. And I think this looks amazing. Maybe you could move the bottom to the button to the center, but this is up to you. I think it looks good here at the side, or maybe even put it here at the top instead, or remove it if you don't like it. Now, isn't that so much more beautiful than what it was? Now let's go here to our post blog page. Ooh. Now I'm going to copy this navbar again. I'm going to post here, and we can just replace this nav with our new navbar. Then here we can create a div with a class of container, and you can just move this form into this div. Now in the source code, you might see that this form goes to a page. Just ignore that. It's not really going to any page. It was just some copy paste code I put there. Now inside of this form, we can have a div with the class name of MB free, so margin bottom free, and MT free, so margin top and margin bottom free. Then now we can have our labels for title with the class of form label. We can remove this BR and move our input upwards. We can now give this a class name of form control. Cool. Now let's do the same for this label and text area. We can move them up, and here we can say class is equal to form label, and this text area we can say class is equal to form control. And then finally we can have a button. We can move this up, and I think I'm going to change this input to button just for the convenience sake. And in here I can give it a class of btn primary. Now that is pretty cool, but it looks much better. Now one thing I still want is, you'll notice a lot of more popular websites has it. Let's say you're back at home, right? Now you want to search for a specific post, but there's no search bar. Let's add one, and let's add one here inside of the nav. I'm going to go right here to the bottom, so right below this UL tag, and create a form with the class of dFlex to make it flex. And we can give it an input with the class of form control me2, and then a button of class btn primary, and this form action can be to nowhere, and in this input is of type text. There's our classes, and we can just say placeholder is search. And as for this button, we can just give it a little icon by going and we can say class is fa search. Take note, this here is not Bootstrap, this is Awesome, which is already part of the project. Now if we go here, we have a nice search bar. Now isn't that absolutely epic? You can go search for stuff here now. Click search and it will search. And then if we do this, the search bar hides itself, and now we can view it here. And I hope this gave you a good idea of how powerful Bootstrap can be and what we can do to make Bootstrap make a website look good. As simple as that. Now we have all of these nice pages which we can go to
Thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw, feel free to leave a like and subscribe.
And hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial. So in this course we'll actually be talking about CSS, or in other words, cascading style sheets. CSS is what you use to make HTML look good. Because HTML sucks, it looks terrible, it's awful. I never like just looking at pure HTML because it doesn't have any eye candy, and you need that. So I'm going to give you a quick example of CSS to kind of get you introduced to what we'll be working with. So here I have an HTML page. This is linked up to my auto refresh plugin I have. So here if I go to my extensions, live server, then here we go. This is the extension I'm using and it will automatically refresh this for me. So when I make a change here on the page or on my CSS, it will refresh. Cool. Now you can create a CSS file. I called mine style.css. You can call yours whatever you want, but style.css is just what I'm using here. As long as it ends in .css, you'll get syntax highlighting and whatnot. Next up, you want to link this CSS file to this HTML file. There are multiple ways you can do this. First of all, if you want to use CSS, you can actually do it here. For example, style is equal to, and then here you can put valid CSS. Color, red. This is valid CSS. If I save this, the text color will be red. It's very easy to read. It's just color. What color do you want it to be? And then the color name, red. An alternative method you can use is the style tag, and this will apply styling without needing a CSS file. So here we can say h1, this is called a selector. We are selecting this h1 element right here. So this h1 is selecting this one here. If you have multiple h1s, then it will select both the first and the second one. It will select all of the h1s. So if we say color green, then both of them will be green. But if I change this to an h2, one will be green because the other one does not have style assigned to it. We'll get deeper into this concept as we go along, but this is just so you understand a little bit. However, these two methods are generally not recommended. They're usually recommended if you have minor tweaks or your website is really small and you don't plan for it to be very big. What you should have is the CSS file instead. I'm going to copy this or just cut it and paste it here. So now the CSS is in this file. Let's make this blue so you can actually see the change. I'm going to remove this and then we should link it. We can go link and this will link a style sheet and we can just say style.css. Note that this style.css is in the same folder as this index.html. They're in the same folder. If I save, my text is blue because the style CSS says blue. We will be using a file for most of this course, but you could use any of these methods I've shown you. The inline method where you change them specifically depending on the element, or the one where you have a style tag here and you put CSS in here, or its own file, whichever you prefer. But that's the basics. CSS just helps us to change how our HTML looks and makes our HTML look better. And that's the basics of CSS. That's what it is. It's just a style sheet. You're just giving it a bunch of rules. CSS is incredibly easy. As you can see, it's straightforward. It's color and then the color name. And it's like this for everything. Let's say you want to change this font size. You can just say font-size. And here you could say large. Now large here in this case isn't a lot, but you could also use pixels. For example, 20 pixels. Or 60 pixels. We'll get into pixels, rem, and whatnot later, but this is an idea. So you'll see everything is straightforward and really easy to learn. I'm going to use this style tag here just so we can see the HTML as well as the CSS, but you could of course use this style CSS file instead. I'm just going to clear it for now. Alright, now what exactly is a selector? We covered this a little bit in the previous tutorial. Let's say we have a p tag with some lorem. So this p tag can be selected with a selector. So if I say p with open brackets and closing brackets, these should be squiggly brackets, then I have selected this p tag. And here I could do something such as color red. And now it will make the color of the text red. So we selected this p tag with its selector. And before we continue, one thing you might want to take note of is comments. Comments uses this syntax. So slash star star slash. Anything between these will not be read by CSS. These are for you to understand what's going on in your code. For example, here I can say this makes the text color red. Then let's say 5 years down the line, I come back to this project and I wonder, what does this do? And it's like, this makes the text color red. Comments can be used to help future you or someone else reading your code to understand it. And of course, these comments also last multiple lines. So if we do this, you can see as long as it's within these, it will not be read and it will last multiple lines. But take note, if I were to say color blue here and I were to remove that, my bad, then as you can see, it will not make the color blue. That's because in a comment, nothing gets read. This is for you and you alone. Cool. Now another type of selector you can get is with the HTML ID. So here we could go and give this h1 an ID of main title. Now I can select this by just going hashtag for the ID and then main-title. And this will apply styling to the element with this ID. So here I can say font size 2 rem, or actually let's go 3 rem since 2 rem is about the same size. Yeah. So now you can see it will apply styling, but only to this h1 because it has this ID. Now you might be wanting to apply the same styling to multiple elements. Now the problem is you could go h1 and you apply the styling for h1, and in p then you apply the same styling for p. But see, the problem with this is this will select all of the h1s and this will select all of the p tags. To give you an example, this color red on this p, if I were to copy and paste this will also be red. Whilst with this h1, and we just remove this ID, you'll notice this h1 does not have the same styling as this h1, because this one used an ID selector, whilst with this p tag it used an element selector. So it selected this element, so all of the p tags are modified, whilst here only the element with this ID. But you may also know from HTML that you shouldn't give multiple elements the same ID. IDs should be unique. However, for multiple elements, you could give them a class. A class can be the same on multiple elements. For example, if I go here, I can say class is equal to and subtitle. Now to select a class in CSS, you can go dot subtitle. So anything with a dot for a class, anything with a hashtag for IDs, and the element itself is for the elements. Then here we could say color blue and font size 1 rem. So now you'll see the color is blue and the font size is 1 rem. And now you're also following good practice, because now multiple classes can be added to elements and apply the same styling instead of having to use multiple IDs, which you should not be doing. A somewhat more complex way of going through this is you can also do something such as h1.subtitle. This means it will only target the h1 elements with this class. So if I copy and paste this h1, you'll see it also gets modified, but this h2 will not. And as you can see here, it actually tells you it will need an h1 with this class on it. You also have the universal selector, which affects all the elements on this page. So that will be an asterisk. Meaning if I do something such as text align and I say it's center, so this will align text to the center. Everything will be aligned to the center. So this affects everything on the page. Now let's say you want to select multiple elements. I'm just going to clean up here a bit. You want to select multiple elements and apply the same styling. However, you do not want to apply that same styling to all of the elements. For example, let's put in h3 here. This is some text. So what we want to do is we want to apply the same styling to the p tags, the h1 tags, and the h3, but not the h2. One way you can do it is say p, and here we say color blue, font size 1.4 rem, and we'll get into this rem and pixels and stuff later. You don't have to worry about that now. And then you could copy this and paste it for h1 and h3. This will work. So as you can see, now they're all the same styling. However, this is kind of unnecessary code duplication, because let's say you want to change the font, now you want to make it 1.5, but now you have to change it in multiple places, which is somewhat annoying to do. What you could do is say p, h1, h3. This order doesn't matter, but this will select all of them at the same time. So here I could say 1.1 rem. All of them will be affected at the same time. So this way, if all of them share the same styling, then you can use this to style all of them at once. Another thing you can do is something such as div p. You'll notice when we hover over it, it says div with any of its children being a p tag, and it will gain this styling. So nothing here has that styling, but if I were to say div and then pass this p tag into this div, this p tag will get that styling. But you'll notice if we go div and put another p tag here, and here we can also put some lorem, this p tag will also be affected. If you only want this div's children to be affected, that is specifically a p tag, you can use this symbol right here, this bigger than symbol. This means it should be specifically a p tag of this div. So if we were to say section here, save that, then you'll notice this div has a p tag which is blue, so you'll see blue. But in section, it does not have that. But if we were to remove this, you'll notice the one in section also gets it. So this here will affect all of the p tags inside of that div, even if it's children of something else. This will make sure that the p tag has to be a direct child of this div. Meaning also if you were to do this, it will be blue, as you can see. But since this is a different tag, its children will not be selected. You also have this plus. Now if you hover over it, you'll see div and then p. This means the div with direct element following it should be a p. So right here, you'll see this div here, everything inside of it is normal color. But this p, because it's directly following this div, it will be blue. So here, if we were to say span instead and put some text here, this will no longer be applied because it is not directly following a div. And take note, if this is a lot for you to take in at this moment, you don't have to remember this continuously. As you practice CSS, you'll start remembering this like second nature. So if you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed by all of this information, don't be. You will remember it over time. You also have the tilde. If you hover over it, you'll see P and then a bunch of dots, or div and a bunch of dots and P. So if we were to have multiple P tags here, like this, you'll notice it's also blue. If we were to change this to plus, only the first one following would be blue. If we make it a tilde, all of them following this div element will be blue. So even if you break it by going span as an example, it will still make all of the P tags following this div blue. Because this means all of the P tags after this div has been selected should be blue. And take note, this could be a class value. This could be some sort of class or some sort of div. ID, I mean. But I'm just using a div to keep it simple. And then finally, let's take a look at attribute selectors. So let's, for example, say we have an A tag. Or let's go with this P here. And here we might have a link. And we say that can go somewhere. And we can just put this $ in there. And then we can have another A tag. This A tag also goes somewhere. In this case, we don't care. And it links this word. But this link, we wanted to go to a different page. So we say target underscore blank. So this will target this to a new tab. If I click on here, it's actually going to tell me, do you want it to pop up because I have an extension? If I say yes, it's going to open up a new tab. If I click this one, it's going to try and open it up on the same page. Now let's say I want to color my A tags. However, let's make this red. However, I don't want my A tags, or I don't want this A tag to be colored. I only want those that goes to a new page. So when you click on them, it opens up a new tab. I only want those to actually be this styling. To do that, we can use this. Anything in here would be an attribute. So if I say target, then any A tag with the target attribute like this will be affected. So as you can see, only this one is affected because it has a target attribute attached. If this was href, then all of them would be attached because href is both. But we have target, only those with the target attribute is selected. You can also specify specific target because let's say we have a target here and this target is underscore parent, then both of them will be selected. But let's say you only wanted to target underscore blank. Then you could say target is equal to, and in quotation marks, underscore blank. Now it will only apply the styling to the A tag with the target that says underscore blank. And you can of course use this with a lot of other elements as well that has attributes. Let's start off with just selecting this P tag. And we've done this already quite a lot, so color red. And this is applying color with this specific word. So this is CSS color names. You can do something like tomato as well. Give it a tomato-ish color, orange, blue, whatever. So this is very simple CSS coloring. You also get color values, such as RGB, hexadecimal, and HSL. And there are more, but I'm not going to cover more of them. Let's say you want RGB. You already know what RGB is. Red, green, blue. Your keyboard might be RGB. So this defines how much the red, the green, and the blue should be. Where 0, on all three, the red, the green, and the blue, will provide black. And where the maximum value, 255, that's the maximum value they can all be, this will provide white. And of course you can choose things in between. So let's say you want, let's make them all 0 again. Let's say you only want red. That would be 255, the maximum red. Let's say you only want green. That will be in the middle, 255. So because red, green, blue. That will be fully green. And let's say you want blue, 255. Blue. And of course you can mix and match. So here we could go 76, which will give a purplish blue. And here we could maybe go 90 and it will give a lighter blue, and here we could even say 100 and now we'll give you this grayish color. Usually you can just play around with this, see what you like, see what you don't. VS Code even gives us a nice little dragger here, which we can use to change the coloring how we want. Save that. Now we have this greenish color. And then finally, you could also add another one here, A. This means opacity. So here, if we go 0, you'll see it turns invisible. It's still there, but it's invisible because the alpha channel, the opacity, is 0, 1 being the maximum. Would have made more sense if it was 255 also, but 1 is the maximum. And then here we go 0.5, then it will be half see-through. So this makes it see-through. But that's also for a later tutorial, a bit more complex. Then you have hexadecimal, which is usually defined with 6 letters after a hashtag. This case, if means white, where 0000000 means black. Now let me break this up for you. So first of all, the lowest is 0, and it can go up until 9. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? Then you jump into letters. So A, B, C, D, E, F. So this is all of the values one of these can hold, from 0 up until F, where F is the lightest and 0 is the darkest. Now, when we go like this, we have hashtag 000000, where this first part would be red, green, blue. Same, RGB. So this will be red, green, and blue. Where this first two will represent red. So if the first two was FF, it will be red. Just like with RGB, where the first one was 255, it would be red. Here, FF means red. Because 00 here, and we make this here, then it will be blue. So these two define how that specific color will look. So if I go F5, now we get a pinkish color because this red isn't fully red. If we go 00, this red only translates to, it does translate to red, but you'll notice if we take a look here, if it will stay up, there we go. So it's not completely red. If you see there's a little space there because it was changed a little bit. And of course you could do something like F0. And take a look here, there's a larger space. And of course you could change these to how you want. So I can go 55 and then also 0F. And this will give this orangish color here. These are the ones you will usually mostly be working with, unless you get into the more complex things where you'll start using HSL and stuff like that, which is hue, saturation, and lightness. I'm not going to cover HSL, but you can go and read up on this if you want to. But for me, I generally don't work out of RGB, hexadecimal, and just the color value name, so green, for example. Also with hexadecimal, you can slim it down to 3, so FFF, and now each value will only have one letter referring to it. So here if I were to say 0, and as you can see, these two are at full, but this one is not full, so then you get this bluish color. If you do this, then it will be completely blue. You can also add an alpha channel to it, so if you go 0 here at the end, it will be unseeable because that's the alpha channel, and if you make this F again, then you get to see everything. And so it's kind of like RGBA, which we covered, but just in F format, you know. But it's up to you. You'll get more comfortable with it as the more you use it, because you'll see the more you use it, the more you'll start to just remember how it works and figure it out. Cool. Now let's take a look at backgrounds while we're at it. Backgrounds allows you to set background colors to things. For example, let's say I want to add a background color to this text. Well, then I can go background color, and here we could go hashtag F0F, which will translate to this pinkish color. And I'll see it has a background color. You could also specify background image. And here we could say URL, and we can just specify the image. So image.jpg. So this image right here. Now if I save that, you'll see there's a background image there now. If this text was longer, so let's say lorem times 30, you'll see this. It actually repeats here, so you'll see it right here, there's like a line, and you'll see this happening quite often. So you'll see it constantly repeats. And we'll tweak that in a second, where we can go background repeat. And here we could say no repeat. Now the background will not repeat. Once it ends, it ends. You can also say the background position, so background position, and we could say right bottom, so it will be positioned at the bottom right of this. So if we go down here, now you'll see it's there at the bottom and it starts here at the right side. Of course, you can fit all of this within this one background argument like this. So where you have your URL, then you can specify the position, so right bottom, and you can also specify if it should be repeating. There we go. So now we did the same thing, but now it's in one line instead of having to break it up into multiple smaller lines. You can also specify the background size, so background size, and we could do something like 100 pixels, 100 pixels. And now you'll notice it's much smaller, and we can actually just bring this back up here to the top. And there we go. And then of course, if you remove the no repeat, it will constantly repeat. You can also make it stretch and do a bunch of cool things. So instead of saying 100 pixels, you could say contain. And now you'll see it stretches it until the end here. So it contains this whole image, and then it starts over once it's here at the end of the image. So it stretches the image to its original aspect ratio. But you can also do cover, and this will stretch it to fill in this whole thing without having to repeat. So as you can see here. There's of course a lot more that you can do with backgrounds and stuff in CSS, but I believe this basics can open up a lot of doors for you, and you can see for yourself what you would like to do. Just a note, if you ever use a background image on text, if you're going to use it like this, make sure that the background image is either a dark color and the foreground, so the text, is a light color, or vice versa. Because here you'll see the text is a dark color, so if it goes over here, you can't see it, you have to highlight it. And of course, I would generally not recommend doing this, like with this big, maybe like a watermark type of image, it could be good, like with just a little logo in the middle. But this specifically, not so great. Cool, I'm going to copy this ID, go to style.css, and if you remember from the previous videos, we go like that, we use the ID selector which uses a hashtag, and there we go. Now we have selected an ID. Now of course we can do things like color red just to make sure it works, and there we go. Remember, you need to refresh your page if you do not have an auto refresh extension installed. So if I make changes here, it just auto refreshes for me. But if you make changes, you might have to click the refresh button. Alright, now let's get started with creating a border. Now we can actually start by saying border style. And here we can say how a border should look, such as solid. This will give it a solid border around the text here. So this whole div here, it has a border. And you can of course give it a bunch of different stylings, such as dotted. That will make it a dotted styled border. Or double, that's a double border. Or groove, that's a groove border. Or you could say none if it should have no border, this is generally by default. Or hidden if it should have a border but it should be hidden. But it can become way more powerful. For example, let's say we have a solid border. We can add more to this. So let's say this time we now add a dashed. Now here we have a dash border on this side and the rest is solid. So just these two are dashed. However, we can also add another one. Dotted. Now, dashed, solid, dashed, dotted. So it starts from the top, so this one will be at the top. Then the second one will cover the sides. If it's just 2, then the first one will cover the top and bottom. And then the side to side for the second one. And if there's 3, it will cover the top. The first side will be dashed, bottom will be dotted, and then this side will be dashed again. And then if you want to change the final one as well, meaning this one right here, you can give it a value such as ridge. So now here's a ridge, here's a solid, here's a dashed, and here's a dotted. So it goes from the top and it goes in this clockwise, I believe, orientation. So like that, you can specify different types of borders. Let's say you don't want a border on one side, then you just say none. Now there's no border here at the bottom. Now let's say we just have a border style of solid, just so you can see what's happening. You can also give it a border width of, let's say, 5 pixels. Now the border will be more thick. Anyhow, so you can make the border width more like this. You can also specify, if you don't like working with numbers, you could specify things like medium. Now it's a medium border. Without it, it will be the smallish border. With it, is a little bit bigger. Or thick. Now it's a thick boy. And this also applies to basically any border you have. So if we say dashed, it's going to give you thick dashes. And just like with the border styling, you can also specify per side. So let's say thick, medium, 1px, and 10px, like that. This one will be 10px, this one will be a thick boy, this one will be a medium boy, and this one will be 1px. So it follows the same structure that the previous border style did. Then you can also specify a border color. So let's make the border with, let's actually remove it for this. And let's go back to solid. So you can also say border color. And the border color can of course be, like here as VS Code gives me a bunch of colors. Let's say blue. Now the border will be blue. Let's say red. Border will be red. Hashtag 0F0, the border will be green. Because red, green, blue. And of course we can make this bigger, like something like that, and now it will give us a bluish color. And again, this can go for all 4 borders again, same as with the border style and border width. So we can say red, orange, and let's go RGB, 10, 70, 200. There we go. Now this one's a little too blue. Let's make it a different color. Let's just hover over this. Let's make it yellow. There we go. Save it, and there we go. So now each side is a different color. Now you don't necessarily have to do it in one line. Some people, such as I, struggle with this sometimes because I forget that it goes in a clockwise position and whatnot. So what I prefer to do is instead I like to go border, top. And now I know I'm specifying the top border. I will always know I'm specifying the top border. And here I can specify the color, the width, the radius, whatnot. So if we go and say style, we can say the style should be dashed, for example. Now the top will always be dashed. And here we specify top. And you can do this with all sides. So border top, bottom, and left, right. And I would like to make the left and right colors just so we can play around with that. So color, and here let's just make the whole thing blue for now. And in the bottom border style, I want that to be ridge. The left color I would like to be pink, and the right color I would like to make magenta. Save that, and now it was much easier to know what I'm going to modify. So by default, my border style everywhere is going to be solid. But for the top and for the bottom, it's different. So the bottom is ridge. It's actually a little bit difficult to see. Let's try to do dotted. There we go. So for the bottom, it's dotted, and for the top, it is dashed. And we specify for the top and bottom. And in here for the left and right, we actually specified colors, but we could also specify the style. So it should be dotted or dashed. Same with the top and bottom, we could also specify the colors. And you can see it's pink and magenta. So some may prefer this. It's a little bit more writing, but it's also easier to understand for those of you who struggle. Now, if you don't like writing a lot, you think that writing a lot is truly awful, what you could do is you could move all of this into one command. So let's actually just remove all of this because there's quite a lot. Border 1px solid black. Now I have your 1 pixel in width, solid border of the color of black. Red. Now the border will be red. 1 pixel is not a lot, so let's go 3. There we go. So now I have a 3 pixel border that is of solid type. This could be dashed and red. So this is all in one line. Instead of needing 3 lines to define this, you have 1 line. And of course, let's say you just want to specify a specific side. Border dash left. Now only the left border will be red dashed and bordered. And this of course again goes for all sides. Alright, now let's take a look at border rounding. So let's go solid, and this doesn't need to be just on the left, we can go border. Here we go. Now let's say you want to make your website look a bit more modern, and these days we like seeing circles and rounded corners and stuff like that. So what we could do is we could use border radius. Now this will allow us to give a border radius. If we say 1 pixel, we're not going to see much of a difference. But if we say something like 10 pixels, then now you'll see it's being bordered into a little bit more of a circlish. We can also go 5 pixels if it's too much. Now it's not as much as what it was. We could go and say 100 pixels, and now it's incredibly, now it's like a pill. So however much you wanted, you just increase the value here, and that will create you a border radius. For in this case, I think 5 was actually perfect. So now it's nice rounded, not too rounded like with 10, because that's a little bit too much, but some may like that. And also take note, this border will resize with your div. So if I put more lorem here, as you can see, the whole border did resize. Now the text shadow property adds a shadow to text as it says. So let's get a simple little bit of text in here. Let's go some P and let's put lorem in here. Then here we can select the P tag and we can give it a text shadow. And here will actually autocomplete for me. So it's 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel black. When I save this, you'll notice our text looks almost like a little bit bigger. It's because of the text shadow. We can of course make this something like red. Now the shadow of the text is red. If you don't specify anything, it will automatically be black, as you can see there. And you only need to specify the first 2 if you really want to. You do not need to specify the third value, and we'll get to what these values mean. And we can specify something like red, and now we'll only display the color, and we'll not use the third value. So let's first talk about these values. This is the x-axis of the shadow, and this is the y-axis of the shadow, and this is of course the color. So let's say the y-axis is 5 pixels. Now you'll notice it went downwards because x is left to right, y is up to down. And if we increase the size here, we can see it better, and there we go. So the shadow is going downwards. And of course here, if we made this 5 as well, then we'll go more to the left. And there we go. Let's put this back to 1 pixel and 1 pixel. And now notice it's much simpler to see once it's been increased in size. Now you can add a blur effect to this shadow, because usually when you look at a shadow, it's not this amount of visible. So you could add a blur effect by giving the third property, such as 1 pixel, which will give it a 1 pixel blur. As you can see, it's already nice and blurry. Or we can go 5 pixels and now it'll be very blurry, and so on. Now we can of course take something like this, and if we were to make the color of it white and the background color, we will just keep that black or black. It seems that the text shadow color itself is the same as the text color, so if you do not specify it, it will be the same. Anyhow, then as you can see, now there's like this nice blur on the text, so it almost gives you the illusion of glowing text. If we make the blur a little bit less, then it will be easier to see as well. Now you're not limited to just this X and Y shadow. You can add another shadow. As an example, here we could go 0, 0, meaning do not go anywhere, just be on the text itself. Let's go to a blur of 5 pixels. And let's make it hashtag F0F. And that would be a pinkish purple. So now you have two. You have one that's black, and you have one that is pinkish purple. We of course make this black one stand out a little bit more. And we can also make this 0 pixels and 0 pixels. And there we go. So now there's two text shadows on here. Of course, if you wanted to, let's say, have the same shadow but on two different sides, then you could do something like this. And here, instead of doing 0, 0, you go -1 or negative whichever value. That means it will go negative and then to the place you want to go. So for example, if 1 pixel is the first one, then it will go to the left. But if it's -1, it will go to the right, because the x-axis is like you might have learned in school. If we were to open up our drawing app here, we have this. This is our x, and this is our y. And it's like in school, where you have 1, or it will actually go the other way around, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here you have -1, -2, -3, and so on. So it's basically the same as this. And you always start here in the center, and depending on what your value is that you give it, it will go left, right, up, or down. So it's just like one of those charts you used to do in school. So we were to say -1, -1, and let's also make this black. Then now there's a shadow going up and left, as well as a shadow going down and right. And we'll both give it a blur of 1 pixel. Then it will also produce pretty nice text. Now, of course, you're not limited to just this, just 2 of them. You can have up to 4 where you specify, or even more probably, where you specify each and every side. So I could go here and I could literally just make this 1 pixel black, -1 pixel black. But you will of course need to specify more than 1. This would be like 0, and then -1, 0. Of course you can copy this, and this will be 0, 1, and then 0, -1. And now you basically created a border around the text. So it will start by going x, 1 pixel, so left or right. Then it will go left, and then it will go down, and then it will go up, because it's x and then y, x, y, x, y. Now as for text shadow, it is very simple. It's just adding a pixel amount of shadow to text. Let's talk about the box shadow. So we can remove that, and let's select our margined div here. Now a box shadow adds a shadow to a box element, such as a div. So we can say box shadow, and we can say, let's say 10 pixels, 10 pixels, and specify color, and there we go. If you zoom out a little bit, yeah, let's maybe just also give a little bit of a margin. So margin 1 rem, there we go. Now you can see it better. So here we see there's the shadow, and we could of course make the background color, just so we can see it better, equal to something like red. And now here you can see the shadow of this box. Now just like the text shadow, the box shadow also has a blur. So we could go 5 pixels and that will blur it. Or we can make this a little bit smaller as well, like that. And now the shadow is a little bit closer to the box itself. But here we also have another property. We have the spread property, which defines a spread radius. Basically, it will spread the shadow, almost like smudging it a little bit. A positive value will increase the size of the shadow, and a -1 will of course make it smaller. So here we could add 5 pixels, and now you notice that the shadow got bigger. If we were to go -5 pixels, then it would actually get smaller. And just like the text shadow, you can also specify multiple shadows. So here we can do this, go like that, and if you specify negative here, it will make a shadow on both ends, as you can see. And just like with text shadow, you can specify multiple, so it doesn't have to be 2, it can be 4, 3, how many ever shadows you want to apply. You can also make the shadow on the inside of this box. As an example, if we go here and just specify inset, then here there's a shadow on the inside, but note it starts from this point here. Not this point here, but this point here. If you wanted to start from this point here, you can use negative. So go like that, and I will start here from the inside. And of course here you can also go inset, and I will also make it that shadow go on the inside. So now there's 2 shadows and they're both on the inside. So let's first create, well, let's just keep this div here. And let's remove this box shadow. And let's just rather give it a border of 1px solid. And let's go red. Right, and let's maybe make it a little bit more, so maybe 3 pixels. There we go. And red is actually a little bit difficult to see. Let's go green maybe. That's even worse. Okay. We can't win. That's fine. I will stick with red. I'm assuming everyone can see that red there. We can also zoom in just a little bit. There we go. Alright. So here we have a box and it has a border. Very simple. So very simple. Now first let's talk about padding. Now padding is the space on the inside. So from top to bottom, so where the text starts here and from left to right. So with this knowledge, we can know that padding left will affect this area between where this text first starts and the side of the box. So if we were to say 100 pixels, then it will have a padding here of 100 pixels. If we were to make it 16 pixels, then it would be a bit more. We can of course make it padding 16 pixels, and this will apply 16 pixels to all corners, the top, the left, the bottom, and the side. That's padding. Padding is just when you have a box, then that is from the top corner, the left, or the top side, the left side, the right side, the bottom side. Basically this space here, that is the padding. Now similarly, you also have something like a margin. Let's create another div around this div so you can see the margin. Now we can go id is equal to margin. Alright, we can go here and we can say margin border 6px solid hashtag 000. Okay, so there is something here, you just can't see it, but there is actually a border there. If I were to make it bigger, you'll be able to see it. Now here we can also give it a padding such as this, and this is why we can't see it. We go solid, then there we go. I said sold instead of solid. But yeah, so if we remove it, you can see it there, and if we give it a padding, as you can see, it will pad this inwards. Now similarly, a margin is the opposite. So where a padding is the inside of this box, the inside, the margin is the outside. So if we said margin 16 pixels, now the outside of this box has 16 pixels attached. But take note that this margin here and this padding here, they are not the same. If I were to put a padding here, it will add to this margin, because this margin here is part of this box here, whilst this padding here is part of this box, as you can see. So margin is on the outside, so it will add spacing on the outside of boxes, whilst padding will add spacing on the inside of boxes. And when I say boxes, I actually mean any sort of HTML element, because in the end of the day, all of them are just, in a sense, a box. Even a p tag. So if we were to convert this into a p tag, you'll see it's also just a box. Anyhow, so that is the basics between margin and padding. It's as simple as that. Margin is the outside, whilst padding is the inside spacing. And of course, if you wanted to, you can go 0, 0, 10 pixels. This is perfectly fine. And here we can go 0, 16 pixels 0, 0. So you'll notice that this one-liner method also works, but you can also do something like margin top, and you can modify it with this. But yeah, so the higher this number, the larger this spacing. So 30, that's a large spacing. But yeah, that's the basics, all you needed to know. Margin on the outside, padding on the inside. So in this tutorial, we'll be talking about units. So let's say we want to set the width of something. Then we can use units to set the width. For example, here we have, let's say, 16 pixels of margin, right? So here, that's 16 pixels. Now, I could also go 1 rem. 1 rem is about equivalent to 16 pixels. Or 1 em. Very similar to rem, but not quite the same. There are a lot of these like measurements. We can even go centimeters. For example, I think that's about 1 centimeter. Actually, it was less. So we can even go things like centimeters. Can we go meter? Probably not. You can go millimeter though. Anyhow, the point is, there's a lot of measurement units that we can use, such as pixels, em, rem, centimeters, millimeters, and I believe it's about time we cover them. Now, let's start from the top. First of all, we get millimeters. I believe most of us know about that. We get centimeters. Most of us know about centimeters. For those of you who lives in the Americas, you have inches. You also get PT for points. Then you get PC. Most of these are kind of irrelevant. It's very dependent on what you prefer. You can go search up what you prefer most. And then you have things like PX. Now, PX is very special. Pixels will change depending on the device viewing it. For example, let's say you have a TV. A 1 pixel on a TV might be bigger than 1 pixel on a monitor. So generally it is discouraged to work with pixels because of this. Because just because something looks good on your screen, if you're using pixels, the chances are it might not look good on a different screen because pixels do not scale well. That is why in general, we always recommend that you use EM or rem. There are other measurements and stuff you can use, but generally I prefer rem. And you have your own things you can prefer. Some relative lengths that we would recommend is like, let's start with EM. So you have like EM, and this is relative to the font size of the element. So 2 EM will be 2 times the font size of the element. So if I go here and I say font size should be 20 pixels. And then here we go 2 EM. Now that will be about 40 pixels. So if we go 40 pixels, you won't see a difference. So EM is relative to the font size of the element. Meaning if I say font size is 1, or that's 10, but if I say 1, you'll see it also decreases. Now pixels as well, they can also use rem. So for example, 1 rem as an example, or 1 EM is a little bit weird, but yeah, 1 rem would be good as well. And we'll get to rem in a second. Now as for rem sets the relative font size of the root element. In a sense, it takes the browser's default font size you could think of. Meaning rem will rarely ever change. And it will scale nicely depending on the screen because of how font sizes work. So it depends on what you prefer. I prefer rem over EM just because rem has a smaller chance of ever changing. Where with EM, that will change depending on the font size of the current element. It's depending on what you prefer, but I prefer rem. But you also have other things such as, let's go here and say EX. So this is relative to the X height of the current font. Very rarely used. And then you have things like CH, which is relative to the width of the 0 character. So relative to the width of this thing, 0. Again, that's kind of on what you prefer. Something I see a lot is vertical width. So this will give you basically one vertical width is 1% of this width here. Meaning, if I make my browser any longer, you'll notice this top part here, it grows. So here it is just about as big as my cursor. Now if I were to go like this, you'll see it gets bigger. So VW means vertical width. So 2 vertical width is 2% of the vertical width here. So 100 would be, of course, this entire vertical width like this. And if you flip it, you'll get that. The same can be good for vertical height. So now it will be 1 page height. If we go 10, then it will be 10% basically of the page height. I do see these used quite often, but it's up to you which you prefer. You also get things like Vmin, Vmax, and then finally you get percentage, which is what I prefer. So for example, 10%. And those are a few units you might want to know about. Primarily, if you're just getting started with CSS, you can actually just stick with pixels if you find that fairly simple. Otherwise, I recommend rem. You can think of rem as 16 pixels is about equal to 1 rem. And rem rarely ever changes, so I would always recommend staying with that. But EM is also a favorite of a lot of people, so you might want to go for EM instead. Depending on which you prefer. Again, it generally doesn't matter which you use. Just keep in mind that some lengths may change depending on like the person's screen size and pixel density and whatnot. So in our HTML, let's actually just remove this and let's just keep this div here. And in here, we can just talk about this margined div. We can also put a little bit of lorem in here. There we go. And we can maybe make the background color cadet blue. There we go. So let's add a width here. Now widths can have multiple or different types of values in here depending on how you want to make the width or height. For example, we could say 200 pixels. And now it will only be 200 pixels in length. So from here to here, that's only 200 pixels. Or you could use 20%. This 20% is based off of the width of this window here. So if we do this, you'll notice it changes in width. You also have auto, which it is by default. Initial, which is basically sets it back to its default value. And inherit, then it will inherit it from its parent. So if its parent is a specific width, then this one will also be that specific width. Let's make this 50% and let's add in height as well, and we can make it 600 pixels. So width and height is really just so easy. But you should always take note that width and height, these properties do not include padding, borders, or margins when they calculate the width or the height with it. So the width is the area inside the padding. So it is from where this blue starts to where this blue ends. That is the width. The padding and the border, those are two different things that are not related to the width and height or the margin. Now you also have things such as max width and max height. The max width property is used to set the absolute maximum width that an element is allowed to be. This is nice if you have an element that changes size over time depending on the screen size here. So let's say the width here is 70%. But let's say you don't want it to be at max longer than 500 pixels. Then you say max width 500 pixels. Meaning, if we do this, it won't increase, but if we go smaller, it will change in size. You can also have a min width. And a min width, let's say we make that 100 pixels. That means it cannot be smaller than that minimum width. So here, it cannot grow bigger, and here, it cannot grow smaller. We can even make it, to make it a bit more easy to notice, 200 pixels. And then it will notice it easier. Or 500, and now it can change it all. You can also have a min height and a max height that you can set to make it the width or the height that you need it as well. So you should not get confused. The width is what it changes into. So if we say 70%, that means the width may change depending on the resolution or the size of this window. But max width says, okay, you're allowed to change, but you're not allowed to go bigger than this width here. And min width says, okay, you are allowed to change, but you're not allowed to go under this in size. With width, you could also just give it a set value such as 500 or 600 pixels and just remove the max constraints. And it will work. But if you use something that changes over time, then you can force it to be in a specific size that you need. We'll later on get into changing the size of things depending on the screen resolution or screen size. That doesn't just involve percentages. But right now, that's not too important. And that is it. Width and height is just so simple. All you need to do is you just set the width and height, but you also have the option to have a max width or a max height, as well as a minimum width and a minimum height. So let's just add a p tag here, just so we can use a little bit better convention. And let's select that p tag. And if you hover over this, you'll notice it selects the element with this ID and all of the p tags inside of it. Simply, if you want to change the color, you could say color green. And that will make the text green. You can also change the text background color, so background color, and let's make it black. And the text background color is black. You can also align the text to the center, so text align center, and now the text is aligned in the center. Let's just make this line so it's easier to see, or you can align it to the right. By default, it is aligned to the left, so you can either do left, center, or right. You can also do text align justify, and this will make sure all of these lines here are aligned in a way that they're the same length. If I were to remove that, let's actually just add more text here. Lorem times 5. There we go. And let's also maybe add a little padding here. And my bad, that coloring is actually set here, so let's put the padding here. There we go. So you'll notice here at the end, they're all aligned equally. But if I remove this text align here, and I save it, then you'll notice they are no longer aligned like that. So by aligning justify, it will justify all of these so they're the same length, or that end at the same place here at the end. Now sometimes you want to align, but only the very last line of the text, so only this line here. You can then just do text align last, and let's say center. Now the last line in this paragraph here will be at the center, or right, or even justify. But justify in this case won't really do much unless it's a little bit longer. You can also change the text direction. So let's say text direction, or this is actually just direction, not text direction. There we go. And we say right to left. Now the text will be aligned right to left. Some languages have your text that should be read from right to left instead of the regular left to right, which is the default. So depending on how your text should be read, you could align it other way around. You can also use Unicode bidi and just say bidi override, and this will completely change the text direction of an element. So as you can see now, L is here at the end here, but if you remove that, L is here at the start, so lorem. Do that, now lorem is here, lorem. You can also add text decoration line, and let's say overline. This will add a line above all of these values here, all of the text. You also have underline, which will do the opposite and add a line underneath all of the text. So we save that, now it's underneath all of the text. So overline is above the text, underline is underneath the text. You also have line through, which is a strike through, and you can add multiples. So let's say line through, overline, and underline. And now there's one of each. You can also add a text decoration color, and let's say it should be red. And the decoration color of this, so the lines here, they will be red or pink or whatever you prefer. And you can also add a text decoration style. And here we could say by default it is solid, but we could say dashed. And that will be a bunch of dashes. Let's actually zoom in here. You'll notice they are now dashes instead of being solid. Or double, and now they're doubled. Dotted, wavy. Pretty cool, right? You can also set the text decoration thickness, and let's make it 5 pixels. That's nice and thick. And of course you can do all of this inside of one text decoration. So let's go, I'm just going to keep underline on this one. Red, wavy. I can just do that. And now I have a red wavy underline here. And we could probably do 5 pixels here as well. And that will be 5 pixels in size. And of course, if you don't want any text decoration, you can just say none. And that will remove any text decoration from the text. You can also do text transformation, such as text transform uppercase. And now it's all uppercase. Or let's say we remove the casing here, so it's lorem with a lowercase l, but you want it to be capitalized. Let's say you want the first letter of each word to be capitalized, then you can just say capitalize. Now each letter of the first letter of the word will be capitalized. Or lowercase if you want everything to be in lowercase. Or text indent. And we can say 10 pixels. Now the first word here where it starts will be indented by 10 pixels or 50 or however much you want it to be indented with. Letter spacing will space all of the letters. So let's say it's 5 pixels. Now each letter will be spaced further away. Line height will set the height of each line. So let's say 1.5. And now each line is set 1.5 from each other, where 1 is the normal and let's say 0.5 is half of the normal, or 4 would be 4 times the usual. You can also do word spacing, so word spacing, and let's say that should be 10 pixels. Now each word is also spaced 10 pixels from each other. A little bit difficult to see that with the letter spacing, so let's just do that. And now I can see, let's actually make it a little bit more, 20. Now I can notice they're rather spaced out. And finally, let's remove the coloring here and all the other nonsense. And let's talk about text shadow. So text, shadow, and this is just like box shadow. So we have 2 pixels, and we can specify a color. As you can notice, the shadow is there. You can also specify blur. So 5 pixels, and now it's blurred. Just as the box shadow works basically exactly the same. And this here just means from the top. So if we were to make this 1 pixel, and we were to make this 0, and this 5, you'll notice now it's from the top. And here if we make this 5 and this 0, so this one means from the left and this is from the top. And this is the blur and this is the color. So here I have an image called image.jpg. I am just going to import it into our project. There we go. So here is our image. Let's go to the CSS styling, and let's just make sure that this image, so your image, does not go larger than, let's say, 400 pixels. There we go. That's pretty big. We can actually just zoom in a little bit. Alright, so here's the image. Now first you can set the border radius of the image to, let's say, 10 pixels. And now this image will have a nice border radius. And of course, the more you set it, the more circular it will be, such as 50%. Now we'll get an oval, as you can see there. If you want to make sure that this is not an oval and it's a circle, the width and the height should be the same. If the width and the height are not the same, then it will be an oval. Some images are by default the same width as the height. Other images like this one has a larger width than its height. Now you can also set an image to resize according to your screen size to make it more mobile friendly or just more responsive in general. By going with 100%. This means the width should not should just be 100% of this page. Here we just have a margined div here, which is having a little bit of margin here, a little bit of padding, but that's fine. But now if I zoom out, the image will still stay the same. If I zoom in, I can actually just do this. You'll notice the image will resize along with the page. Unlike when we first started, where if we did this, the image would overflow. With this, the image will always be this width. So by using percentages, you can make it more responsive on more screens. Let's make the width 300 pixels. Now to center it, you can just go display block and then margin auto, and it will center the image for you right in the middle. Without display block, it will not go to the center, so you will need to use display block. You can change the transparency of an image by going opacity, where 1 will be full opacity so you can see everything, and 0.5 would be half, so now it will be half see-through, 0.1 then it will be mostly see-through, and in 0 it will be all see-through. For now, let's just go 0.8, and this should be, actually just remove it. You also have a bunch of filters you can use, such as filter, grayscale, and this will grayscale, so make it white and black, and we can just say 100%. And now it will be completely grayscaled. You could of course just say 50%, and now it will be 50% on the way there, 90, that will be mostly, and so on. You can also set the blur of it, and let's make it 4 pixels. Now it will be a little blurry. 1 pixel will make it less blurry. 10 pixels will make it super blurry. Or you can set the brightness by, let's say, 25% of the original brightness. Now it will be a little bit more dark and gloomy. Or 150%, and now it will be extra bright. But without it, it will look like that. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but just know you basically have an entire image editing program right in CSS. But we can say invert, and let's just go 100%, and now it will be completely inverted in the color, so negative 10%, only somewhat, 50%, half of it, and then 100%, all of it. Now you have more such as contrast, hue rotate, saturation, sepia, drop shadow, all of these. You can also flip an image by going transform, scale X, and notice how this purple pink spot is here on the left side. When we go here and we set in -1, it will be on the right side. You can also go scale Y, and notice how this part here is at the top. If we were to say scale Y -1, it will be at the bottom. So you can flip it whichever way you want by using transform and scale X or Y. Now sometimes, let's say you set the width and the height, so height to 300 pixels. Now when you do that, it will stretch it in a way that some people may not like. To overcome that, you can say object fit cover, and now we'll keep the aspect ratio, and it will only show this here, so it won't make it stretch like it's doing now. It will instead make it full screen, but we can only see about 600 pixels in total here. So 300 here, 300 here, 300 here, 300 here. If you want everything to still be in here, you can use contain, and now it will make the entire image fit in here, but it may crop it down a little bit to make it all fit in. So even though it has a higher width and a higher height, it might not use all of it when you use contain, so it can fit everything in here. If you want it all to fit in there without it losing any of this, you can just remove it, and now it will stretch again. And that's basically what fill does. It's the default, it will just fill it. So you have cover, contain, and fill. A pseudo class is what is used when you want to define a special state of an element. For example, let's say when I hover over this image here, it should blur. That is a pseudo class. So let's say we have this. Now what we could do is we could say this margin image colon hover. This is a pseudo class. So we're saying when we hover with our mouse over this image, we want it to set the filtered blur to 4 pixels. So we hover over it, and you'll notice it blurs the image when we hover over it. This is the power of a pseudo class. It allows us to take a state in which an element is in and modify what happens when that state changes. So we're not hovering over it, but when we do, we set it to blur. For example, let's say here we have let's keep this margin here. Let's just put an A tag here, and it's gonna go nowhere, and we can say click me. Now this A tag specifically, and let's just select it like this, has a bunch of properties, such as link. This is when the link has not been visited yet. We can, let's say, set the color to red. Since it has not been visited yet, I have not clicked on it yet, it is red. We can also style it for visited. And let's make the color green if it has been visited. We can change the hover. Let's make it purple. And let's say we select the text. We can make it black. So here, if I hover over it, we get, and that should be selected. For a second there, or active. For a second there, I got confused, but that should be active. So now let's say here, when we hover over it, we get purple. Purple is a little bit difficult to see. Let's make it blue. So it's red when it just hasn't been visited yet. When you hover over it, we now get blue, like we say there. When we select it, and you'll notice if I right click on it, you'll notice it goes black for a second. So that's when we select it, it goes black, active, and then visited. So if I click on it, it now becomes green because it has been visited. Alright, let's jump over to maybe a few paragraph tags. So let's go P, and let's say lorem. Now we can create another div with a P tag in it that also says lorem. But this lorem, we can maybe make it go twice. And now we can also have another P in here. So P, I am cool. And let's have another P here that says I am not cool. Alright. When we go P colon and first child, let's make the color red. Now what this does is it takes the first P element that is in a div, or I believe we can even go here, P I am cool and P not so much. So the first P element, the first paragraph element that it finds in each div or each container will be the color of red. So in this case, this is the first P element inside of the body, so it will be red. This is the first P element inside of this div, so it will be red. This is the first P element inside of this div, so it will be red. So it selects the first element in each div, and it changes the color or whatever styling you put here. We've just mainly changed the color, but you can put any styling in here like as you want. You could even specify hashtag margin here, and now it will only apply this first child functionality to the ID of hashtag margin. So in here, this is the only place where it will do that. If we go div P check me, then check me will be red because it is the first P element inside of this div, which is in fact inside of margin. So by specifying here, you could say, okay, do this, but only to the P tags inside of the margin div. You also have let's just go P colon lang, And here you could specify a language of your choice, such as no, or I'm going to go JP. So let's say it's Japanese. And then I'm going to say the quotes, which will change the quotes that will be used in this specific piece of text from normal quotes to, let's say, I don't have a Japanese keyword, so I can't use their quotes. I'll just use these brackets here. Now, when we go here, and let's just clean up a little bit so we don't have as much. Whenever we specify lang and let's say JP, so this is the JP that we found here, that we set there. When we do that, and we use it with the quotes tag, and my bad, here we should not specify a Q, we should specify a, or a P, we should specify a Q for quotes. And let's go here and say quote. Then now it will use these brackets as quotes instead of the usual, let's just make this a quote as well, quotation marks. So usually it would specify quotation marks. But in this case, it will specify brackets, because here we say take the quotes, and if the lang is JP, so if this lang here, if that is JP, make the quotes use these instead. And that is just the beginning. There are so many of these. If we just go colon, you'll notice there's a ton of them that starts with this. And you can see there is so many here. Unfortunately, I cannot go through all of these in one video. But you can go and look through them and see, here's the last child. So if the first child did only the first P tag in a div, then the last child would do the last one. You know, most of these you can somewhat figure out. Visited, there's the one we did. There's first child, first of type, paused. You can check out all of these. But there's so many. You just need to find them. So a pseudo element is used when you want to specify the styling of a specified part in an element. For example, the styling of the first letter of a line, or to insert content before a piece of text or after it. Now, pseudo elements are very similar to pseudo classes in the sense that they use these. But instead of using one, which is for classes, we use colon. Another time, so 2 times, for element. So let's say we take a look at our P tag here. Make that a P tag again, which all it contains is some lorem for us. And let's just make sure the lorem is nice and long. So let's go lorem times 3. Now we have a lot of lorem to work with. Then in here we can say P colon colon first line. So the first line, meaning from this whole part here is the first line. The first line, we can say the color should be red. And now the first line of this P tag has the color of red. And again, you can put almost any styling in here as you want. This is just normal CSS. You can put color in here, font size, word spacing, whatever you feel is right. Same here, you could say first letter instead of first line. And let's say we go font size is equal to 2 rem. So the first letter is nice and big. Now you can of course have multiple of these. So the one can be first letter, the other one can be first line. And let's say the first line has a color of pink. So you can have multiple of these pseudo elements attached, as you can see here. Now one thing you will often see being used is the colon before. This means put a few things before the content in this element, such as content I am cool. And I will put I am cool right before the content of this CSS or this P tag here. So now I am cool, and this will account for all P tags. So if you just go P hello, then I am cool will be before this P tag as well. You can do the same with after, and this will put things after. So now there will be I'm cool right after this P tag. Same here. I'm cool right at the end. You can also do
selected or selection here, and let's say we go and make the color green and the background to red. Now whenever we select this, the color of the text would be green and the background of the selection would be red. And again, just like in the previous video, there are a ton of these laying around. These are just some of the most popular ones you'll see, such as I go like this and you'll see spelling error, slotted, shadow, and there's a bunch of MSs here, WebKit, first letter, first line, and you'll notice there's so many here. And this is just an introduction to show you things you can do with this CSS Pseudo Elements. So we already know about the list element in HTML, such as unordered list, and then you have an li tag, and let's say pizza and burger and chips. There we go. This is an unordered list, very simple. Now let's start with styling this. I'm just going to select unordered list, and here we can say list style type, and by default it would be disk. So by default it is disk. However, you could go circle, and then it would be a same as disk, but just this time it is empty on the inside with just a border. Or you could go square, and that will make it a square. You can do the same with ordered list. So let's say we go OL here, where we have numbers, and here we could say, instead of this, we could say upper Roman. And this should of course be for ordered list. And there we go. So now we'll have Roman numbers. So we add more of this, which is pretty neat. You can also have the alphabet. So either upper or lowercase, lower alpha, upper alpha. So there's a lot here that you can select, of course, such as Georgian. And there we go. And you can just select whichever you prefer. I do believe you can also do Japanese characters in here. But yeah, so there's a lot you can do here to order or to style your lists. You can also put an image here. I do have an image.jpg. So if I wanted to, I could go here, specify URL, and then say image.jpg. And instead of list style type, you say image. And here we go. The image is just very big, but you get the idea. So there's pizza, go to the next one. There's burger. If we actually resize it a little bit, we'll be able to see more. Yeah, so it's very small now, but you'll notice it's still all there. You can just, of course, resize the image, which isn't too much of an issue. And then, yeah, it should be better. Now, of course, if you wanted to, you could also remove the default settings, such as here with an ordered list. You get the numbers, but you could say list style type, none. And now it will just remove those styling. Or potentially you could go margin 0 and padding 0. And now you'll also notice they are no longer restrained to what was the sides here. You can also specify the position of these lists. So list style position. And if we say outside, then this list style position would be on the outside, which is by default. So the numbers here, they're on the outside. And we also say inside. And I'll notice it also indents it a little bit because now it's on the inside. If we were to bring this back, you'll notice now, because they're on the inside, they will no longer go off the screen. To give an example, if we go here and say list item, we say border 1px solid black. And then here, if we were to remove this, then you'll notice it's on the outside of this border. But if we put this here, it will be on the inside. And that is about all there really is to lists. They're very simple, but you can add a little bit of styling here and there to make it easier to work with. Now I'm just going to go here, select the table itself, and let's make it easier immediately. One px, there's border of course, 1px solid, and then let's go back. Take a look at that. Now we know this is inside of a table. We can use th to also select table headers. So this will select both tables and table headers. So now they're also selected. And if we were to add the td, so now it's selecting the table headers, and the td. And it looks like this. So now it's already 10 times easier to understand. Now for those of you who don't quite understand this part, basically what's happening is we're doing this. This one can just be td, this one can just be th, and this one can just be table. That's what we did, we just did it in one line. So by doing that, we don't need to put 3 there, we just have to put 1 here. Anyhow, let's just go back to selecting the table. Another thing you can also do is set the width, and I'm just going to go here and say table th and td, and border 1px solid black. Okay, so now we're back to where we were. Now with this table here, I'm just going to say width 100%. And now the table looks 20 times better. Now we have our name with our names here, job with our jobs, and the pay with our pay. Now something you can also take note of is if we were to take away one of these columns here, like this, you'll actually notice one is a little bit longer than the other. I believe this is dependent on which has the longest things here. So if we were to make this mic a little bit longer, you'll notice this takes up more space than job. So this spacing here is determined by the length of the text in here. That's actually more HTML rather than CSS, but just something you might want to take note of. Now you might notice all these double borders here. Some may not like it. I think it looks pretty cool, but you could also go border collapse, and you just specify collapse. And it will collapse the borders onto each other, so it looks like one singular border. Some will like this more than others. Now since we can mess with the width here, we can also mess with the height. So let's say we select th. If we select th, we can say height is equal to, let's say, 50 pixels. And now the height will be nice and big. So we're selecting the table header and just resizing the height here. You can also do some alignment, because as you can see, the jack here is kind of there at the left, same with coding and pay. It's pretty simple if we just go td here. So select the table data, which is usually inside of the rows. And we say text align center. And that will align the text to the center, or if you wanted to the right. Now you can also make this look a little bit better. But instead of just giving all of them a border, we're instead selecting just th and td here, and setting the border bottom. And it really looks pretty cool, but if you want to make it look a little bit more like the Bootstrap version, you could go here and just change the coloring to something a bit lighter, and now it would look really futuristic. And of course you could as well put some padding here, so padding 10 pixels to make it look cooler. That might be a little bit big, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. And since we now know how to use hover, if we were to go tr:hover, then we can go background color, and we can make it the same as the one here. So we hover over it, it will be easy to read. We can even say, once we hover over it, our pointer, or our cursor, not our pointer, our cursor should be a pointer. So now our cursor will point when we hover over it. And as we know with the pseudo classes, we can also go, and let's just remove this cursor, and yeah, so we can just go tr nth children or child even. So what this is saying, on every even value here, so every even row, what we want to do is we want to change the background color of that one to, and let's choose something AAA. There we go. And of course, if we were to just move this here, then now the hovering will also work. So for every second child starting at the first one, or starting at the second one, because remember this is also a table row. Take a look here, table row. So every even child, so 1, 2 is an even number, so row 2 will have that color. 3 is not an even number, it will not have that color. And then finally 4 is an even number, so it will have that color. And then we can maybe make the top here background color, and let's maybe make it aquamarine. And now the top here will be a nice aquamarine color. Now let's say we had a ton of rows. So I'm just going to decrease the number of rows here, or more columns. So let's say pay, and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we added 12. So now we have a lot. And just so we know where the end is, I'm going to say 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And here I'm going to go lol. So you'll notice the end is all the way here, which is pretty far. So what we could do is we could go here to, you'll notice this margin div we have around the table. And we can go hashtag margin, that is a class, right? ID, yep it is. And we say overflow x auto. And now that scrolling is contained to this specific table. So if we were to remove this, we have to scroll the page, which is not ideal. But by just adding this one line, and I see a lot of older websites didn't add this line, but by just adding this one line, the page doesn't scroll left to right, but just the table. Something very important, and I still see some websites even today don't implement this. We can start with an unordered list, which has about 5 li tags. So here we have a nice little list. We can just go and select that list, so li, that list item, and say display none. This will hide this away. So we go here and we inspect the page, and we go to body. We go here to this div here, UL. So you'll notice we still have these li tags, but we cannot see them. So none will just hide the elements, so it looks like there's no element there. We also have inline, which will list the elements or sort them in a single line. Inline allows you to make things horizontal. So it can convert vertical things for you into horizontal things. Usually good for if you have like these menus here at the top, these navigation bars. Block will of course make something take a whole block. As an example, to make it more easy to see, if we have a p tag here, I am cool span, but you are not. Let's say we do that. You don't see any difference here, but let's select this span. Then you'll notice the span takes up an entire block for itself here. So that is what block does. If we just say inline here, then no problem at all. But let's say we say display inline, and we say width 100 pixels. That's strange. Okay, I can't set the width. That's very strange actually. How do I set the width? Well, instead of using inline, you can use inline block. Since a block allows you to have an entire block scope for yourself, inline removes that block scope and it just puts everything on the same line. Inline block will kind of find a nice spot between the two. It won't take its own block, but will still give it a block scope element, so you can still add things like width and height to it. Whilst with inline, you cannot add these styling to it. It is stuck where it is. With inline block, you can add block styling to it. Now, position property allows you to specify the type of positioning you want to apply to a specific element, such as static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. You can then use these positionings to position an element from the top, the right, the left, and the bottom. Let's start with static. Static positioned elements are not affected by the top, bottom, left, and right properties in your CSS. So to give an example of this, let's say we have a bunch of lorem. Just a p tag, lorem, and let's say times 10. How much space does that take? Okay, that's good enough. And then here we have a p tag with the class or with the ID of test. And this just says I am sticky. And we put another p tag here of lorem of times 10. There we go. Okay, so here we have the I am sticky, and there we go. And we might want to add some more lorem here. Lorem times 2. There we go. Nice, and a lot of lorem. Okay. Then here we select the element that has the ID of test. Go here, hashtag test. And we just say position sticky. Now take a look what happens when we scroll. Not sticky, I meant to say static. My bad. There we go. Nothing really happens. It just stays kind of where it is. By default, things will be positioned as static. If we were to say right, and we were to say 200 pixels, nothing will happen. If we were to say top, 200 pixels, nothing will happen. So static is what everything is by default here. Just static content on the page. It doesn't move. It doesn't do anything. Then we have relative. An element with the position of relative is positioned relative to its usual position where it would be. For example, if we were to make this relative, then let's just make it less than 200. Let's just make it 20 pixels. And I'm just going to make this left so it's easier. There we go. So now it's 20 pixels down and 20 pixels from the top, or from left and from the top, from where it usually was. So if we were to remove this, this is where it was originally. We then moved it relative from where it was to a new position. So that's what relative does. Then we have fixed, and fixed is a fixed position on this part of the page, the part that you can see. So if we just go here and say background color red, there we go. Then this will always be there, no matter where I scroll, no matter where I am. This is fixed, so it will be here forever. It is similar, but not the same as absolute. So if we say absolute, 20 pixels, you will not see a difference. But the difference is, when I scroll down, it doesn't scroll with me. Absolute is from here on the page, depending on exactly what you do. There are states or times when this is not the case. But absolute starts from here on the page at 20 pixels, and it doesn't move. It's absolute positioned. Fixed will always be in the view of the user. That is what fixed is. So fixed is always fixed to where the user is looking. Now you need to take note, if we go back here to absolute, since we scroll down like this, we don't like that really. What we could do to make sure that this is maybe, because you don't want to position something like this. You don't want to do that just to get it where you want it to be. That is usually not the way to go. Generally, you should stay away from absolute positioning as much as possible, because a lot of beginners specifically make the mistake of positioning everything absolute, and then when there comes a time or point where they need to add another button or add something to the styling, it breaks everything. And when the screen size changes, everything breaks again. Absolute, you should almost always stay away from it unless you know what you're doing. Now to make an absolute positioning, not start positioning from the top here, because the page might change depending on where you are. What we could do is we could wrap this p tag, and I'm just going to call this, let's use a class for once, rel, just for relative. We move this here. Then what we do is we select this rel, and here I'm just again going to do 20 pixels so it doesn't go too far off. And we go hashtag rel, position relative. And this should be a dot, not a hashtag. This is a class. And now you'll notice, even though it's only 20 pixels, it's here. The reason for that is when you position something absolute in a relative positioned element. So if its parent element is positioned relative, then your absolute will be positioned absolute relative to this position. So it will start from here, not from here.
but from here, where this rel is relatively positioned, because it is covering this element that is absolute. But this is specifically with relative. If we say static, it's not going to work. If we say fixed, it's not going to work. It's specifically relative, in which case you can allow absolute a little bit of extra creativity without needing to use this specific point on the page. And then finally, we have sticky. Position sticky. Now the thing with sticky is, it is almost a middle ground between relative and fixed. It almost switches between them for you. And let's just position maybe the top here to 0. And let's maybe move this ID and change it to rel here instead. .rel. There we go. Instead of using a p tag, we're going to use a div here. And now you'll notice it swaps between relative and fixed. So if we were to make this 20 pixels, then now it will stay 20 pixels from the top. But once we scroll above it, it's going to stay there. Once we go below it, or should be going below it, it will stay where it is. That's the nice part of sticky. Take note, it doesn't really work with p tags, so you need to use a div here. And those are the different types of positioning you can get. And of course, you don't need to use top left. You can go bottom as an example. So bottom 20 pixels. So now it's a little bit more weird, but now if you scroll up, it will always be at the bottom until we go there and then it's normal. Now the float property specifies how an element should float on a website. As an example, we can make an element, instead of sitting here on the left, make it sit there on the right via floating. As an example, let's just remove all of this. Let's create a p tag, put some lorem in here. Lorem times 2. There we go. So now we have a nice little bit of text. Then next to this p tag, I want to have an image that just contains this image.jpg here. So we just go here, image.jpg. We're not going to worry too much about the alt tag. There we go. Now this image, I'm just going to give in, I'm not even going to give it a class or anything. I'm just going to go here, select image, and we can make the width about 50 pixels. Then maybe a little too small, 300 pixels. A little bit too big, definitely 200 pixels is the way to go. There, almost basically where we need it. So now that we have this image, all we need to do, and we should just make sure our image is inside of this p tag, so it knows what to float against. And if you save this, you'll see nothing happens, but if we go here and say float, and we go right, then we'll float here on the right. Now, let's move this image to before the text starts. And now you'll notice this image is floating here to the right, and the text goes to the next line before it touches this image. This is the power of float in CSS. We can do the same here by making it go to the left here by just saying float left. And now we'll do the same. The image will be here and the text will be here. And of course, if you wanted to, you could say float none. And then it will start here at the end of the image. That is very much the basics of float. There's of course a lot more you can do with float depending on what you want to achieve. Some people wouldn't even worry too much about this. Let's say you just want two images next to each other. Then you could simply do this. And I'm just going to give this one an ID of 1 and this one an ID of 2. Then here we go. Images, that's perfectly fine. And then hashtag 1 float right. And now we have one image here and one image here. If we wanted to, we could go 2 and say float left. So now they will always float. And let's add a p tag with some lorem. And of course we should add these images inside of this p tag for the best effect. And now
because these two are floating, the text starts after this image and ends before this image. So let's say we have this little piece of text here. And one of the things you often hear web developers or designers complaining about is how difficult it is to center a div, to make this div in the center. And if you want to go old school, you could use the center HTML tag, which I didn't think is really supported or being supported anymore. I think it's deprecated. But you could use the center tag and I will center it for you, but that's HTML. If we're talking about CSS, then let's say we select this div, hashtag margin, and let's go border 1px solid black, padding 1 rem. Okay, so here we go. And let's make sure the width, just so we can see it, is 300 pixels. Let's make it 200. There we go. Now to center this div, what we can do is say margin auto. And that will automatically add margining to the left and to the right to center this div in the middle of the screen for us. And as easy as that, we have just centered a div. Let's say we want to center the text inside of this div. Then we can use text align center, and that will also center the text inside of this div, but it will not center the div itself, only the text. Now the same can be applied to images. So if we were to go here and say image, and here have an image.jpg, so image.jpg, save that, just go image, make the width 200 pixels. If we go display block, margin auto, then this image will also be centered on the screen. Cool. Now let's talk about, I'm just going to remove this and let's use this image as an example. Let's talk about positioning with alignment. So let's say we have let's go here, position and absolute. So we know what this does. Absolute. This makes sure that our image starts from here 0, 0, but we can use things such as top and go 20 pixels, and that will position it 20 pixels from the top. We'll do the same with left, right, top and bottom. You have all of these options you can change here to make this be at the perfect position for you. So that will align it to wherever you need it. So let's say top 60 pixels. And then right, so from this side, 20 pixels. And now will be positioned the top right. You can also use a float for positioning. So we can just say float right. And I will be floating on the right of the screen. I want to show you something. Let's move this here. And in this here. Now this margin here, I would like to just go here. Move this image to before p tag, so it's right there, and then go margin border 1 px solid black. You'll notice the border doesn't include the image. This is the flaw of using float. We can fix this by simply going margin after, and we already know what this does. So margin after, so after this has been added, we make the content nothing will happen. We say clear both, and this clears floating elements, so floating styles. And in display table. And now this here will include the image as well. So this is the clear fix hack. When an element is taller than the containing div, because generally a div should auto size to the size it needs to be, but sometimes it fails, especially when you use things like float. Now let's quickly take a look at maybe centering this div here. So we just have this div, and this div is just 100 pixels. Now let's say we want to center it in the middle of the page. So we can say position absolute. Then top 50%, bottom 50%. Then when we do this, and not bottom, I meant to say left. There we go. Then when we do this, we will see this. It is almost in the center, but not quite. Now, this is because this part here is the starting point of this div. So what we need to do is we need to take this starting point and make it the center of this div. To do that, we can use transform, translate, and we will also get deeper into what transform and translate does in a future tutorial. But by going -50% and in -50%, it is nicely centered. What is happening is this is the X. We take 50% of the width of this and we subtract it from the X axis, or from the X here, from the left. And that will make that this moves 50% closer, making it in the center of the middle. And in this does the same, but for the Y axis. So here I have an image, and we can just resize it to be 300 pixels. Now simply to change the opacity of this image, we can just use opacity. When it's 1, it's its default. And you can use 0. Whatever to make it go lower. So 0.6 will make it a little bit more see-through. If we go 0.1, it will be very see-through. And when we go 0, it's basically invisible. You can make very nice effects with this by going like something like this, and it's saying image, hover, opacity 1. So we hover over it and it changes the opacity. Very nice effect. Now this also works with things like divs. So if this was a div, we can actually move this up from image to div. So then it will be scaled to the div. And this can of course just still be for an image. So image, there we go. Then even in this div, if we go and put some lorem here and a p tag, then this here will also be a little bit faded, as you can see when I hover over it. So you can use the opacity with divs as well, and it will change the opacity of everything inside of it. You can also use, instead of opacity, I'm just going to remove this hover here, you could use background. And you can set RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha. And let's just go 255, 255, 255, 1. This is what you'd expect. But by changing the alpha channel to, let's say, 0.3, you change the opacity. But take note, you don't change the opacity of the content inside of this div. You change the opacity of the color this div is in. So if I were to remove this and go 0, you'll notice there's a purplish color. But when I go 1, then it's a very, very visible purple. With 0.3, it's not so visible, but you can still see it. So this here will also do opacity-like things, but not for the content inside of this div, only for the background color. ID, and we can say para for ID paragraph. You have a class para as well, and yeah. Now here we can go hashtag para to select ID, set the color of it to red. Now it's red. Now we select the class, so class para, and we set the color of it to blue. But you'll notice what is happening here. Even though my color is being set here, even after this one, it is still red. What if we swap them? It will still be red, because this ID takes priority in this case. And that means that our class cannot overwrite this. Unless we use important. So exclamation mark important. This means overwrite all of the previous styling for this specific property on this element. So this color styling will be overwritten everywhere for this specific property on this specific class. This is very handy if you have styling that is conflicting with each other and you really need to just bring new styling in without needing to mess around too much. Then you can quickly use important to say, hey, this styling is important and this is what we should be doing. And if we were to move this ID here to underneath this class, then it will still show blue. So important will force, in a sense, this styling onto this element. And the only way to override an important is to add another important. That's the only way you can overwrite it. Generally, it is a good idea to try and avoid important as much as possible, due to the fact that it can cause more issues than it solves in the long run. But that's about it. Important just overwrites the styling of this. So let's say you have two clashing stylings. Important will overwrite and it will apply this styling to it. So even if I go here and say P color black, you won't see anything happen. If I do this, it will be red. If I do this, it will be black. So we have three types of gradients we are going to talk about: the linear gradient, radial gradient, and conic gradient. However, I might have butchered how you pronounce that, but it's probably conic. Now, a linear gradient goes up, down, left, or right, or diagonally. So it goes from one point to the other. A radial gradient is defined by its circle, or its center, so it is like a circle. A conic gradient is rotated around a center point, which sounds complex, but it is not. Let's get to the CSS linear gradient. Then here we have the margined div, and we can just go hashtag margined. And to create a gradient, we can use the background image property. Then we can specify linear gradient. And in the direction you want it to go in, so let's say right, so it will then go from right to left. Then the first color, let's say red, and in the second color, let's say blue. If we save that, and let's just make sure, and that should be a comma. If we save that, and my bad, this should not be right, it should be to right, telling it should go from left to right. And there we go. So it starts at red and it goes to blue. We can of course add more, such as pink, and now it will go red, blue, pink, and so on. And you can of course say to left, or you don't need to specify the direction at all, and it will just go from top to bottom by default. Or if you wanted to go diagonally, we can say to bottom right, or to bottom left, or to top right, or to bottom or to top left. And you can make it go diagonally as such. You can also use angles if you do not like this, if you need more power over it. You can also say something like 90 deg for a 90 degrees, and that's basically to right. Or we can go 120 degrees, and that'll be at a slight angle, or 150, but more of an angle there, or 180, and that's from top to bottom. You can also add transparency to these colors. As an example, we can go RGBA, and we can say 255, 0, 0, and 1, meaning it is pure red and it is not transparent. And if we do that again, but this time say 0, it is pure red but also transparent. Now it goes from red to transparent background. Let's say you only want them to go for a certain amount of percentage of this whole block. Just to make it easier, I'm going to turn this back to 90 degrees so we can see from here to there. and I'm going to make this blue. Then let's say we also add pink here. Now here with blue we could say 10%, and here with pink we can say 30%. If we save this, we'll see red take up a small space, then it's blue, and then pink gets this whole big space, basically gets the rest of what is left. It basically, blue starts at 10%, pink starts at 30%. If we were to make this 50, blue will stay at the same place, but pink will start at the halfway mark. If you want them to repeat, you could also go and say, instead of linear gradient, you could say repeating linear gradient. And now it will repeat every time. So let's just make this maybe 10% as well. And as you can see, now it repeats. And maybe not 10%, let's make it 20 so we can actually see the pink. So that's how you can make it repeat over and over. So that is it on linear gradients. Next up, we can talk about radial gradients. So we can just replace that with radial. And let's just remove all of that. Then first we have the shape size at its position, which can also be like its shape, or it can be ignored like previously. So we can just go red if we wanted to, and blue, and then it will also be ignored. As you'll see, it has like a circle layout and it just keeps growing. And of course you can add more again. We can say pink, and there we go. You can also specify how much or when something should stop. So we can say red is only 10% and a blue is only 15%. And as you can see, there we go. As I said, we can specify shapes such as circle, and now it's a pure circle in the center. Or we could specify where it should start. So here we could say closest side at 60%, and this should be closest, and in here it will be to the closest side at 60%. Or we could also go 55%, add another one, and this will bring it down. So first one will be x-axis, second one will be y-axis. So we go here and make this 90, you'll notice it goes down a lot more. And again, this one can also repeat. So if we say repeating radial gradient, and let's just remove this pink here, then you'll notice it repeats, and that actually looks really epic, I am not gonna lie. But if we were to just remove this here, then you'll notice that actually looks pretty cool as well. And let's maybe add a little green, and not as cool as the first one, but it still looks pretty cool. So that is that on radial gradients. Very simple, and they're not really complex, but it can give a nice look to your website if you know what you're doing. Next, let's talk about conic gradients. Now, I do not really know how to explain this. I would say almost like a triangle, wannabe circle, square filler, something like that. But that is very confusing, so let me just show you what it does. So let's go here and say conic. And let me just remove the text for once. The text is a lot. And let's just go here and say 500 pixels by 500 pixels. There we go. That should be good. And in here, let's just add 3 colors. We don't need to specify anything else yet, just 3 regular colors. Save that. And that's very big. There we go. So here you'll notice it starts with green and it goes in a circle all the way until the end. Very confusing, but it's actually a great way if you want to make a loader. You just hide the center part here, you round it a little bit, and you make it turn. That could be a cool loader with a bunch of different colors. You can of course specify more colors if you want. Pink, purple, and there you go. Now you have a cooler effect. You can also specify how much something should be allowed. So let's go and say 50% here. And now green will take up to 50% of the space, and then it will start transitioning. Or you could specify degrees, since it in a sense goes in a circular direction. You could specify 90 degrees, and now green will only go 90 degrees and then it will start transitioning. transitioning to the next color. And you can of course specify this for all of them. So here we could say purple is 300 degrees. Let's do that. And now purple will start at 300 degrees and finish the loop. Now, as I said, you can make this a loader. We could just go border radius 50%. And now it's a circle. So this could also be a nice pie chart if you want, where you can just specify everything from point A to point B. And just specify all of the degrees that it should start and end at. So here we could say green starts at 0 degrees, red starts at 90 degrees, blue starts at 100 degrees, pink at 180 degrees, and purple. But you should also specify where it should end. So in this case, when we do this, we do not specify where these colors end. So they just kind of fade in, which doesn't really make a good pie chart. So now we copy green and we go here and say 90 degrees, 90 deg. When we do that, you'll notice green is a much sharper cut off than what it was. And again, we do this here and we specify it where blue ends, which would be 100 degrees. Now red is also a little bit more defined. We copy that again. And now we specify 180. And then here we copy that. We specify 300. And there we go. So now we have a working pie chart, which is pretty neat. If you zoom out, it looks a bit better, but yeah. Or if you put a little clear box here in the middle. So let's just do this. So you can just go inner, and then we just go dot inner. Width is 480 pixels. And we can say the same for height. Border radius is 50% and background color is white. Now if you should of course just go transform, translate, -50%, -50%. And here we just say position, relative, and here we go position, absolute, and then left 50% and top 50%. There we go. So now we have a nice loader. If you make this background spin, which you could probably do with a little bit of JavaScript, or if you are proficient enough in CSS, you can make it with CSS as well. Then you can have a little loader for yourself. Cool. Let's remove inner here. And we can remove that. Now if you want to specify where it should start, so it always starts here from the top, but you could specify where it should start by going here to the front and saying from, and let's say 180 degrees. Then it will start here instead of here. You could also specify where the center positioning should be. So by default, it is in the middle of this div. But you could say at 60% and then at 20, and then at 20% right there. So then it is 20% on the y-axis. So it's first x-axis, then y-axis, and 60% on the x-axis, always starting from the left. So now the center point is here and not in the middle. And again, you could have this repeat by just adding repeat ting, of course, and then removing all of the extra bloat because that is a little bit too much for me. I'll just do that and do that, and I specify 10% and 15%. There we go. So now it repeats. Alright, so that's the basics of the 3 gradient types we have been talking about. As you can see, they're not very difficult. I'm just going to, this is like hypnotizing, so I'm just going to remove that. So they're pretty cool, and you can do a lot of really interesting effects with them if you practice with them and have a little bit of fun. Now, transition in CSS is like the very basics of creating animations in CSS. So let's create a button.
Here we have a button with the class of btn, or actually it doesn't even need a class. Now I'm just going to go here and select the button. So here we have a button. Now the first thing you need to know about a transition is everything needs a set value once you start. So here you could specify width of, let's say, 100 pixels and a height of maybe 50 pixels. So here we have a button. We gave it a set width and height. And let's give it a background color of aqua. Now to give it a transition, we say transition. We can specify what we want to change. So let's say the width and how long it should take. 2 seconds as an example. Then here we can say button hover. So when someone hovers over the button, change the width to 50 pixels as well. Now if we hover over it, it will shrink the button to be the same size or as the height. Go like that, it will go back. So every time you hover over it, it will animate its way into what you want. Now something you should remember is if we were to add a height here, you'll notice the height itself doesn't transition. That is why we specify width here, meaning only that property will actually have a transition added to it. This is if you want a couple of things to change once you hover over it. For example, you want the pointer or the cursor to be a pointer, but you don't want that to transition, you only want the width to transition. So in that case, only that one value or that one attribute will transition. If you want multiple, you could do something like height, and let's make 1 second. So now both of those will transition. Now you can also change the speed curve of the transition, such as it goes fast when it starts but slows down at the end, or vice versa. As an example here, we can add transition timing function, and we could do linear. Now you'll notice that it has the same speed from start to finish. Unlike ease is what we used to use, we'll notice the height goes a little bit faster and feels a little bit more uneven. So basically ease, which is the default, will have a slow start, then it will go fast and it will slowly end again. Where linear will have the same speed from the start to the end. So linear, let's have a look at that again. The same speed, it doesn't speed up and it doesn't slow down. If you only wanted to have a slow start, you can have an ease in. That will only have a slow start, but it will get faster. Or if you only wanted to have a slow end, you can say ease out. That will start faster, but slowly end. And you can also have ease in out, which will have a slow in and out, almost the same as ease. Now if you hover over this, you'll actually notice, or not hover over it, but if you go like that, you'll notice equivalent to cubic Bezier, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, and here it specifies the value that is stored inside of this ease in out. Now cubic Bezier is so you can personally specify exactly how you want it. So here we could go cubic Bezier, and let's say we specify 1, 0.1, and then 1 again. Now if we take a look at it, it will have its own little function or own little transition. If you want to know more about cubic Bezier, because if I go into it, it will be a rather lengthy topic, you can go to the MDN reference. Let's open that up. And in here you can learn more about this transition timing effect. As here you can see how the Bezier function works. So you can see here it has a weird transition thanks to this cubic Bezier. And here it will explain to you how all of this works, the syntax, what values you can put in, and so on. So if you want to know more about it, then it's as simple as just going to the documentation. Now you can delay when a transition should happen by using transition delay. And let's say 1 second. Now the transition will be delayed 1 second before happening. When I go off, it will take 1 second and then it will go back. Now another thing you can do is this transition here is basically a shorthand property for most of the transition properties.
As an example, we can remove this just so we can keep it basic, and we can split this into transition property width. Now we can remove this. But this on its own, not really something you do. You can use transition duration to S. There we go. Now the width will change. So all of that we basically squeezed into one big transition. As an example, if we go here and say transition, we could specify the width at 2 seconds, and here we can specify what type. So let's just go linear, and you can specify the delay, 1 second. Then we can remove all of this except for the background color, of course, and there we go. So you can either have it all inside of one transition property, or you can split this up into transition property, transition duration, transition timing function, and transition delay. It's up to you which one you prefer. If you do this, transition 2 seconds linear, 1 second, then everything will be transitioned. So if you don't want something specific to transition, you can just remove the property itself. And then you don't have to worry about just one thing if you want everything to transition. So there you go. So there's a lot you can do here to make your transitions awesome. Later on we'll be getting into animations like building your own, which will use keyframes. But for now, this is a good starting point for creating simple animations or transitions to make your website a little bit more friendlier to the consumer, instead of everything just happening immediately. So here, let me just go and select both of these and make sure their background color is red. Their width is 500 pixels and their height is 500 pixels. 500 maybe a little bit much. Let's go 100. There we go. Then I select hashtag margin, and let's actually change its background color also to red, but let's go RGBA, and let's go 0.5. There we go. And in the inner can have a background color of red. Now let's take a look at the transform property. So we'll first start by just looking at translate. So transform translate. And here, let's say 50 pixels and 50 pixels. Now you'll notice this is where it started. So this is the div it is inside of, and it has moved 50 pixels downwards and 50 pixels left or right. So now it is here. So what translate does, it is basically moves your object to a specific location. So if we were to go here and say position, absolute, left 50%, top 50%, you'll notice it's not quite in the center. This part of it is in the center, but the rest of it is not in the center. We can go transform, translate, and we can specify negative 50%. And note that everything inside translate is relative to the component, to the element, and not to the page. So when we say this, we are basically saying, take 50% of this square and move it to the left. Then take the other 50% of the square on the bottom, so here, and move that up. So when we hide this, you'll notice this part is in the center, but when we do this, we basically make the center this part here, in a sense, so the very center of the square. That is how this translate works. Relative to the object, it will move it. So here we could have gone negative 50 pixels and negative 50 pixels instead. Negative, of course. And we would have gotten the same effect. The reason we said percentage here is because if we were to ever change this to, let's say, 200 pixels, then it will no longer be accurate, because now this needs to be boosted to 100 pixels. Because we need to move it 100 pixels to the left and 100 pixels to the top. So that's what this translate does. It basically takes an existing element
we can then tell that element to move more to a specific location depending on how we want it. When we use percentage, like 50% and 50%, this means add 50% or move 50% of this element's width and height to the respective locations. So now it will be even further there. Translate is somewhat difficult to wrap your head around, but it's actually very, very simple. Because we have to open up our drawing application. Let's say this is our square, right? Now our starting point or our center, when we use that absolute positioning, would be here. But when we use translate -50%, that means, okay, take this. So let's just go translate. Imagine that T is for translate, -50%. We're saying take this width right here and move it here. That's what we're saying. So take 50% of the width of this element and move it to the left. If we're to not have this subtract here, it will move it to the right. And of course, if we have another -50%, then that will mean, and take this here and move it to the top. So we'll take 50% of the height of the y-axis of this element and move it upwards. If there was no negative, it will move it downwards. So that's basically what translate does. It's very simple, but it might be difficult to wrap your head around it. Next, we have rotate. So transform, and let's just make sure everything's back where it was. There we go. And then rotate, and here we can say 20 degrees. Now, as you can see, it rotates it by 20 degrees. We can maybe just go here and say margin free rem. There we go. So rotate is pretty simple. It will just rotate it the amount of degrees you want it to rotate. And you can, of course, rotate to the other direction. So -50 degrees instead of 50 degrees. You can also scale it, meaning it scales to go bigger or smaller. So scale. Now this here will scale it times the amount you put in here. So 1, meaning don't scale. You'll basically stay the same. If we say 2, it scales it 2 times the width. If we say 2 here, it will scale it 2 times the height. So it basically increases the size times the amount you want it. So in this case, it will go from 100 pixels to 200 pixels, 200 pixels. And we can prove that by going here and changing these to 2, and you won't see a difference other than the fact that it's just being repositioned. To make it grow smaller, you can use 0, so 0.5. That'll make it half its original size. So as you can see here, that's only half the size. 0.1, now it's only 10% its original size. You can do the same by just using specific ones such as scale X. That will only scale the X-axis, so if we go 2, as you can see. And you can of course use scale Y to only scale the Y-axis. If you just use scale, you can scale both the X and the Y-axis. Now you can also use skew X, and it will make it skew along the X-axis at a given angle, so 20 degrees. And you'll notice on the X-axis it goes a little bit weird, so it skews to the sides. You also do skew Y for the same effect, and you can use skew as such to skew both ends or both sides. Next up, let's talk about 3D transformations. So let's, as an example, go here and say transform rotate, and let's just go rotate X by 20 degrees. And there's by 20 degrees. Very simple. This is a 2D rotation. For a 3D rotation, you specify the axis, so rotate X would be, and let's go 150 degrees. Now it rotated 150 degrees on the X-axis. In this case, we can't quite see it. Now a way for us to see this is if we were to go here and go P, I am cool, you'll see it's actually flipped upside down. If we were to actually make this a little bit smaller, you'll actually notice it does quite a couple of things.
So now it's starting to flip back around. Now this might be a little bit confusing, but we have to take it in a sense of these are our axes. So we have our x-axis, our y-axis, and our z-axis. Now when we say make our x 150, we're saying basically move this up like that. So our square basically goes like this. Then we were to take a side angle, so this is how our square would look from a side, right? Or if we were to make it a square like this, so this could also be from the side, that's just two-dimensional, or one-dimensional, and this is two-dimensional. Anyhow, then if we skew it, basically what's happening is it goes like this, 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 and then finally we get to this point where it looks like that. That's what's happening. This is our 150 degree angle. So 150, that's 150 degrees afterwards. Basically, it has become upside down. Here, the same will happen. Now, I don't know how to draw this, but it should look something like this or something. I have no idea. I can't draw that well. Basically, it will be maybe like this. And here it would be like this. So this is where the original top was. Then here, that will look next. And this is where the original top was. And then finally here at the bottom, it would be upside down. Hopefully this helped, where I gave you a one-dimensional and a two-dimensional representation of how from the side view, of course, of how it flips. So this is the front view. So we'll go F, and both of these are the side views. Side. So that is how it flips on the x-axis in 3D. It's very confusing, but it's not as confusing once you think about it a little bit. You can do the same with y, so you can go rotate y. And now here we could go 150 degrees to flip it as well. And now it is basically flipped. 100 degrees, 50 degrees, and so on. Basically it's doing the same thing, but flipping in the other direction. So here, if we were to take a side view, so this is from the side, then of course, now showing the y-axis from side view is a little bit more difficult for me to do, but or the one-dimensional, so I'll go with the two-dimensional one. So now, it will look like this. There we go. So now basically, it has tilted a little bit, just enough for us basically to see this part behind it. It's very confusing for me to draw the Y, as I can't quite visualize it as easily as the X, but basically it does the same as the X, but instead of flipping like this, it instead flips like this. So this is the Y, and this is the X. X flips up to down, Y flips right to left. Or other way around, I'm not really sure what of the two. Anyhow. So that is how the Y works. But then you also have the Z axis. So let's go here and say Z. And now it flips completely on its head. So now it's flipped like that. So basically Z flips the square completely from the front view. So Z flips from the front view. So when you flip Z, it basically goes like that. It flips it like that. Z is a little bit easier to see and understand. So we go 45. Generally, when we flip it in 2D, so we say rotate 45 degrees, it will stay the same. Because in two-dimensional space, we are currently flipping it at the Z axis in CSS by default. So when you say rotate Z, you don't see a difference if you change that. Now you can add all of these together by saying rotate 3D. And we can choose a value between 0 and 1. And in the angle, like 45 degrees, that you want it to rotate at. When we go 0, and all of them except for the first one, which is X, Y, Z, X will only rotate 45 degrees. If we go 150, you'll see it is flipped. If we go 170, it's basically perfectly fit. And if you do the same with Y, then now it'll be flipped like that. And if we do the same with Z, then we'll flip like that. Now this is actually pretty cool, because if we mix inner, hover, redo that. Is that not pretty cool? Now if we say transition, duration, 1 second. Now I have a 3D way of seeing what's happening. So this is actually a great way to show you what has been happening. So let's go here and say rotate X 170 degrees. So this is what I've been showing you from the side view, where it flips all the way until it's upside down. And in the one I was struggling to visualize to you, Y, as you can see, as cool as that. And of course Z, and then once you add them all together, you get this, where you can transform it into three-dimensional space into what you want. Now you of course have more 3D values you can use. You can use translate X, Y, Z, or translate 3D to use all of them together. You have scale X, Y, Z, or scale 3D to scale them all together. Currently, when we wanted to get to an animation, we used to use transition. But the thing with transition is it is a very easy way to implement a type of animation. But just as it is very easy, it is also a little simple. This is where keyframes comes into play. For example, let's start simple. Let's just have this here. Now, if we wanted to, we could animate this background color just to get an example of how this differs from a transition. First, we need to provide an animation name. So what animation will execute when we want this animation to run? So animation name. And the animation name for this case can just be change color. And you can also specify the duration the animation will play at. And we can just say animation duration. And here we could say 2 seconds should be more than enough. So here we have animation, but we haven't actually defined this animation. So above this block here, we can say at keyframes, then the identifier would be the name of this animation, which is change color. And in here we can specify where the animation should go. Then we'll start basic and just use from, which says where do we start, and then to, which says where do we end. So we start from red. So let me just go in here and we can remove this background, or actually let's just go here. We say red. Now we start from background color of red, and we want to end in background color of green. Now when we save this, you'll notice over 2 seconds it does that animation and then it resets it. Let's make it a little bit longer so we can see it better. So 4 seconds. And you'll notice now it goes all the way to green. Once it reaches the end of the animation, it goes back to its original state. That is because an animation only runs and then it resets to what it originally was. Unlike a transition, it won't just automatically go back to where it was. You'll need to manually set that. So in this case, it won't transition or animate back to its original color. It will just go back to red immediately. Now, usually you would not be using from and to. This is just if you have a really basic animation that has really basic things you need to do. But most of the time, you'll use percentages, such as 0%. This could be 100%. And the idea behind this is, so this is also to from, but the idea behind this is you can have multiple in here. So we could go like this. So 25, 50, and let's also add a 75. Why not? 75. And you can have as many of these as you want. But the idea is that now you have animation states or steps. So here we could say, instead of red, we could say pink, blue, green, and then we can softly transition it back to red. Now it goes red, pink, blue, green, and it's back to red. So here you can say at what state or stage this should be. And of course, the longer you make this duration, so let's say 10 seconds, the longer this will be, but it will still reach every state here. Now, of course, it isn't limited to something like a color. You can, of course, make it change in size. For example, we could go width. And what is the current width? The current width, 100 pixels. Let's say it starts at 100 pixels. And if you wanted to, you don't even need to specify it starts there, but I'm going to do that. At 50%, it will be 200 pixels, and then at 100%, we want it back at 100 pixels. And now you'll notice the width also changes as everything else changes. And again, you're not limited to this. You can also do positioning. So where should it be on the screen? Left, top, right, bottom, whatnot. The possibilities is endless. You can put any type of CSS styling in here to change it. Now you can also delay an animation. So let's make it 5 seconds, so it's a little shorter, but you can also add an animation delay. And let's say we delay it for 2 seconds. Now when the page refreshes, it will wait 2 seconds before it starts running the animation. If you want to skip forward in an animation, you could use negative. So -2 will mean it will skip forward immediately to after about 2 seconds. So it will do the opposite of delay it, it will skip forward. So we set 1 second, then we'll get this. You can also specify how many times an animation should run. For example, animation iteration count. It's times like these where this IntelliSense is very useful. And infinite would of course make it run infinitely, but you could also specify a number that specifies how many times this animation should repeat itself. In this case, if it's free, it will do this 3 times and then it will stop. I should have made this duration a little shorter. As you can see, it did it 3 times, it stopped. If you were to say infinite, then it will just do it continuously forever. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and so on. It will never stop. You can also make the animation play backwards and then forwards. As an example, animation direction. And generally it's normal, but if you say reverse, it will play backwards and then forwards. And let's just make sure we understand how that looks. So we'll start it off at 120. So it will end at a little bit bigger than it starts as. So let's make 150 so it's easier. So you'll notice it starts and then it goes up to the big side and then it stops here at the end. So that will so all this will do is it just reverses the animation. Very simple. And here again, just like with the previous ones, we also have animation timing function. So this is the same as what we had with transitions, where here we also have linear, ease in, ease out, ease in, out. And basically, I already explained all of this in the previous tutorial, but to just explain it again, ease basically says start slow, go fast, end slow. Linear is be the same speed from the start to the end. Ease in means start slow. Ease out means end slow. Ease in, out means start and end slow. And you have cubic, Bezier, which is a whole mathematical function thing. You also have an animation fill mode, which has a couple of properties, such as none, which is the default, and that means nothing will really be applied to this animation. You have forwards, which means the element will retain the style values that is set by the last keyframe. Meaning, if we add a styling here, so let's say 150, and we go here and say animation fill mode, then we can specify forwards. That means it will end with this value, and you'll notice there's not that jump anymore. So if we do this, you'll remember there's that jump at the end. Very weird, nobody likes that. But if we do this, it means end with the last styles provided here. So if we change the color here will also stay the same, just like this width here. So it will stay as these last values passed in. You also have backwards, meaning finish with what you started with. So you'll get everything here. As this is the exact same things we have here, nothing will change, but it's the same idea as forward. It just now ends with the first one here, which might not always be the exact same you have here. Now, of course, all of these here is kind of a long thing to do. So what you can do instead, if you don't want multiple properties like this, is you can say animation. And here you can specify the name. So in our case, that would be change color. The duration, 2 seconds. The type, in our case, it's ease, but that's the default. So let's make it linear. The delay, so let's say 1 second. What the iteration count should be, we can say infinite. And in the animation direction, we can actually say reverse. Why not? So if we do that, then we can remove all of these, and there we go. So it will wait, then it will start, and it will continuously do this every time. And the only reason it's jumping like that is, again, because the width here, so if we made that 100, it will no longer jump like that. And that is the basics of animations and keyframes inside of CSS. It's actually very simple. You just give it new values depending on what you put here, and then it will follow that via keyframes. So here with margin, we can actually add a couple of multiple items in here just so we have an idea of what we're working with. So instead of having just one div, let's call this one inner1. Then we can have a couple more. We can call this inner2 and inner3. Actually, we can, instead of giving them IDs, we can give them classes. Class. So all of them can have the same class of inner. Now, inner, just so we can see them, we'll have a width of 100 pixels, a height of 100 pixels, a background color of gray, and there we go. And here we can just, of course, maybe make the margin, and we just make sure we can also see the margin if needed. And we can say the background color should be, like, so here we do see the margin, and here we have the divs as well. Now I'm going to give all of them a margin of 1 rem just so we can actually see these squares that we're trying to look at. So you can see here we actually have these squares. Now sometimes you would like these squares to actually be next to each other. One way you can do this is to, instead of using a div, you can use a span. However, that is with HTML, and as you can see, it has its own little flaws. So now you have to do a bunch of things to fix what you just did and add a bunch more CSS. The CSS way to fix this, which is much simpler, is to just say display flex. And this should of course be on the margin and not the inner. So it should be on the parent of the items you want next to each other. And now they will all be in this nice horizontal row. Now I have a bunch of things you can test out, such as the flex direction. So let's say you don't want it to be in a row, but you do want it to be in a column. So flex direction column. And if we were to put values in here, just so we can keep track of them. So this can be banana, car, and games. So here all of them have values. We can also do column reverse. And this will flip them. So now games will be here and banana will be on the bottom. Well, column will keep them in the original direction. Row is what it is by default when we say display flex. And if we were to say row reverse, it would of course do the opposite, or it will of course reverse him, just like we saw before, and it will have be games, then car, then banana. Now sometimes, if there isn't enough space, as in this scenario, you might want to make this wrap, so make it go to the next line. This is a great way to implement some sort of feature where mobile devices will be able to better view your website by making things go to the next line if the screen is small. So we can go flex wrap and say wrap, and that will wrap it once it gets too small. So as you can see, as the screen gets bigger, it does not wrap it, but as it gets smaller, it does wrap them. If you don't want it to ever wrap, and this is by default, you can say no wrap, and it will just squeeze them all in as much as it can. And you of course have wrap reverse. So again, it will flip it. So now games will be here, but now there will also be this open space here, which originally would have been here. And then car is here and banana is here. And you can merge these two into one command by just going flex flow, and we can say row wrap. And now we can just remove that, and it's the same concept, but just in one line. It depends on which you prefer. Again, it doesn't matter which one you specifically use. Now let's say we have this nice big page, and we want this all to be in the center. If that is the case, we can say justify content center, and that will center it into this square here, into this parent div. If you always want it to start from here, we can say flex start, and it will always start from here. Or if you want to start from the end, we can say flex end, and I will start from the end. But sometimes having the center there isn't exactly what you want. Maybe you want equal spacing between all of these. They can say space evenly, and then there will be equal spacing between each of these. The spacing might be a little different because we have margins, but without the margins, if we were to remove these, spacing would look a little bit more equal. You can also have space around, and it will add spacing before, between, and after each one of these. And then we have space between, which will maximize the amount of space that can be used here. Now, if we were to make sure this one has a big height, such as 200 pixels, if we were to say align items, we can say center to center it vertically. So justify content makes it easy to center it horizontally, whilst align items vertically. And again, you could do flex start again. This will do from the top, flex end, which will do it from the bottom. And then you also have stretch. And it will try and stretch this items to fill the container, which is actually by default. So if we were to remove these, you'll notice they stretch downwards. So if we were to remove this height constraint here, then it will do this. But if we save it, then the height constraint will force it to not go like that. But by default, it is stretch. So if we were to do this and remove stretch, you'll notice it stays the same. If we were to do flex start, then as you'll notice, it's not the same as if we were to remove this here, because this is stretch. We also have baseline. And again, this is if we don't have like this height constraint here. So if we were to go here and let's maybe give, and this is resize this a little bit, let's maybe give this one here a special font size, of font size or style, font size. And let's do the same for this one. And we'll make this one 0.5 rem. By default, it is 1 rem. So if we do this, you'll notice that these are almost in the center of each other. By using baseline, this will align the items by the text baseline. So right here at the bottom, you'll notice car also starts there, and games as well. So let's say we had more of these as such. Another thing you can do is say align dash content, and we can say space between. And it will maximize the amount of space between each of these values vertically. And again, you have space around, and you have space evenly. And then of course you have stretch. You also have center, flex end, flex start, and so on. Let's say we want to order these in a specific order. I'm just going to do that, or maybe go space between, like that. So let's say you want to order these into a specific order. I'm just going to make these A and then B and then C. So we have different values here. We can then add style, order, and here we can give all of them a specific order. And this only works if you're flexing it with the parent. So here we could say, instead of being order number 1, we can make this order number 2, 4, 1, 3, 5, and this one can stay 6. Now take note, banana will now be here where car is, and car will now be here where A is. If we save that, you'll notice we have changed the order of which the elements are found in. So you can do this to order them. In our case, we could have done this in the CSS file, but then we would have had to add an ID to these divs so we can differentiate between what which div does. And outside of order, you also have flex grow. And flex grow specifies how much a specific item should grow. So we do this, it will all stay exactly the same almost. If we were to replace these ones with 0, then it will be its default values. If we were to just maybe make car 1, you'll notice it's bigger than the rest now. And like this, you can specify how much space each one should take up. And of course, depending on how much you make one grow over the other, one may take more space than the other would. You also have shrink, which specifies how much an item should shrink relative to the rest of the items here. So instead of flex grow, we can say shrink. And let's say we make this 5. If we were to resize this, then if we were to remove this wrap here, then you'll notice this car here is sized a lot smaller than the rest. Just ignore the fact that they're going off screen. And this is because we are shrinking the amount that this is allowed to take. Of course, we could have just hit 1 here, gotten the same effect. But if you have multiple values, so let's say we have 1 here, we have 2 here, then you'll notice this one will shrink a little bit more than this one. And so on. Shrinking is something you have to play with to really grasp and understand the concept. So I'd recommend maybe taking this as a little bit of homework and playing with flex, especially flex grow and flex shrink in your free time. See how it changes depending on what values you give each of these and so on. And that is that for flex. Flex is very, very powerful. It might seem very complex at first, but later on you'll notice flex isn't that difficult to really get the grasp of, and it's easy to use once you really dive into it. Flex is a great way to add mobile support to your website that might be too big to fit on mobile screens, or to just make things go from a column to a row, much simpler than a lot of other methods. In the previous tutorial, we took a look at Flex and how we can use Flex to our advantage, especially to provide a more flexible experience for those who use mobile devices. However, this is just one of the many ways you can use to make your website more mobile friendly. Another way we can do this is by using media queries. And this adds a rule in CSS that says once maybe a screen width is a specific width, do this with a specific element. Or if a screen is a specific orientation, do this. And this allows you to make your website the perfect website for mobile devices to be on. So to just give you a basic example, let's maybe have this here. And I'm going to remove this styling from it. There we go. So we have banana. Now we're going to have background color of red. To this way, what you can do if the screen is less than a specific required size, we can do this. At media, screen. So we're selecting the screen as the thing we want to monitor. And
And then in brackets, we can say max width. And let's say 600 pixels. So this means if the max width of the screen is less than 600 pixels, we need to do something. In our case, let's just set hashtag margin, and we can say background color to pink. In our case, our width here is already less than 600 pixels. However, if I were to resize this to be a bit bigger, there we go. Now, because it is bigger than 600 pixels, it will be red. But as soon as it reaches underneath that, it will become a lot smaller. And of course, the only reason my thing looks this big or changes to pink this quickly is because I'm zoomed in very much. If I zoom out, you'll notice it is red. If I make this the original size and I were to go like this, then this will be the actual 600 pixels where it would finally break. Another thing you can do is just remove this screen part entirely, save it, and the rule will still work perfectly fine. So if we go like this, it will still work as expected. I'm going to make this 300 pixels. That's a bit better, because that means, yeah, okay. Now this is especially great if you maybe need to hard set how big something should be. So in our case, we can say, if to have a screen bigger than 300 pixels, we want to set this here to be of width of 600 pixels. So at most, this should be 600 pixels in width. But once they reach 300 pixels here, we want to set the width to rather be 100%. And this will give it a more scalable width. So if we were to go like this, you'll notice it just stops growing at some point. But if we go like this, and you'll actually notice, we can scroll here because it is actually overflowing. It's a little bit big, but this is just as an example. But as soon as we go like this, it is now no longer going to overflow. It is going to be stuck to 100% of the width, and not stuck to 600 pixels as a number. Now you can of course specify more values than just this. We can go and say, okay, not just this, but, and we can say and we add more things. Let's say min height. So if the minimum height of this is, let's say, 200 pixels, then execute this. So this will then follow both of these values. And actually, let's make this max. Otherwise, it will kind of just be confusing. Alright, then in this case, if I were to open up this here, as you'll see, once both of those parameters are met, this will execute. So if this and this happens, then that, yeah, do this. But we can also add an or by going comma, and then going here and maybe saying minimum width of 600 pixels. So if the minimum width, that means if the screen is at least 600 pixels or bigger, then run this. But there's also this. So if the screen is 300 pixels or smaller width-wise and 200 pixels or smaller height-wise, do this. So this will still work as expected. But now also, once we reach a certain threshold, it will execute it again. So by doing this, we can really make your things powerful because it's either these two or this one here. Min width just means as long as my screen, or if my screen is at least 600 pixels or bigger, or my window 600 pixels or bigger, then apply these. Or if my max width is 300 pixels or less, or 200 pixels or less, height-wise, this one, execute it as well. But because these are and, if I were to do this, and then to resize it this way, it will change out of that because these two are and. When it's and, both of the parameters need to be true. When it's or, aka comma, when it's or, only one of the parameters
either this one or this big one here needs to be met. Anyhow, so let's get started. First, you want to go to my GitHub repo. Link to this is in the description. And you want to just download the zip or git clone it. I'm going to git clone it, but you can also download the zip and then just unzip it after you have downloaded it. Alright, so here we can just say git clone. Do that and it should clone it for us. Now we can just Nemo YouTube project. And this is just my file manager. So here we can bring this here. So first of all, if you want the code for the ending of this, you can just go here. There's the code. So right there for you. So if you just want that, you can get it. But if you want to follow along, you can just get yourself this code right here. So I'm going to go in here. In fact, let's copy this entire one here. We can say copy. And I'm going to go here, create a new folder. Or actually, let's paste that folder here. And then I'm going to call it CSS. You can call it whatever you want. I just like calling it CSS. And then here's our HTML. Now you can open up VS Code in here. So for me, I can just say code. And let's actually just go CSS. And I can say code dot. I have a VS Code tutorial if you're not good with VS Code. Alright. Now that we have this, let's first take a look at what we have. So if we open this up, now you might not have this option here, but you can just open up this HTML file inside of your browser. But I'm going to open it up with my live server. And we should see something like this. Now, admittedly, this doesn't look too great at first, but that's why we're going to write some CSS to make this look better. So let's go here and we can take a look at our code. So first of all, if we were to take a look at our first page here, Blogger's Paradise, it just has a bunch of blogs. So in the like and the dislike button, a couple of links to show us our profile, and in our where you can create a blog. And in here, again, we can take a look at it. We have a main and there's all our content. We have a footer and we have a div with IDs. And here are the source. We have font, awesome, and images. And we won't be missing too much of this. Okay, now first of all, let's create a new folder called CSS. This is optional. I like to hold all of my CSS inside of a CSS folder. Some people actually have a style folder and then a CSS folder inside of that. It depends on your project, in my opinion, but I like to do this. Then I would like to create a couple of CSS files. First, we can go global.css. This will keep all of our global data, like what we want our website to have globally applied. So first I like to go :root. And these are the variables. So this is our variables we want to use around the website. Meaning we can basically use text instead of having to type out specific hexadecimal values for colors. It can just prevent a couple of bugs and make it easier to change in the future. As an example, -- color -primary. So the primary color is #109 FC3. You can of course change this color. I just thought this one looked pretty good with the existing white background. And then --default -padding is 1 rem. So whenever we want to add padding by default, I just want it to be 1 rem. Because that usually is good enough for me. Sometimes I might mix it up a little bit, but usually this is good enough. Next up, we can have our global styling. So this will basically be applied to absolutely everything on our website. So if I were to go asterisk, saying everything, margin 0, padding 0, and I believe we can also increase the size here a little bit. So this will remove the margin and the padding from basically all the elements on the page. If we were to go back to the page, we won't really see too much of a difference because we haven't actually imported anything. Now, because this is global styling, we basically want to import it inside of every file we have. So we go to index. Here we can say at the very bottom, link, and here that actually allows us to say CSS. And we can say CSS/global nav.css. This will import the global styling. We can do the same for post, and you can do the same for a profile. Now if we go here, you'll notice that it did change everything a little bit, but not too much, luckily for us. Next up, I want us to have styling for this navigation right here. Because this navigation, I want it to be the same on every single page we have. So I don't want it to change at all. For that, we can actually create its own styling file. However, some of you might want to put it inside of global.css since it will be applied globally. And others might want to put them inside of their individual CSS files. I will just put this inside of its own little style. So nav.css. Not everyone is a fan of this specific method, but I like to do this just because it keeps everything apart. I like having a bunch of files rather than 4 files with like thousands of lines of CSS. Alright, that also means we can import that nav.css inside of every file. Again, you could put this in global if you'd prefer that, because then you don't need to put an extra import. And then finally, we need to actually add a couple of classes and IDs to this nav. So here we could say ID, and I'd like the ID to be page-nav. Then for each ally element, we can give it a specific ID. In this case, we can say active-link. So this will be the active link, so the page you're currently on. This will change depending on what page we are. And that is really all. We just need to add those two IDs. We can then copy this with its IDs, and you can just replace it in each other file. And then now if we go back here, nothing will really change, as you can see, but now we can start actually applying some changes. To make sure this page works or the CSS file works, we can just say nav and background color red. If the background color is red, which it is, it means it works. Perfect. So let's first style the page-nav ID, which we have here, as you can see. And also before I forget, this active link, as I said, it changes per page. In this case, it will be here with the profile.html because we're in profile.html. And here, it will not be, and actually, this is profile. So it should be here. This one here is post, not profile. So let's remove that from profile and put it here, post. There we go. So each one of them are on their own, as you can see, own ally, depending on what page it is. Okay, now here let's start styling. We can say padding. And here we can use our variable. Now take note, you should import the globals.css before the nav.css, just so nothing gets overwritten and it knows what it needs before it starts adding styling. So here we can say var --default -padding, and then we can do the same for background color, and here we can call this color -primary. If we go back to our page, it will now look something like this. We can go to #page-nav, and we can select the first UL element. So to know how this will be nested, you just hover over it and you'll see element and then UL. So basically the first child that is a UL. This is optional. This is just so we can actually use this. So you don't need this. You could have just done this, would have been perfectly fine and done the same thing. Anyhow, then you can say display. And this will make the navbar one single line instead of it going downwards like it is doing here. We want it to be one single line of content. And then justify content, space between. And then just to make sure we don't have these dots here, what we can do is we can say list style and make it none. This will make it look something like this. Then here we can say page-nav li #active-link a like this. So what this is basically saying is we get the page nav, then any li tag with the ID of active link, that's why there's no space here, take note of that. So any li tag with this ID, select its a tag. Meaning, since only one of these li tags should have this ID, only one of them should be selected. And the reason we select a is to apply styling to this a tag here specifically and not to the li tag. So in this case, it will select this a tag because it's in page nav with the li with that specific ID, and there's the a tag. And here we can just say color #FFF. Now what this does is basically, so there's home, now profile is white, now post blog is white, now home is white. So a lot of times you want to do this with JavaScript, but in our case we did it very easily just using some CSS. So there's some cool functionality you can do with CSS. We can select #page-nav. And the reason we are always selecting page nav is so it never ever conflicts with any other styling on our website. This always makes sure it always selects the page navigation. Never anything else. A lot of people will just select an a tag, but that always selects all a tags on your website. You never want to do this. You always want to specify exactly what you want to change, because this will decrease the amount of times bugs will happen because some styling is being randomly applied to a different component or a different element. Anyhow, then we can say select the first UL element, select all the a tags in that unordered list, and we just say text, decoration, none. That should remove the underscores. Color, make them black. Transition, 300 milliseconds. This will just add a nice little transition to them. And then font style, italic. And then to make sure the transition works, we can copy this, paste it here, say :hover, so when the user hovers over that a tag, we get color #FFF. You might want to change this because currently our current active link is also white, so that's up to you what color you want this to be. Font weight bold, and all of these will be applied over a transition of 300 milliseconds, meaning it will have a nice short animation. As you can see, now this is how our things look if we go like that. Nice short animations when you hover over it, when you click on it, nice short animations. And that's really that for the navigation. Next up, we can finally take a look at our index.html. So create a new CSS file called index.css. And here we can, of course, just import index.css. Note, index.css should only be imported in index.html. Cool. Now here we can close that. The navigation has been styled on all of the pages. And in here, we can finally take a look at the header. Now the header, we can give an ID of page-header. The h1 we can leave like that, and the p tag we can give an ID of page-subtitle. And the p tag here we can give an ID of page-featured post. And the header is basically just this part here. That's the header. And this should be good. We can then save this and go to index.css. And first, let's select #page-header and add a margin top to 0.5 rem. Text align to center, and this will just make it look like this. Next, we can copy this, paste it, and then go #page-subtitle. And in this case, I don't really want to see the page subtitle anymore, this right here. I later realized I don't really need to see it. One way we can do it is remove it from the HTML itself, or in the CSS, just say display none. And as I said, that will just remove it, so that's no longer there. We get in, go like this, and this time we can select #page-featured-post. Margin top set that to 0.5 rem. Font weight, set that to bold. Font size, set that to 1.1 rem. And the reason I'm using rem instead of pixels is just something I've really gotten into the habit of after the last couple of years. I just always use rem with everything, except for some very specific scenarios. But generally, I prefer rem because it is just a little bit safer than using pixels, because pixel density changes depending on the monitor you're using or the device, so it might not always look the same on all devices. This makes sure it pretty much will look the same for the most part. And in font family, and you can put anything here that looks good for you. I'm just going to select the first one because I think that looks pretty good. Then we go back here. This is what our header looks like now. Alright, then let's actually get to the page body where the actual juicy stuff will start happening. And that will be everything inside of main. So let's add the classes and IDs. So we can just say ID, page, dash main, dash content. Here with this ID. And all of them will have the same class, so we can actually select multiple of them. Like that. And we can just select all the divs. I'm doing this by holding Control and then clicking. Go to the end of the div and say class equals topic dash item. So all of them will have the same class. The reason we're giving them a class is because classes are for multiple items and ID is for one item. You should only use one unique ID for everything you want to give an ID. A class is if you want to apply multiple styling to multiple stuff. You should always keep that in mind when doing styling, because if you use ID on two different items but it's the same ID, you might get some weird bugginess with it. Alright, next up we can select this span here. And I'm just going to go like this and press Ctrl D to select all of the spans here. And that should have selected all of the spans we have. Yes, it seems like it. And for all of the spans, we can give them a class of topic item author. The next up, we can select all of the buttons. We can actually do this to make it easier to see. We can select all of the buttons. And all of the buttons will also have a class. So class equals topic dash item dash button. And then it'll also have another class. And this depends on what type of button it is. In our case, we're going to say like dash button. So all of the thumbs up buttons will have this like button class, and all the thumbs down buttons will not have it. So in our case, we can actually just select this, and all of the buttons that has that, we can navigate back to, and instead of like, we can just say dislike, and if all went well, all of them should now have the same class. And yes, looks like it. Perfect. Now you also got a little bit of VS Code lessons in while we're doing some CSS. Alright, so that is all for this main content. Nothing will really change, but now they all have classes and IDs. Inside of index.css, we can now start with the body content. So we can say body content, just so we can split up and make sure we know where everything is. Because once I like to split my things up into multiple files, you don't want too many files, and this just makes it easier. Then hashtag page dash, page dash main dash content, which is right there. We want to select that and just say more padding var, and we can select our variable dash dash default dash padding, and this will just add default padding sizes to our main container here, which is 1 rem. Then here we can add dot topic dash item. This means for every topic item inside of main page content, we can add margin bottom 1 rem, background color to hashtag B9, B9. This is a nice grayish color. Bring in again, then add this padding there. Border radius, 10 pixels. Just give it a nice round feel because more modern things are becoming more round. Transition of 1 second. And in box shadow, 1px, 1px, 5px, hashtag 000. So we're adding a 5 pixel spread here just to make it look nice and good. Now you take a look here. This is how they look now. If we refresh, yeah, sometimes you get this nice transition in, but I guess in this scenario we don't. But okay, this is how they look now. Currently they still look terrible because we haven't really styled them much, but that is how they look. They also now have transitioning in them. We can then copy this. Just remove the content. And this time we say dot topic dash item dash author colon before. So before rendering, we want to go content and we want to add author to the start of this element here. So just take a look, this topic item author, that is here. And that should be within O, my bad. Let me just select all of them. That should be all 4. There we go. So what we want to do is before this content starts, that's why we have colon before, we want to add author like that. But because we didn't have that in the initial HTML, it would be a pain to go add it manually back. But with the CSS, we can just add this colon before, and that will do this. So now all of them have author, and I should probably say colon space. All of them have author, colon, and then their author, as you can see. So I didn't have to add that manually, I just used CSS. Like a lot of these, you'll notice in the future, a lot of people will just use JavaScript for this, but they don't realize you can do a lot of this with just basic CSS. CSS is more powerful than you think, and it is more lightweight than JavaScript as well. Then we can just copy this, paste it here, and now I can add the general styling. So font style is italic, font size is 0.9 rem, margin bottom is 0.3 rem, and in display is block. The reason we're doing this is because span is by default a display of inline, which makes it kind of difficult to apply margin and padding style to it. So this right here. When we say display block, it will turn it into a block level element like a p tag as an example. And then you can easily add margins and padding to it without it doing weird styling issues. So now it looks like this. Without this display block, it will look like this. So there's no margin at the bottom. Okay, then here we can say dot topic item dash button. We can say padding 0.3 rem, margin top 0.4 rem. Now you'll need to remember padding is applied inside this button. So that gray area you see, that's going to be the padding. The margin will be outside of the button. That is why we add both. So one is to style the button itself, the other is to move the button away from the other content. Background color, hashtag 000 0. The reason we add the extra 0 is to basically say make it invisible. This is another way of doing it other than having to specify transparent. Because this fourth value here, that basically is the opacity. So if we hover here, you'll notice the opacity is at the very bottom. We then say border, none, transition, 500 milliseconds, and font size is 1 rem. So now we'll see something like this. You already know why we have a transition yet, but now you'll see something like that. For the transition, we basically wanted to add a nice little transition when we want to select a specific color. Or when we hover over it, the color should transition nicely. And let's also add cursor pointer. This means that when we hover over it, our cursor should point with a finger. We can copy that, paste it here, and then we can say without a space dot like dash button colon hover. Now, as you'll note, this means that the item with this class should also have this class. The reason we do this specifically is to make sure not just any one of them with this like dash button class will get the styling. We only want those that have this class with it. And we just want to give it this color styling. And here we can say this like button, and we want to give it this color styling. So now, when I hover over it, it'll gain nice styling with a 1 second transition. Cool. Then we go back here. I actually forgot to add a specific tag, and we only need to add one, luckily for us, because here we have a continue reading link, which I think looks kind of terrible by default. So we want to style that as well. So continue reading, here we have that a tag, and we can just give it in class, because you might have multiple of these. Just because we have one doesn't mean it needs to be an ID, but you might still have multiple of these in the future if you were to work on this block on your own. And we can say continue dash reading dash link. We can then go here to index, say dot, and also just select all of these, paste it there, and there we go. We can then say text transform uppercase. We want to make it uppercase. Text decoration none, this is to remove the underlining from it. And then we can select this again, and then we can go colon colon after, and we want to say content question mark. So basically we want to ask them continue reading. So now it will all be uppercase, no underline, and there will be a question mark at the end. And then finally we can just style our little footer here. So go to index.css, scroll all the way down, and just go ID page dash footer, and we just added some default padding. And now we have this. Next up, let's go to your profile. Oof, this is going to be a harsh one. So here we can then open profile.html, and let's close the others and create a new file called profile.css. Alright, so we don't need to style the navigation. We can just close that. We can also import profile.css. And we only need to basically style this form here. So here we can say ID. That can be profile. Then this field set, we can call it profile. ID, of course. Profile-info. Then this button here, we can give it a button of class edit-button. And we actually want to give this class to all the buttons that has this class. So this button here at the bottom, as well as this button here. So we just scroll to the button and we paste that. And now all of them should have that class. This div here we can call ID profile-photo-container. And this image we can give it an ID of profile-photo. And that's really all the IDs and classes we need to give. In profile.css, we can select #profile, margin 0.5 rem. Then we can give padding to the profile-info here. There's default padding. This will of course make it just look a little bit finer. We can then select this, and then inside of it the dot edit-button, background color transparent, border none, padding 0.1 rem, and a cursor pointer. This will make the edit button look something like this. which I think just looks a lot better than what it did. We can then select this, paste, hashtag profile dash photo dash container. Then we want to try and align the image to the center of the screen, just because I think that would look great on both mobile and PC. So width 100%, so we're making the div 100%, not the image at this moment. Text align, center, margin dash bottom, 1 rem. This will do this, so it'll be centered the image. We can then select this and just select hashtag profile dash photo. Border radius, make it nice and round. Again, looks good, especially in the modern times when everything is nice and round. We'll make the width of the image 100%. Max width 500 pixels. This means if you're on a big screen, it's not going to take up the entire screen, which will be not really productive. So in this case, as you can see, but because we said max width 100%, if we were to resize the screen here, so go like that, you'll notice the image shrinks with our screen. So on mobile devices, this will look a lot better. And that is really that for a profile CSS, just to make it look a little bit better. Next is for the post blog. So we go here, we select post.html, create a new CSS file called post.css. We close all of these. And up here, we say post.css. Again, the navigation page has already been done. We don't need to worry about that. The form can have an ID of post-form. Then I want to split this input, or that label and this input, and these into their own containers. So that means we want div times 2. We want 2 divs. We can throw them in there and take this label and text area, throw it in here. And we can remove all of the break line tags because now we're using CSS, so we don't need break lines because we can add them ourselves and decide when would be best to add them. All right. Then with these divs, we can give them a class of post-form-item. And for the bottom one, we can say ID for form-content. And at the bottom, you can just say ID equal post-button. Cool. Then in post.css, we can select the post-form. And we want to basically center everything. So let's go with 90%. We don't want to go 100% because that will look a little weird. So we say 90% just to give a little bit of a margin. Height 50%. Position absolute. Since this is the only thing on the page, absoluting the position isn't that bad. But usually I would always recommend going for something like relative instead. But in this case, since this is literally the only item on the page, absolute won't really be too much of an issue. We can say left 50%, top 50%, transform, translate, negative 50%. And if you remember this basically makes sure the center of this element is in the center of the page and not the top left part of the element. Because this will make the top left part of the element in the center of the page, whilst this will make sure the center of the element is the center of the page. Background color, hashtag B9, B9, B9. We could have made that a variable too, to be honest. Display flex, justify content, center, justify items, center, align items, center, and if you may not have noticed, that should be items, I'm trying to center all of the content. That's what all of this is trying to do, in case you didn't notice. Flex direction. This will be column, because once we want to center all of the items, we don't want them to be in a row, meaning from left to right. We want them to be from top to bottom. That's also why we have 2 divs, so those divs can be in a row if we need them, but the content in the div will be aligned in a column, so from top to bottom. Padding 0.5 rem. Border radius can be 20 pixels. Font weight can be 20 pixels. Font family can be Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. Box shadow can be 1px, 1px, 5px spread, and in black. This will give us something like this. So everything's in the center. This here is in a row. This here is in a row. But these 2 content themselves, they're in a column because they are in their own divs. Next, we can select this post form item. So hashtag post dash form dot post dash form dash item margin dash bottom, and we want that to be 1 rem, width 100%, display flex, and this is to basically align the items in a row. It has 100% of width, meaning it can go from left to right, 100% of that width. When they want to center them, so justify content center. And actually there should be justify items center. Justify content should be space between, to add spacing between the label and the input. And then align items should be center. This will give us something like this. Doesn't look great yet, but we're getting there. We can copy that, go down here, say input. So we're selecting specifically the input. In our case, we're just selecting this element. We don't have any other inputs except for this one, but this one isn't inside of this div, so it won't be selected. So this here is the only input that will be selected. It might be best to actually just select the title, or the ID, which is title, rather than the input itself. But in our case, we can actually just select an element for once. And as you can see here, it will select this input inside of these elements. We can say width 80%, border radius 40 pixels, border none, outline none. Now outline is specifically, when I click here, you'll notice it goes a little bit black at the edges. That's an outline. So when you focus on it, it gets these black bars. We don't want the outline, so we just remove that. And in padding 0.5 rem, 1 rem, 0.5 rem, 1 rem. There we go. So this is basically top, right, bottom, left. And we'll get something like this. We can then select post form item again, and then say hashtag form dash content flex direction column. This will just make it flex from top to bottom instead of left to right. Then we can select hashtag post dash form, and we'll just select we can actually select all of this again and say text area, border none, outline none, border radius 10 pixels, padding 0.5 rem, width 90%, margin top 1 rem. And this will just make it look a little bit better than what it was, as you can see here. We can then finally select the post form, and hashtag post dash button, which is the button here at the very bottom. Padding 0.6 rem, border radius 5 pixels, border 0. This is another way of basically saying border none. Font weight bold, box shadow 1px, 1px, 5px black, margin top 4 rem, cursor pointer transition 500 milliseconds. The reason we want the transition is because I want to add a hover effect. Background color black, and in color of the text white. So when you hover over it, you get this. And my bad, let's actually remove this margin top here. I did not mean to put that there. There we go. So now we have the post there, and if you hover over it, it turns black. Alright, and that's basically it. There's still a lot more we could have covered, such as media queries. So when someone is on a mobile device, we might want to convert this into a burger or a hamburger menu. Or we could have added keyframes to add more animations to the website. And I will see you all again in the next tutorial, whichever that may be.